Our main character, a young man named Evan who works as a courier, was delivering orders as usual that day. At some point his phone vibrated and then he answered the call. An unknown woman told him that she was pregnant by him and that they needed to talk. However, busy with orders, Evan treated it as a scam, said he didn't have time, and angrily hung up. Then he accelerated again, deftly weaving through the traffic. Soon, the protagonist arrived at the food delivery center, where his colleagues were standing outside and animatedly discussing something. At that moment, Evan parked right next to them. He asked his fat colleague what he was muttering about. He explained that the daughter of the influential Sioux family was marrying the son of the richest man in the city. But this did not interest the hero. Then the colleague showed her photo on his phone and complained that such a perfect girl was being married to a rich but ugly guy. When Evan glanced at the photo, he suddenly froze, realizing that the face looked familiar. The hero immediately snatched the phone from the fat man's hands, and then the young man's memory gradually cleared up. At that moment, the hero realized that he knew her. It was the same drunk girl who once tried to seduce him. Then it dawned on him that it was she who had called him a few minutes ago. And then he began to think that perhaps the call had not been a scam at all. This whole story happened a month ago. A girl from the Sioux family, Sarah, was staggering along the hotel corridor. She felt very dizzy and suspected that a man named Oliver had slipped something into her drink. She then headed towards her room 809, but due to her clouded consciousness, she mixed up the number and went to door number 806. She noticed the door was slightly open and wondered if she had forgotten to close it earlier. Meanwhile, inside the room, Evan was sitting on the bed. He was already drunk, and he continued to drink alcohol. He recalled being told that his aura was too strong for one opportunity, and he eventually resigned himself to working as a courier. At that moment, the girl, barely able to stand on her feet, entered his room and collapsed onto his bed. She looked up at the young man and asked who he was and if he could help, explaining that she was feeling dizzy and very hot. The hero himself, being drunk, was captivated by her appearance and thought that she was incredibly beautiful. When Sarah approached and began asking for help, he became confused, wondering if this was a dream. He clenched his fists and tried to control himself, but the girl was so attractive that he reciprocated her feelings. Then the memory abruptly ended, and Evan returned to the present, still looking at the photo of Sarah on his colleague's phone. He began to mock the hero, reminding the others that Evan often made up stories, for example, about an affair with an international movie star. The other employees joined in the joke, recalling his stories about being an arms dealer or the head of an elite family in Beijing. However, Evan remained calm, saying that they simply did not understand anything, adding that he was acting in full view of everyone. But just as one of his colleagues brushed his words aside again, their conversation suddenly ended. A luxurious red sports car pulled up in front of the delivery center, immediately attracting the attention of all the couriers. Then the driver's side door opened and a girl stepped out. This woman turned out to be that same Sarah. The couriers literally froze, looking at her in admiration and calling her a stunning beauty. As she came closer, one of them recognized her from the photograph. Then everyone realized with shock that the one standing in front of them was the very daughter of the Sioux family. However, the guys couldn't understand why she came to their modest delivery center. At this point, they began to suspect that perhaps their colleague was not lying about knowing her. The girl walked straight up to Evan, who was calmly stretching at that moment, and asked why he wasn't answering her calls. The others were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that Evan actually knew the famous heiress Sarah. However, the hero pretended not to notice anything and calmly asked what was going on. Then Sarah got straight to the point, looked him in the eye, and announced that she was pregnant and the baby was his. This statement caused shock among those around her. They were unable to comprehend that such a rich and beautiful girl was carrying their friend's child. Evan himself was also shocked. He rubbed his eyes as if trying to come to his senses and asked if she was sure. The girl, with a serious expression on her face, replied that he could go with her to the hospital to make sure. Then, while she was waiting by the car, his colleagues began to persuade him to go with her. In the end, the hero agreed and asked his friend to replace him. Afterwards, they drove away in her red car, leaving behind stunned employees. Evan asked if the baby was really his, and Sarah counter-questioned why she would lie about something so serious. Then he stated that if the child was his, he would take responsibility for her and the child. However, Sarah looked at him skeptically. She chuckled, asking how he was going to do that with a courier's income. However, the young man calmly leaned back and confidently said that there was nothing wrong with honest work, and that he could provide them with it. Then she reminded him of her status in the Sue family, but the hero just waved it off, saying that this whole status thing was nonsense. Irritated by his indifference, Sarah stepped on the gas. As a result, the car jerked, and the guy leaned forward, hitting his head on the windshield. He became indignant, accusing her of doing it on purpose, and asked what was so special about her family. Soon they arrived at the hospital. The girl parked and calmly announced that they had arrived. As they got out of the car, Sarah warned him not to throw around words about responsibility. She reminded him of the serious consequences that awaited him if her family found out that the courier had made her pregnant. This angered the hero, and he declared that this was not a joke for him, and that if the child was his, he would definitely take responsibility. However, the girl ignored his words and told him to follow her. They walked down the hospital corridor, after which she headed towards the door marked operating room. Evan stopped in shock and asked why they were going there. Then Sarah turned around and said she was going to go inside. At that moment, he realized her intention to terminate the pregnancy. In a panic, the young man grabbed her hand, trying to stop her. He began to convince her that although she believed that he would not be able to provide for them, money was not a problem for him, and he would find a way out. At that moment, a nurse approached them and announced that it was time for the procedure. The girl looked at Evan with a slight smile, then followed the nurse. She then walked into the operating room, leaving Evan outside. He remained standing in front of the closed door, feeling helpless and angry, realizing that he could not stop the girl. At this time, in the operating room, Sarah was lying on the table in a hospital gown. The surgeon asked if she was ready. Meanwhile, another doctor was preparing a syringe and asking her to relax. The girl closed her eyes and was already prepared for the operation. However, at the very last moment, just before the procedure began, she raised her hand and stopped them, saying that they needed to wait. Meanwhile, Evan had already come to terms with what was happening and decided that if Sarah was determined not to keep the child, then he would not be able to stop her. However, suddenly the operating room door swung open and Sarah came out. The young man was stunned. He jumped to his feet and asked how she could have come out so quickly, doubting that operations were so fast these days. Sarah, as if nothing had happened, calmly said that she was tired and asked him to take her home. Then the main character confidently agreed, hugged her, and added that he was even capable of piloting a fighter jet. He then got behind the wheel of her red sports car and drove her from the hospital to the upscale Longwang district. On the way, while Sarah was resting, Evan received a call. The man on the other end of the line announced an evening auction at Jianye Tower and said the old man wanted him to attend. Moreover, the interlocutor added that Lucas, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, is on their side. Soon they arrived at a large house on the Sue family estate. Evan announced his arrival, waking the girl. Sarah immediately told him to leave before her family saw him, but noticing that she looked pale, Evan offered to walk her to the door. However, the girl rejected this proposal and told him not to interfere in her affairs. However, as soon as she turned away, her heel got stuck in a crack. Sarah lost her balance and fell forward sharply. At that moment, the hero rushed forward with lightning speed and managed to catch her just before she hit the ground. Helping her up, he noted with slight mockery that she was extremely clumsy. In response, she flushed with anger and pinched his side with all her might, causing him to cry out in pain. However, this sudden movement also affected her. She winced in pain, and seeing her condition, Evan unexpectedly picked her up in his arms. He carried her towards the house, still a little angry at Sarah for pinching him. He carried the girl into a luxurious house and carefully laid her on the sofa. He then opened the first aid kit and began examining her leg, which she had twisted when she fell. Sarah tried to object and told him to leave, but the young man told her not to move. At that moment, as he was bandaging her ankle, they were suddenly interrupted by two women entering the room. It turned out that it was the girl's mother, Lauren, and her best friend, Sophie. The mother, in shock, demanded to know what was going on. Then both Evan and Sarah simultaneously explained that she had twisted her ankle. Then, looking at her stunned mother, the girl calmly added that her boyfriend had only helped her treat the wound. These words took the hero completely by surprise. At the same time, the mother was even more shocked. She pointed to the guy in the courier uniform and asked in disbelief if this man was really her boyfriend. Then, still in shock, the woman demanded to know who he was and what was going on. After a short pause, Sarah quickly corrected herself and explained that she had twisted her ankle and the young man had only helped her get home. Then her mother, having calmed down, noticed that she had frightened her greatly and reminded her that she would soon be getting married. Her husband will be a member of the influential Ching family, so she cannot afford to make any mistakes. Evan, who had been silent until then, sensed the obvious disdain in her words and asked what was wrong with being a courier. Lauren abruptly told him he was a nobody and was trying to achieve something that was beyond his capabilities, and then added that he should keep dreaming. These words stung him, and an angry expression appeared on the young man's face. However, before the situation could escalate, Sarah intervened and calmly told him he could go and thanked him for his help. Then the hero nodded briefly and headed for the exit. And as he left, Sophie watched him with a thoughtful expression on her face. After he left, Lauren ordered her to help Sarah get to the room and ordered her to wipe the floor in the place where the dirty courier had stood. Later, already in the bedroom, Sophie helped Sarah sit on the bed and immediately asked about her current relationship with that guy. Sarah said that there was nothing between them, but her friend didn't believe her and said that she couldn't be fooled because Sarah's look said otherwise. Cornered, the girl confessed that she was pregnant by him. Sophie was in complete shock, asking again if she was really pregnant and asking why, of all people, it had to be the courier. Sarah then explained that she had drunk too much that day and tried to pass it off as an accident. Sophie asked what she was going to do and reminded her that hiding the pregnancy from the influential Ching family would not work indefinitely. To her surprise, the girl firmly stated that she had decided to keep the child, and Sophie decided that she had gone crazy. In response, Sarah tried to calm her down and explained that she had already spoken to Evan and he had promised to take full responsibility. But her friend didn't agree with this, saying that she needed to come to her senses. She also said that she considered him unworthy of the heir of the Sue family. Tired of being lectured, Sarah said she would figure it out herself. Then she changed the subject and asked why her friend had returned to the city. Sophie explained that her grandfather had come to Jiangning to meet an important person and attend an auction, so she had gone with him. However, Sophie's expression suddenly changed and she announced that she had a great idea. Leaning closer, she whispered a plan. If the truth came out, they could simply say that the courier had raped her. Sarah responded with disgust that it was a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Evan left the Sue family's territory and walked through the elite villa area. He took out his phone and said with displeasure that there were no taxis in the area. At that moment, a black car stopped next to him. The young man noticed a man in a formal suit coming out of it. An elderly man approached him and greeted him as a young master. He introduced himself as Lucas, head of the Kowloon Chamber of Commerce, and explained that he had come to escort him to the evening auction. Evan, putting all the details together, recalled the recent conversation and confirmed that his grandfather had already told him about this agreement. The protagonist then told Lucas that he needed to take a shower and change his clothes before the auction. He promised to organize everything, after which they left in a luxurious black limousine. We soon find ourselves at a lively auction taking place in a spacious ballroom filled with wealthy guests. Evan arrived there looking completely different, having swapped his courier jacket for a perfectly fitting suit. As he stood by the window, his attention was drawn to a familiar face. It was Sophie, Sarah's friend, in a white evening dress. The girl approached him with obvious disdain and asked what the courier was doing at such a closed event. However, without waiting for an answer, she immediately assumed that he was working here part-time. At that moment, Evan froze and fell silent and was about to justify himself to the girl. But without giving him a chance to explain, she grabbed his hand and pulled him aside, declaring that she needed to talk to him. Taking him to a secluded place, Sophie told him that if he didn't take responsibility for Sarah's child, he would deeply regret it. These words stunned the young man, and then he said that he thought the girl had gotten rid of the child in the hospital. In response, Sophie irritably said that he was wrong and that Sarah had decided to keep the child. This news shocked the hero, and he said her name in disbelief, realizing that the operation had failed. However, the girl regarded this as an attempt to evade responsibility and repeated again that if he tried to leave, he would regret it. To emphasize her words, she pressed her sharp heel hard against his foot. Evan cried out in pain, and Sophie just turned around and walked away. As soon as the girl walked away, the presenter's voice echoed throughout the hall, announcing the start of the auction. Still processing the fact that Sarah had decided to keep the baby, Evan decided to finish things as quickly as possible and find her. At that moment, a woman in a business suit approached him and respectfully addressed him as a young gentleman. She introduced herself as Stella, his new assistant, appointed by Chairman Lucas. Then the hero nodded and said that it was time to go. They headed together to the main trading area. Suddenly, a short, plump man entered the room and announced that the main lot of the day, the new district project, would go to the Ching family. That man turned out to be Oliver, the eldest young master of the Ching family. and he warned everyone to show respect. Otherwise, they would face consequences. Stella explained that he was from the Qing family, one of the richest in Jiangning and their main competitor for the project. She added that the Qing family intends to win the project and use the marriage alliance with the Su family to get out of the difficult situation. Evan immediately remembered the talk about Miss Su being married to a rich man and realized that Oliver was Sarah's fiancé. The young man finally saw the full picture connecting the girl's engagement, her family's problems, and this struggle for the project. At this point, the auctioneer presented the main lot, plot 053, in the new area. Without thinking, Oliver picked up the sign and immediately placed a bet of 5 billion. There was a noise in the hall. Many said that with the upcoming marriage between the Qing and Su families, no one would dare to oppose them. However, just when it seemed the outcome was sealed, Evan calmly held up the sign and offered 6 billion. There was silence in the room, and then a heated discussion began. The guests tried to figure out who this impudent man was, assuming that he was clearly not a local to dare to challenge the Qing family. Meanwhile, Oliver himself turned pale with rage, clenching his fist until his knuckles turned white. He glared at Evan and shouted, demanding to know who he was and why he was looking for trouble. Despite his aggression, the hero pointed out that this was an auction where the highest bidder wins and asked what the problem was. Then Oliver, distorted with anger, asked if he hadn't heard that this project was needed by the Qing family. Evan replied with complete confidence that he had heard everything perfectly well, but did not understand how it related to him. These words caused a new wave of whispers among the guests, amazed by his courage. Unwilling to give in, Oliver raised the sign again and announced a bet of 7 billion. However, the protagonist responded without hesitation with a bet of 8 billion. The tension in the room was rapidly rising, and soon Oliver, accompanied by people, headed straight towards Evan. Coming close, he shouted that in Jiangning it was the Qing family that made the rules. He made a last desperate bid of 9 billion, defiantly asking Evan to continue bidding if he wasn't afraid of death. In response, the young man only grinned. She easily added another billion to her bet. And then Oliver finally lost his temper. He shouted that the hero asked for it, after which he delivered a sharp blow in his direction. However, Evan was incredibly fast, easily dodging the blow and in one motion delivering a powerful counterpunch to his opponent's face. Oliver flew to the side, crying out in pain, and the hero asked with disdain whether he really thought he could handle him alone. As Oliver lay stunned, his 2 bodyguards jumped up and charged. However, Evan moved with astonishing speed. He delivered precise punches and powerful kicks, and in the end, dealt with them without any difficulty. Oliver struggled to his feet and screamed at Evan, accusing him of seeking death for daring to raise his hand against him. However, the hero said with a cold grin that now it was he who was doing the blows. The young man then attacked again and sent one of Oliver's men flying with a powerful kick. The bodyguard fell with a crash right on top of his boss, and both ended up on the floor in a very humiliating position, unconscious. So, in just a few seconds, the fight was over, and Evan asked the auctioneer if anyone else was going to bid. He stuttered and hastened to answer that there were no other participants, and thus, having won the auction, the protagonist completed his business. After this, he turned to Stella and instructed her to sign the documents and transfer the funds, explaining that he had urgent business. Meanwhile, Sophie stood in front of her grandfather, the same Lucas who served Evan. The girl asked why he had called her urgently, which was why she had missed the auction. The man then warned her to be careful when their guest arrived and admitted that he still could not understand his character. Sophie just chuckled, wondering who this important person was that her influential grandfather was so cautious. At that moment, an assistant entered the room and announced that the auction had ended, but the winner was someone other than the Qing family. The girl was shocked and said that it was impossible. She couldn't believe that the project had slipped out of the hands of the Qing family. Then her grandfather calmly said that the man they were waiting for had already arrived, and Sophie noticed that this man was acting too arrogantly. Then, deciding the information was too important, she told her grandfather she was going out to call her friend Sarah. As she walked down the corridor, the girl thought about how the Qing family's defeat would jeopardize their planned cooperation with the Su family. Absorbed in these thoughts, she did not look around and suddenly bumped into Evan, who was walking towards her. Angered, the girl looked up and recognized him. Then she began to scold the smelly courier for not looking where he was going. However, her urgent call turned out to be more important, and she immediately turned away from the young man, telling Sarah important news. After Sophie left, the hero went to meet Lucas. The older man greeted him respectfully. Evan confirmed that he had finished his business at the auction, and then casually inquired about the woman he had just encountered. Lucas introduced her as his granddaughter Sophie and noted that she was single. He also praised her, adding that she had long admired Evan. This attempt at matchmaking amused the hero, and he wearily said that he was not interested. Changing the subject, Evan asked if he knew Sarah. Lucas explained that the Sue family's upbringing was very strict, and the girl herself had a stubborn character. He added that she doesn't approach people easily, and as far as he knows, she has never had a boyfriend. This information brought a faint smile to Evan's face. At that moment, his phone rang. Sarah's name appeared on the screen, and he answered, saying that he had just been thinking about her. The girl asked him if he had time and said that she wanted to see her. The hero immediately agreed and inquired about her location. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he stood up, told Lucas he was leaving, and added that he could report to the old man. Meanwhile, Sarah sat on the bench, looking thoughtfully into the distance. Her face was very serious. It seemed as if she was preparing for a difficult conversation. After a while, Evan rode up on his red motorcycle, still dressed in a formal suit. He walked up to her silently and got straight to the point, telling her not to worry about the baby as he would take care of them both. He then made a serious proposal, saying that if she wanted to get married, they could register the marriage at any time. However, Sarah remained skeptical. With a slight smile, she doubted his ability to provide such a life. Then Evan looked calmly into the distance and said that he saw nothing that was beyond his power. To emphasize her point, the girl raised her hand and showed the watch on her wrist, asking if he knew its price. To his surprise, the young man accurately identified the model, Pasha de Cartier, 42 millimeters, 18-karat pink gold, and named a price of $352,000. Sarah was visibly surprised and asked how much he earned and how many years he would have to work to afford such a thing. In response, Evan calmly told her not to worry about money and added that he would not allow her or the child to want for anything. The girl rolled her eyes and told him he shouldn't brag, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a phone ringing. It was her mother, who demanded that Sarah return home immediately, saying that Oliver was already waiting for her to discuss the wedding. Then the girl turned to Evan and asked him to take her home. The young man said with a slight smile that he would do it with pleasure. He helped the girl onto the motorcycle and soon they took off. During the ride, she pressed herself against his back, closed her eyes, and a barely noticeable calm smile appeared on her face. Soon they returned to the Sue family's estate. Evan walked the girl to the front door, and as soon as they were inside, Sarah told her mother that she was back. Lauren immediately appeared and began to angrily scold her daughter for her long absence, saying that Oliver had been waiting for her for a long time. The girl calmly explained that she had just gone out for a walk, but her mother noticed Evan behind her daughter's back. She asked with displeasure why she had brought someone home, reminding her that her wedding with Oliver was approaching. The man then greeted Sarah and confirmed that he had come to discuss wedding matters. He introduced himself as Oliver, the second young master of the Ching family, and smiled with feigned politeness. The girl tried to postpone the wedding, because after the Ching family lost the new district project, their cooperation was not completed. However, Oliver insisted that they should get married first, and all other issues could be resolved later. His thoughts were hidden by his true intentions, to first achieve intimacy, and only then decide whether to help her family. Lauren, trying to save the situation, began to persuade her daughter, reminding her that Oliver promised to allocate $1 billion immediately after the wedding. However, Sarah stopped her abruptly, telling her not to say anything more, after which she declared that she would not marry him. This refusal shocked both the mother and Oliver. Then Sarah walked up to Evan, took his hand, and announced that not only was she not going to get married, but she was also pregnant with his child. Her mother screamed in horror, grabbed her daughter and began demanding an explanation, pointing out that he was just a courier. Sarah asked not to be forced into marriage with Oliver and assured that if she was given time, she would be able to help the family cope with the crisis. An enraged Lauren raised her hand, about to hit her. However, at that moment, Evan suddenly grabbed her wrist, stopping the blow. He looked at her and asked what was wrong with being a courier. He then said that marrying off one's own daughter to an unworthy man for the sake of profit is the real shame. The woman tried to break free, screaming for the smelly courier to let her go, and the situation began to escalate. Oliver finally couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at Sarah and accused her of indecent behavior, saying that he didn't expect that from her. He then started talking about her allowing the courier to be with her, after which he turned his anger on Evan and promised to kill him. However, before Oliver could do anything, Evan moved forward with lightning speed and delivered a powerful slap. From such a blow, he recoiled and fell to the floor. He then looked at the defeated Oliver and declared that she was carrying his child, and therefore was his woman. Meanwhile, Oliver was writhing on the floor, screaming in rage, not believing that he had been hit. Boiling with anger, he grabbed a heavy ashtray from the table and rushed at them, shouting that he would kill them both. However, Evan smiled calmly and told Sarah to stay behind him, and the girl agreed. When Oliver rushed forward, swinging the ashtray, the hero dodged it without any difficulty. Then, in one motion, he delivered a crushing blow to the jaw, sending the opponent back, the ashtray slipping from his hands. While he was lying on the floor, Evan said that he dared to touch his woman. However, he didn't stop there. The young man grabbed the scoundrel by the collar and declared that he would teach him a lesson today. He then began to deliver a series of heavy blows, ignoring the cries of pain and desperate pleas for help. As he was raising his hand for the next blow, someone shouted at him to stop. The hero heard a commanding voice demanding to know who dared to behave so insolently. A group of impressive people entered the room, led by an elderly man with a long white beard and a cane. The girl, with fear and surprise, addressed him as a grandfather. The appearance of the head of the family instantly made everyone freeze. Grandfather Sar looked around at what was happening. His face became gloomy, and he declared that he had heard everything. Then he looked intently at his granddaughter, hit the floor with his cane, and demanded to know if it was true that she was pregnant by this courier. Sarah quietly confirmed this. Her relatives began to be indignant, saying that the situation was unacceptable, and her grandfather declared that the only way out was to get rid of the child. However, Oliver, having difficulty getting up, did not agree. He shouted that even if she had an abortion, such a girl would still not enter his family. All the family members started blaming each other and complaining that it was all over. They had ruined Sarah themselves, and now the Sue family was doomed. Meanwhile, the girl stood silently, her expression filled with pain. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer and demanded that the argument stop. However, all this tension took its toll on her. She cried out in pain, grabbed her head, and felt dizzy. Before she could fall, Evan caught her. He held the girl, telling her not to be afraid, because he would take her away from here. Seeing this, her family, including her parents, rushed forward, demanding that the stinking courier let her go and threatening to break his legs. However, Evan looked at them with disdain and asked if they even considered themselves human. Without another word, Evan turned and headed towards the exit of the house, carrying the now unconscious Sarah in his arms. When her parents tried to block his way, the young man effortlessly kicked them away, sending them flying in all directions. Then, stopping at the door, the hero turned around and said that he was taking the girl with him, asking if anyone had any objections. In response, everyone remained completely powerless, unable to stop him. After that, holding the unconscious Sarah in his arms, Evan added that since no one objected, he would leave and left the Sue family estate. He then took the girl to his modern apartment in a high-rise building. Already in the apartment, the young man carefully laid her on the sofa. At that moment, a card fell out of her bag and fell on the floor. The hero noticed the card, picked it up and examined it carefully. Then he realized with surprise that today was her birthday. At that moment, he felt a slight pang of regret, thinking that despite her wealthy family, no one seemed to remember her special day. After about 20 minutes, Sarah began to come to her senses. She slowly sat up, feeling weak and disoriented, rubbing her eyes and trying to figure out where she was. At that moment, Evan came out of another room wearing an apron and handed her a plate of food, saying that she was probably hungry. The girl approached the table where the young man had already laid out a whole dinner for her. The hero then declared that his culinary skills were so good that even a princess from Dubai would beg to try his food. Sarah smiled at his self-confidence and said with a touch of irony that he should brag less. Then they sat down at the table, but the heroine asked her not to say bad words that day, which slightly puzzled her. Before she could clarify what he meant, Evan revealed his surprise. He brought out a small pink cake with one lit candle and congratulated her on her birthday with a confident smile. Sarah was completely taken aback, covered her mouth in surprise, and asked how he knew about it. The young man just smiled smugly, saying that he was quite impressive. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sarah was unable to say anything and tears welled up in her eyes. Noticing this, the hero declared that he was even ready to offer her his shoulder, something that is not available even to international supermodels. His absurd confidence lightened the mood, and the girl laughed heartily. Then he invited her to try the food. Sarah tried it and admitted that it was indeed delicious, to which Evan confidently replied that it couldn't have been any other way. After some time, he asked her to make a wish. The girl closed her eyes, folded her hands, and quietly agreed. When this moment passed, the hero became more serious and asked about her future plans. Sarah reminded him of his promise to support them, wondering if he was going to go back on his word. Evan then assured her that this would not happen, but in response asked her if she would dare to marry a courier like him. Inspired, the girl stood up and confidently declared that she would dare if he could not provide for them. Hearing this, the young man made a decision and announced that they would register their marriage the very next day. However, their plans were interrupted by the hero's vibrating phone. He told the girl that he needed to answer, and she nodded. Then he went out onto the balcony to take the call. The man on the other end of the line, whom he called Mateo, warned him anxiously of the danger. He reported that a hired killer named Hydra was heading to Jiangning City to eliminate him. He explained that the Hydra was last seen near the Lin family villa, and Evan said that he would find time to deal with the killer tomorrow. While the hero was on the balcony, Sarah was sitting on the sofa, eating cake and talking on the phone. She spoke with Sophie, who wished her a happy birthday and asked if she was the first to do so. The girl replied with a slight smile that her friend was second, and glancing towards the balcony, said that Evan was first. Her friend immediately became angry and began demanding an explanation of how she got in touch with this courier again. Sarah sighed and said it was a long story, adding that they had decided to register their marriage tomorrow. These words threw Sophie into a panic. She tried to calm her down and promised to think of something. Moreover, she stated that she would contact the mysterious influential man who won the auction, whom her grandfather knew. Meanwhile, Evan's conversation continued, Mateo adding that the eldest princess had inquired about his whereabouts 2 days ago. Hearing this, the hero became more serious and demanded to know whether he had told her that he was in Jiangning. The interlocutor admitted that he had no choice, since he knew the princess's character and feared the consequences if he refused. This news shocked Evan so much that he even dropped his lighter. In a rage, he began to demand explanations, accusing Mateo of betrayal. He tried to smooth things over by saying that the princess's background made her an excellent match, and perhaps he should agree. However, Evan abruptly interrupted him, demanding to know when she would arrive. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. Irritated, he looked at the screen and saw a message from an unknown number. Sophie offered him a partnership, explaining that working with the Su family on the new district project would be beneficial to both parties. Almost immediately after this, Lucas called him, having already learned about his granddaughter's actions, and he began to apologize for the inconvenience caused. However, the protagonist calmly said that everything was fine. Then the young man got down to business and gave 2 clear instructions. He informed her that he would need a sniper rifle and ordered that Sarah be given full control over the new district project. While Evan was on the balcony, Sarah was relaxing in the apartment, lying on the bed and reading. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Sophie informed her that she had contacted the very man who had won the project and that he had agreed to cooperate with the Su family. And most importantly, he insisted that Sarah lead the project. They were to meet the next day. At that moment, Evan returned to the room and noticed her good mood, asking what made her so happy. However, Sarah, still perceiving him as an ordinary courier, brushed him off and said that it was a work question that he wouldn't understand anyway. The hero leaned closer, so that their faces were almost next to each other, and said that there were many things about him that she did not expect. Embarrassed by such closeness, the girl blushed and asked what he was doing, reminding him that consent to marriage did not mean anything. However, instead of continuing, Evan simply picked up a pillow from the bed. Then he calmly said that if she was tired, she should rest, and he would sleep on the sofa. As he left, the young man added that reading while lying down was harmful for pregnant women, leaving Sarah confused. Lying on the bed, the girl thought that she had been wrong to think that he was going to do something different. The next morning, Evan was already on the balcony, doing a tough workout, doing one-arm push-ups. Sarah came out to him in her pajamas and watched him with interest, asking with a slight smile if he was practicing the toad style. The hero corrected her, explaining that it was a technique called the coiled dragon arm, which she had never heard of. He then added that this was not a showy martial art, but a real killing technique, and demonstrated several movements. Evan, looking at her, relayed his father's words about martial arts being needed to stop conflicts and protect the family. Changing the subject, the hero said that he had prepared breakfast for her, and the girl was touched because she did not expect such thoughtfulness from him. In response, he said that she still didn't know much about him, and then she added that after eating she needed to go to her house. She explained that they would need her residence permit to register the marriage. Evan jokingly asked her again if she was really sure she wanted to marry the courier. As they headed toward the motorcycle, Sarah asked if they should meet his parents first. However, Evan explained that his family might not approve of her and suggested that they would have to come to terms with it after the baby was born. Hearing this, Sarah asked if he was hinting that she was part of his family. Then the young man smiled and assessed her appearance, figure, and character, but added that her marital status was a bit disappointing. Sarah asked if he thought he was too good for her, but Evan just laughed, telling her not to take things so seriously. With slight displeasure, she nevertheless sat behind him. He told her to hold tightly to his waist, and then they drove away. However, without knowing it, they were under surveillance, with Oliver and his subordinate watching them from behind cover. The fat man noticed with disgust that the girl had spent the night with the courier, and his fighter asked what to do next. With his face distorted with anger, Oliver gave a cruel order. He ordered the courier to be killed and the girl to be taken to the hotel. The subordinate, cracking his fingers, agreed and declared that he would immediately go after them. Meanwhile, driving through the city, Evan noticed in his rearview mirror a white van following them. He realized pretty quickly that they were being followed. Quickly getting his bearings, he informed Sarah that plans were changing. She needed to go home to get her things, and he had something to do. Then Evan suddenly accelerated and began to maneuver in the traffic, trying to break away from his pursuers. Following his plan, he took Sarah to a safe place. After making sure she was safe, he got back on his motorcycle. The main character left, diverting the attention of ill-wishers to himself. The white van immediately rushed after him, continuing the chase into the upscale area. Evan deliberately led them to a large modern villa, and when he reached the right place, he stopped in front of it. Getting off his motorcycle, he seemed to wait. Looking up at the second-floor balcony, the young man noticed a man hiding there and realized it was an ambush. However, Evan calmly headed towards the house, deciding that since all the enemies had gathered here, it was time to deal with them at once. He entered the luxurious house and went upstairs. In one of the rooms, an open case with a sniper rifle lay on the table, exactly as he had ordered earlier. Then the hero took the weapon in his hands and noted the effectiveness of this old man Lucas's work. However, at that moment, something unexpected caught Evan's attention. He looked up and noticed a blue bra on the bed nearby. Before he could think about it, a girl wrapped in a towel came out of the next room. It turned out to be Sophie, Sarah's friend. Seeing a man in her room, the girl began to demand an explanation, wondering what this smelly courier was doing in her house. However, the next moment, a red dot appeared on her forehead, and upon seeing this, the protagonist sharply shouted for her to duck. At that very second, a bullet crashed through the window, and then the young man knocked the girl down and dragged her out of the line of fire at the last moment. They collapsed onto the bed together, and Sophie, not understanding what was happening, began to struggle, demanding that he let her go. However, Evan quietly warned her that she needed to be quiet. Otherwise, if she made another sound, she could be killed. Then he stood up, picked up the rifle, and the stunned girl, still in shock, began to ask what was going on. The hero walked up to the broken window and pointed his weapon towards the villa, chuckling as he did so, noting that Hydra clearly didn't have 9 lives. Immediately after that, he fired one accurate shot. The bullet flew across the courtyard and hit the shooter on the opposite balcony. The hero hit him right in the head, killing him instantly. Evan then calmly lowered his weapon, noting with a hint of disappointment that the Hydra had been dealt with too easily. However, before he could relax, a second bullet from the other side blew out another window. Then the hero again shouted at the girl to duck and instantly rushed at her, covering her with his body. They fell to the floor, and the bullet flew past the place where they had just been standing and hit the wall behind them with force. Lying on the floor with Sophie, Evan quickly realized there was more than one shooter outside. Then, acting preemptively, he grabbed the clothes lying on the bed and threw them into the air as bait. The hero concluded that he clearly had several guests today. As he had expected, the bait worked and the enemy shooter opened fire on the moving object. At that moment, Evan took aim and fired his second and final bullet. The bullet shattered the window and struck another sniper hiding elsewhere, instantly incapacitating him. However, it didn't end there. Almost immediately after that, heavy shooting began from the third position. Then Evan grabbed Sophie and quickly jumped with her behind the couch, using it as cover while the walls behind were under fire. When the gunfire died down briefly, Evan calmly reached out and pulled a shell casing out of the wall. He noticed a six-pointed star on the base, recognizing it as ammunition from an Eastern European mercenary organization called Abes. He then turned to the still frightened girl and asked when she had managed to get involved with such dangerous people. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something. Sophie reported that an Eastern European boss tried to buy her company's technology, but she turned down the deal. Meanwhile, the shooting continued. Evan jerked her head down again, warning her of further danger as another bullet flew past. They both remained behind cover among the broken glass and debris, waiting for the right moment. Realizing that he was out of ammunition, the hero realized that he had to act differently. Then his gaze fell on the shards of glass on the floor. Taking a risky decision, he grabbed one sharp piece. After waiting for a short pause in the shooting, the hero suddenly jumped up and threw it with incredible speed, like a knife. The improvised projectile hit its target, and the last sniper cried out in pain. Thus, the immediate threat was eliminated. After this, Evan stood up and calmly informed the girl that she could now get up since it was safe. Sophie stood up and declared that his job as a courier was just a cover, after which she demanded to know who he really was. Enraged, the girl threatened to tell Sarah everything, but he immediately put his finger to his lips, demanding silence. Evan's expression turned serious, and he said that there was a noise outside. Frightened, Sophie asked if the enemies were still there. In a panic, she grabbed him and asked what they should do now. Then Evan calmly assured her that everything was under control. Meanwhile, downstairs, 3 of Oliver's men had already entered the villa, armed with machetes. One of them recognized Evan and wondered what the courier was doing in such a place, while their leader assumed that they were dealing with an ordinary thief. It was at this moment that the young man appeared at the top of the stairs. He looked down at the armed men and greeted them casually, then asked with a confident smile if they were looking for him. The leader pointed a blade at him and said that they were Oliver's men, then accused him of getting involved with their boss's girlfriend. However, Evan remained completely calm and only asked what exactly they were going to do. Enraged by his behavior, the attackers rushed forward, shouting threats and insults. However, the hero moved with incredible speed and with his first kick knocked out one of his opponents. Then, almost immediately, he incapacitated the second one, and within moments, the 2 attackers lay unconscious. In the end, only their stunned leader remained among the opponents. The bandit stared at Evan, trying to figure out how couriers had such skills, realizing that this was no ordinary person. However, not wanting to accept defeat from some courier, he screamed furiously and rushed at the young man with a machete. However, Evan easily jumped over his clumsy swing. At the same moment, he delivered a crushing kick to the arm. The blow sent his weapon flying, and the attacker himself fell to the floor. Thus, all 3 opponents were defeated. Meanwhile, Sophie, who was watching what was happening from the top of the stairs, could not bear it and screamed in fear. This cry brought their leader back to his senses, who, despite his defeat, was still conscious. Irritated by her scream, he rose with difficulty and, noticing an opportunity, rushed sharply towards the defenseless girl. Before she could react, he grabbed her and held the blade to her throat, threatening to kill her if Evan took another step. However, Evan remained absolutely calm. He said with icy indifference that he could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, the hero began to slowly approach, wondering why he had not yet carried out his threat. The bandit, covered in sweat, screamed in panic for him to stop. However, the next moment, Evan closed the distance with lightning speed. Before the enemy could do anything, the protagonist clamped the blade between his thumb and index finger. The bandit was shocked to realize that he couldn't even move the blade. Then Evan mockingly asked again why he still hadn't acted. The bandit was terrified. He understood that he was absolutely powerless in front of this man. After that, with a barely noticeable movement of his fingers, he broke the metal blade. The shards flew in all directions, while both the bandit and Sophie looked on in complete shock. Without giving his enemy time to recover, the hero grabbed him by the throat and wondered if such a pathetic man was even worthy of fighting him. Gasping for breath, the bandit tried to save himself and blurted out that he was a member of the powerful Black Dragon Society. However, Evan showed no interest whatsoever and said indifferently that it didn't matter. After this, he hit his head hard on the floor, knocking him unconscious. However, he quickly stood up and began to beg Evan not to take the path of crime. However, these words had no effect. Then the hero stepped hard on his face, causing him to scream in pain and blood to spurt from his mouth. Completely broken, the bandit began to beg for mercy. He tried to soften his heart by saying that he supposedly had an elderly mother. Then, In an attempt to save himself, he stated that Oliver had already gone looking for Sarah, and if Evan didn't hurry, it would be too late. This news shocked the hero. He became angry that the bandit had not said this earlier. Then the young man delivered one final powerful blow, knocking him out completely. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the door and a voice was heard from outside announcing that it was the police. Realizing he needed to act quickly, Evan told Sophie he was going after Sarah and leaving the situation to her. Shortly after, two police officers entered the house. One of them showed his ID and asked what had happened. Police cars pulled up outside and Sophie began to explain that she had been taking a shower when three men burst in with knives. Following her testimony, police detained all three attackers. Then one of the officers reported to his superior that they had discovered two bodies. These were the snipers who had been in the villa opposite. Meanwhile, Sarah found herself in the bedroom with an enraged Oliver, who said that he was going to take her by force. The frightened girl demanded that he leave, but this only made him even more angry. Then he said with a grin that he had already sent people to kill the courier and rushed at her, intending to carry out his plan to the end. Oliver pinned the struggling girl to the bed as she struggled and demanded to be let go. However, he only mockingly said that she could scream as much as she wanted, but no one would save her. That courier was now busy with his own problems. However, at the moment when he leaned towards her, a powerful blow was heard, and a strong blow hit his face. Oliver flew to the side and collapsed on the floor. Evan stood at the door and said that he seemed tired of living since he dared to touch his woman. With difficulty, Oliver rose to his knees and clutched his broken face, furiously asking if the courier knew who his father was. However, the young man remained indifferent and replied that whoever his father was, he would have to answer for such a son. Oliver jumped up and declared that his father was the richest man in Jiangning, and that going against him was tantamount to a death sentence. After that, he rushed to attack again, but Evan easily dodged and threw him back with a powerful kick. After this, the hero turned to Sarah and gently told her not to be afraid, since everything was already over. He pulled her close and confidently said that while he was near, no one would dare to harm her again. Meanwhile, the beaten Oliver, having barely come to his senses, got up and left the room, throwing out a final threat that the courier would regret it. When the danger had passed, Sarah looked at Evan and asked him the time, and, a little surprised, he asked what had happened. Then the girl explained that she had almost forgotten about an important meeting at her company and asked if he could go with her. Soon, Sarah and Evan arrived at the place. When they got out of the car, the girl was informed that President Liu was already waiting in the conference room. They then went inside and the girl apologized to the woman in the business suit for being late. The woman turned out to be President Liu, none other than Evan's assistant Stella, and she was shocked to see him. Realizing this, the hero put his hand on her shoulder and pretended that they were old classmates. This greatly surprised Sarah, who couldn't believe that Evan and the powerful President Liu knew each other. The girl noticed this strange coincidence, and Stella nervously agreed, after which she was invited to sit down. However, just as they were about to begin, the door suddenly burst open and Sarah's grandfather, her father, and two other men from the Su family entered the room. A shocked Sarah asked her grandfather why he had come, and Stella greeted him politely. However, his friendliness disappeared as soon as he noticed Evan, and he then irritably asked Sarah why she had brought a stranger. Sarah reminded them that since she was responsible for the project, she had the right to decide who to bring. This enraged her father, Sam, and he shouted at her, asking since when did she have the right to speak on behalf of the company. Then a man came forward and introduced himself as Joshua, and he said that the project should have been discussed with him and that Sarah's words meant nothing. The girl tried to object, reminding him that the project had been assigned to her, but her father interrupted her again, demanding that she pour them water. Then Sarah's uncle, Jack, said that Joshua should handle this, since she herself would soon be getting married and should understand her place. And then Evan finally intervened, asking what exactly they were doing, reminding them that the project had originally been given to Sarah. This further angered Sarah's grandfather, who ordered him to shut up and asked what right he had to speak. Joshua made fun of Sarah for saying her boyfriend was just a delivery man, adding that he had heard that she was also pregnant with his child. This statement infuriated the grandfather. He pointed at Evan and ordered Sarah to immediately throw out this low-grade trash. Sarah immediately came to Evan's defense, arguing that it didn't matter what he did as long as he earned his money honestly. Realizing that the situation had reached an impasse, Evan repeated his condition that only Sarah could lead this project. The old man demanded to know by what right the simple courier had made demands. Evan then approached Stella, asking her to do him a favor. He said that Sarah was his fiancée and that the project was to be given to her. Joshua was shocked and tried to object, saying that Sarah was irresponsible and didn't understand anything about the company's affairs. However, Stella stated that their company would only cooperate with Sarah, and if the Sue family did not agree, they would find another partner. The old man asked to speak to her boss, but Stella said that he did not have sufficient status to meet with her superiors. These words left the old man in a cold sweat and speechless. Humiliated in front of his family, Sam asked President Liu not to be angry and assured that they would fulfill all her demands. Stella then stated that the contract would be signed that same day and asked the rest of the Sue family to leave the premises. Unable to object, Sam agreed and helped the stunned old man out of the room. As the men left the room one by one, Joshua attempted to object to his father, but was quickly silenced and escorted outside. As the door closed, Evan watched with a smirk, thinking that they had brought this humiliation upon themselves. Meanwhile, in another office, an angry Joshua demanded an explanation from his father, but Jack replied that he already had a plan. When Joshua tried to ask Uncle Sam to leave, he stopped him, stating that they were all on the same side. He then revealed a shocking family secret. Sarah was not his biological daughter, a statement that shocked both Joshua and Jack. The latter asked if his wife had cheated on him, but Sam explained that Lauren could not have children, so they adopted Sarah. Jack asked who her biological parents were, but Sam assumed they were long dead, leaving her only a jade pendant. Jack then suggested that they wait and let Sarah handle the project, and once she had completed all the work, they would have a way to take it away from her. Understanding his father's plan, Joshua agreed, responding with a sly smile. Meanwhile, the main character left the office building. With a cigarette in his hand, Evan approached the two guards standing guard and asked for a light. One of them handed him a lighter and assumed that he had come for an interview, but the hero replied that this was not the case. Evan revealed that he was a courier, and the guards burst out laughing, one of them jokingly remarking that couriers and guards were eternal enemies. The hero chuckled, but then noticed how both men became serious and straightened up, so he asked what was going on. The next moment, the guards stood at attention, and one of them informed the other that President Sue had arrived. Hearing this, the protagonist reacted mockingly, reproaching them for reacting so violently to the woman. At that moment, Sarah appeared, and both guards respectfully greeted her as President Sue. Evan, who was watching, asked if such a violent reaction was really necessary. Then the guard came up to him, put his hand on his shoulder and gave him some advice, saying that even as a courier, it was important to have dreams. However, at that moment, Sarah drove up to them in her sports car. She looked at Evan and told him to get in the car. The protagonist said goodbye to the guards with a smile, adding that he remembered their words and would see them again. The guards stood there in complete stupor, unable to comprehend that an ordinary courier had left with their boss. On the way, Sarah explained that everything went smoothly thanks to Sophie, who found the mysterious boss behind the new district project. She then changed the subject and said that she had already contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau and that they would register the marriage the next morning. She only needed a marriage certificate so that the child would have a father, and after the birth, she was going to pay him $30,000 a month. Surprised, Evan chuckled and noted that if she really wanted to support him, then $30,000 was too little. This answer angered Sarah. She told him not to tempt fate, because $30,000 was more than enough for a courier. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to a modern luxury residential complex. Evan got out of the car and teased Sarah, noting that she knew the road well and had already memorized the way to his house. As they walked through the complex, the hero's phone rang and he asked Sarah to wait a bit. He was informed that one shipment had been seized by the Black Dragon Society and that he needed to deal with it. Then the interlocutor abruptly changed the subject and asked if it was true that Evan was planning to get married. This question surprised and angered the hero, and he demanded to know who had revealed this information. The elderly man accused Evan of neglecting numerous rich heiresses for a girl from the Sue family. Evan tried to explain, but the old man interrupted him, saying that his older sister would come tomorrow to personally interrogate him. These words threw the hero into a panic. He began to beg the old man not to be so cruel, but the call suddenly ended. Quickly hiding his emotions, the hero assured Sarah that nothing serious had happened, and then said that it was time for them to go home. Soon they returned to his apartment and entered the living room. Once inside, Sarah noticed a white map on the coffee table and asked what it was. Evan explained that it was a postcard, then took off his jacket and suggested that she was probably hungry, offering to cook. Sarah sat on the sofa, holding his jacket, and thought that having a contented man at home was quite pleasant. In the kitchen, Evan, now wearing an apron, told Sarah to sit down and that he would soon finish cooking, and the girl thanked him. He jokingly noted that for his wife and child, this was not a problem after all. He was a kept man. These words left Sarah speechless, and she remained sitting on the sofa with a barely noticeable smile. The next day, our heroes arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jianying. Evan and Sarah walked out of the building, each holding a red marriage certificate. The hero joked that now that he was well dressed, he should go out and have some fun with a few girls. This answer irritated Sarah. She called him hopeless and complained that even after getting married, he did not change his terrible character. The girl then turned around and walked away, angrily telling him to do whatever he wanted. Evan thought that he should deal with the task that the old man gave him, and soon he came to the Black Dragon headquarters. The Black Dragon Society was once an ordinary local gang, but over time it has transformed into a seemingly legitimate corporation. However, the hero knew that they were still up to dark deeds, and he decided to personally check what they were capable of. The protagonist entered the building and was stopped at the reception desk by two men who asked him what business he had come for. With his hands in his pockets, Evan confidently declared that he had come to collect a debt. The bandit thought he was dealing with a client, but the hero clarified that he had come to collect a debt from a man named Bald Liu. These words enraged the men. They demanded to know who he was and whether he understood whose territory he had entered. The long-haired man attacked first, delivering a sharp kick, but Evan easily dodged it. Due to inertia, the attacker lost his balance and fell to his knees. Then, before he had time to come to his senses, he received a swift kick to the face. Seeing this, the bald bandit rushed forward and tried to strike. However, the same fate befell him. A powerful blow from the hero threw him back. When both men were on the floor, Evan stood over the long-haired one, who was still conscious. He calmly asked with a cold expression if he was now ready to take him to Bald Liu. The action then moved to a luxurious office where the leader of the Black Dragon group, Bald Liu, was resting. Next to him was a woman with long purple hair who playfully licked a drop of red wine from his chest. However, the office door swung open and Vincent ran inside, panicking and reporting that someone had broken in. Enraged, Baldy Liu yelled at him for not knocking and demanded to know who dared to break in. Vincent tried to explain something but did not have time to finish. A body flew through the doorway. It turned out to be one of the bandits from the hall. He fell with a crash in front of the boss's desk, leaving him and the woman in shock. Bald Liu jumped to his feet, pulled out his pistol, pointed it at the door and demanded to know who dared to intrude. Following this, a black object, a black card, flew through the doorway. It crashed into the table in front of the shocked Bald Liu. He carefully picked it up and recognized the symbol. Then the man shouted that it was the black card of the 10 Elders Association. A battered Vincent realized that they were talking about a terrifying organization consisting of 10 powerful leaders of the criminal underworld. At that moment, Evan entered the office and remarked that he was surprised that they had even heard of this association. Baldy Liu shouted, calling him the 9th young master, finally realizing who had come for him. Without hesitation, Baldy Liu knelt down, bowed his head, and asked what the 9th young master's orders were. He then respectfully held out the lighter, and Evan calmly lit a cigarette. He mentioned that he heard that Baldy Liu had recently seized a shipment, and in a panic, he began to claim that it was a misunderstanding. Continuing to feign submission, Baldy Liu promised to return the cargo, but secretly reached for the pistol hidden in his belt. Then the hero asked him if he had heard the expression that when a black card appears, even gods and ghosts obey. Driven to desperation, Baldy Liu pointed his gun at Evan, declaring that the 9th time the young master had left him no choice. However, before he could fire, the protagonist threw a cigarette at him, and it hit the gun at the moment of firing, throwing off the aim. Evan calmly noted that he didn't like having guns pointed at him. After neutralizing the man, he pulled a black card from the table and declared that everyone who had ever pointed a gun at him was dead. The next moment, in one smooth motion, he used the sharp edge of the card as a blade and slashed it across Baldy Liu's throat. The gang boss collapsed to the floor dead. The horrific scene caused the purple-haired woman to scream in fear. Vincent stared in shock at the body of his dead boss. The noise attracted other gang members to the doors, and they froze and began shouting that their leader had been killed. Ignoring the chaos, Evan looked at the terrified Vincent. He offered him two options. hand over the cargo and become the new boss, or hand over the cargo and die like Bald Liu. He and the other bandits immediately bowed their heads in submission, declaring their complete loyalty to the ninth young master. Satisfied, the protagonist accepted their oath and calmly ordered them to take him to the cargo, thereby completing his mission. A car stopped outside the Black Dragon Group headquarters building. Oliver emerged from it, accompanied by a bandit on crutches. Overcome with rage, he declared that he would kill Evan that day in any case. He then headed towards the entrance, shouting that he had come to see the head of the Black Dragon Society. He declared that if the gang boss, Old Liu, would get rid of this stinking courier for him, he was willing to pay any price. Meanwhile, Evan stood in front of the assembled gang members and appointed Vincent as the new leader. However, suddenly the door swung open and Oliver burst into the office shouting Boss Liu's name. He looked around the room and irritably demanded to know where the old boss had gone. Then Vincent calmly announced that Old Liu was no longer there and that he was now the one leading the Black Dragon Society. Oliver congratulated the new leader and got down to business. He wanted them to kill one person and was willing to pay $50 million for it. Intrigued by the amount, Vincent asked who the target was, and Oliver revealed that it was just the courier. Hearing this, the new head chuckled, considering it absurd to pay such money for the murder of a simple delivery man. But an enraged Oliver insisted he wasn't joking and explained that the courier had beaten him and taken his woman, so he had to die. Seeing this as an opportunity, Vincent was interested to see that his first major deal as boss had come so quickly. He then said that there was no need to worry so much about the courier and agreed to sort it out. Oliver, however, insisted that he would go with them. Vincent readily agreed and gestured to his subordinates, announcing that they would help Oliver take revenge. The story then moves to the food delivery center, where Evan has returned to his day job. He was met by colleagues who reported that he had been missing for several days and that his boss was looking for him. The young man calmly replied that he would first complete a few orders and then go see the boss. Then the hero got on his red motorcycle. However, while driving, a black van suddenly turned sharply and blocked his path. The side door of the car opened and an enraged Oliver emerged from it with a heavy metal pipe in his hands. Looking at Evan with hatred, he said that he probably didn't expect to be found so quickly. Blinded by rage, Oliver rushed forward, waving the pipe and intending to force him to his knees. However, Evan, with complete composure, easily dodged the clumsy attack. As his opponent lost his balance, the hero flicked the smoldering cigarette, sending it precisely into Oliver's mouth. Without giving him time to come to his senses, the protagonist delivered a powerful knee blow to his stomach. He then hit him on the back with his elbow, saying that it was he who would make him bow down. The series of blows proved too powerful, and Oliver fell to his knees and screamed for Vincent to come to his aid. At that moment, Vincent and his men got out of the van. Lighting a cigar, the new boss remarked that he was curious if all the couriers were as tough. Oliver, however, stated that he did not want a quick death for Evan, but wanted him to be tortured slowly. Then Vincent walked up to Evan and put his hand on his shoulder, addressing him as a friend. However, the moment the hero turned his head, Vincent's smug grin disappeared, replaced by horror. Evan angrily asked who he was, then grabbed his head and abruptly pressed his face into the smoldering cigar, burning him. Standing over him, the protagonist mockingly asked if he had become too arrogant after barely taking up his post. Vincent quickly apologized, assuring that he would never have dared to come if he had known who he was dealing with. Completely confused, Oliver tried to order Vincent to attack Evan again. However, he, fearing to further anger the hero, immediately turned against his former client and furiously kicked Oliver. The powerful blow sent Oliver flying, and he fell hard onto the asphalt. Evan stepped on his opponent and warned that this was the last time, and if he valued his life, he should not provoke him anymore. After this, the main character added that Sarah was his wife and demanded that he stay away from her. The hero said that this time he only broke his arm, but next time the consequences would be much worse. Having sorted out the situation, Evan took out his phone and noted with displeasure that he was late again. When the hero left, Oliver rose to his feet and shouted at Vincent, demanding to know why he couldn't handle the courier. Vincent, however, said that the man he called a simple courier was someone he could never allow himself to insult. Meanwhile, Evan continued to fulfill orders and soon arrived at an old residential building. Walking down the dark and dirty corridor with a bag of food in his hands, the young man noted to himself how neglected this place was. Having found the right apartment, he knocked on the door. An unkempt man with disheveled blue hair and a menacing look opened the door. As the man looked for the money, Evan's expression became wary as he felt something was wrong. His suspicions were confirmed when he glanced inside the apartment and saw a frightened girl in torn clothes. Before she could make a sound, another man hit her on the head, knocking her to the floor and silencing her. Seeing this, the hero's behavior instantly changed, and the blue-haired man tried to quickly pay and get rid of him. After paying, he slammed the door, and already inside the apartment, the criminals panicked, realizing that the courier had seen everything. Left in the hallway, Evan ran his hand over his head in irritation, lamenting the fact that he was unlucky enough to encounter a similar situation again. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the door suddenly swung open and the blue-haired man rushed at him with a knife. Despite the surprise, the hero instantly struck with his foot, throwing the attacker back and knocking the weapon out of his hands. Standing in the doorway, Evan noted with irritation that even a routine delivery required him to get his hands dirty. At this time, the second kidnapper realized that in front of him was not a simple courier, but a trained fighter. In a rage, he grabbed a machete and rushed forward, intending to kill him. However, the protagonist easily stopped the attack by grabbing his opponent's wrist and mockingly saying how pathetic his skills were. He then delivered a powerful elbow to the face, sending him to the floor. The scoundrel immediately began calling for help. Having neutralized them both, Evan slammed the door and turned to face his victim. When he entered the room, he froze for a moment in surprise. He saw a tied-up girl lying on a bed, begging for help. Approaching her, the young man began to untie her and asked if she could walk. Having received an affirmative answer, the hero carefully threw his jacket over her shoulders. He then said that he had already called the police and offered to contact her family so that they could pick her up, to which the girl agreed. After this, he added that he would go outside to tie up the criminals and prevent them from escaping, leaving her the phone. Evan stood over the two kidnappers he had tied back to back and told them they got what they deserved for confronting him. At that moment, the rescued girl approached him and thanked him for saving her and introduced herself as Emily. While the girl was holding the phone after calling her family, she suddenly looked at the screen in surprise. An incoming call interrupted her. She then handed the phone to Evan, who answered in a businesslike manner, but an angry female voice came from the other end. The girl scolded him, wondering if he had become so impudent as to marry without informing his family. The hero's face turned pale, and he realized that it was his older sister who had called, and she had ordered him to meet her and bring his bride. After the call abruptly ended, Evan said in an irritated tone that she, as always, hung up without warning. At that moment, the door swung open and an old man rushed in, accompanied by two police officers shouting Emily's name. The girl, overwhelmed with joy, called out to her father and rushed towards him, while the hero stood next to the neutralized criminals. Her father hugged her tightly, asking anxiously if she was hurt. The girl hastened to assure him that she was fine and pointed to Evan, explaining that it was he who saved her. Meanwhile, the police detained the tied-up criminals, and the senior officer ordered them to be taken away, Evan adding that he had neutralized them. Then the girl's father approached him, thanked him for saving his daughter, and asked whether he had really dealt with the attackers himself. The man was impressed and noted to himself that it was unexpected to meet such a strong warrior working as a courier. He then introduced himself as Tyler and handed over his business card, saying he was greatly in his debt and offering to help. Evan accepted the card and, noticing the name, White Tiger School of Martial Arts, politely promised to visit him if possible. Tyler tried to stop him by offering him a job at his martial arts school, but Evan politely declined. As he watched him leave, the man noted how much outstanding talent such a young man possessed. On the street, the protagonist headed towards his motorcycle while the police loaded the kidnappers into the car. Deciding that this was over, he decided it was time to find Sarah, so he started his motorcycle and drove off. The story then moves to the Sioux Group's skyscraper. A man in a blue suit entered Sarah's office, saying that he had heard about her problems and had immediately returned from abroad to help. Peter tried to calm her down, but the girl rejected his offer, saying that the company already had a solution and his help was not needed. However, he continued to push himself, claiming that he had rejected many women because she was the only one who held a place in his heart. Sarah demanded that the man stay away from her, but Peter grabbed her hand and began asking her to become his woman. In response, Sarah slapped him sharply across the face and demanded that he respect himself, stating that she was already married and pregnant. A shocked Peter grabbed his cheek, refusing to believe what he heard, and accused her of lying. At that very moment, the office door opened and Evan walked in with 2 containers of food. And then Peter scolded Evan for not knocking, since he was currently discussing business with President Sue. Then Sarah took his hand and formally introduced Evan as her husband. As she said this, a warm feeling spread inside her, and she smiled, leaning slightly on him. Peter, shocked and perplexed, tried to clarify whether this man was really her husband. Then Evan stepped forward and said that he and his wife wanted to have a quiet lunch alone. When Peter tried to object, the protagonist merely repeated his demand, after which the couple turned their backs on him. When he left, Sarah told Evan to tell the reception that no more strangers were to be allowed in, otherwise the employees would be fired. After the unwanted guest left, the hero placed the food on the table and noted with a grin that his opponent turned out to be rather weak. As they sat down to eat, Sarah remarked that, strictly speaking, Peter was not his rival, since there were no feelings between them. The hero just smiled and said that he understood her. However, when Sarah started eating, the protagonist suddenly came up with something. He jokingly closed the lid of the container. The irritated girl asked what he was doing, and he teased her, saying that since there were no feelings between them, he would not let her eat his food. In response, Sarah flared up and declared that it was he who made her pregnant, so he was obliged to feed her. After tasting the dish, she admitted that he cooked excellently, and Evan looked pleased. Then the girl suggested that he quit his job as a courier, and she would invest in opening a restaurant for him. Frowning, Sarah asked if he had cooked for other women before. Evan assured her that he was only cooking for one. But since there were no feelings between them, it meant he was cooking for the child in her belly. The girl was displeased with this answer, changed the subject, and asked why he was not in his work uniform. Then, with a sly smile, Evan explained that during one of his deliveries, he had to save an attractive girl and he gave her his jacket. These words instantly made Sarah jealous, and in a rage she kicked him out, telling him to go to his beauty. When the door slammed, the hero panicked, realizing that pregnant women shouldn't worry, and tried to calm her down. Meanwhile, inside the office, the still irritated girl told him to just go to work. Her irritation was interrupted by the sound of her phone ringing. It was a message from Evan. In the message, he suggested that she eat in peace and said that he had gone to earn money for baby formula. This message softened her mood. She replied that she would go to her family in the evening and that he should go with her. When the hero clarified what his role would be, Sarah firmly said that he would be the father of the child. Evan looked at the phone and thought she was being stubborn, noting with a smile that she didn't want to directly call him her husband. Then he got on his motorcycle and drove away. He still had a lot of things to do today. That same evening, a red sports car pulled up in front of the Sue family's modern home. Evan walked inside with Sarah, where they were immediately met by her mother, Lauren, who demanded to know why Sarah had brought that thing home again. And then the girl took Evan's arm and said that they were already married, so there was no reason not to bring her husband home. These words shocked her mother. She could not believe that Sarah had married a courier and wondered if she had gone crazy. However, Sarah firmly replied that she understood perfectly well what she was doing. Their argument was interrupted by the appearance of her father, Sam, and brother Joshua, who ordered them to stop the quarrel during a family dinner. Unexpectedly, Joshua supported his sister, saying that she had the right to marry whomever she wanted. Trying to defuse the situation, Sam suggested that his daughter get up and change before dinner. As Sarah and Evan headed upstairs, Lauren confronted Joshua, demanding to know why he allowed his sister to marry trash. With a sly smile, Joshua revealed his plan. He had already called Oliver, who was on his way. After some time, a guest arrived at their home. Joshua and his parents greeted him at the table. This guest turned out to be Oliver. He looked displeased and asked why he had been called so urgently, but Joshua only suggested that he wait. At that moment, Sarah and Evan came back downstairs. Seeing Oliver at the family table, the girl stopped, not understanding what he was doing there. Her mother angrily reproached her for her slowness and said that she should have noticed that they had a guest. Sarah tried to find out why he was at the family dinner, but Lauren ignored her and told her to sit next to Oliver. When Sarah and Evan approached the table, they noticed that only one chair remained empty. Lauren then said in a rude tone that all sorts of rabble could not sit at the Sue family's dining table. Evan asked why Oliver got the job and he didn't, and Lauren gave him a dismissive smirk and told him to look at himself. Then Sarah's father, Sam, became impatient and ordered everyone to start eating, adding that anyone who didn't have room could squat on the floor. Then Sarah turned to Evan and offered him the last chair, saying she would stand. This enraged Sam, who slammed his palm on the table and demanded to know if she was planning to rebel against him. However, the main character did not argue. He simply stood behind the visibly frightened Oliver and fixed him with a heavy gaze. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, a sweaty Oliver stood up abruptly and nervously offered his chair to Evan, respectfully calling him brother. Lauren tried to object, insisting that he shouldn't give up his seat because Evan wasn't worthy of their table. However, Oliver ignored her and stated that if brother Evan was unworthy, then he himself was even more so. Sitting up, Evan turned to Sarah as the mother of his child and told her that she should sit down, reminding her that she was pregnant and should not stand. The rest of the family could only watch in confusion, not understanding why Oliver was acting so submissively. Realizing his plan had backfired, Joshua intervened, placing his hand on Oliver's shoulder and saying he had a surprise. Evan then ignored them and calmly suggested that Sarah focus on her food. Then they raised their glasses in a toast. At the same time, an irritated Oliver demanded an explanation from Joshua, and he quietly said that he mixed the drug into Sarah's wine. This surprise horrified Oliver, and he grabbed Joshua's hand in rage, realizing that it was a trap that would cause Evan to kill him. Then, overcome with panic, he loudly warned Sarah that she must not drink the wine because it was laced with something. This news shocked the girl, and Oliver immediately pointed to Joshua, panicking, revealing that it was he who had planned to poison her. Betrayed by her own brother, Sarah was furious. She stood up and threw the entire glass of wine in his face, calling him shameless. Wet and humiliated, Joshua was terrified. The attempt to harm his wife awakened a terrible rage in Evan, his eyes turning red. Then he dealt one crushing blow to the villain's face. Standing over his unconscious body, the hero said that he would kill Joshua if he dared to touch his wife again. Disgusted with her family, Sarah declared that the house was filthy before turning around and leaving with Evan. As they left, Sarah's parents rushed to their nephew, anxiously trying to figure out if he was okay. Later, as they were leaving, Sarah turned to Evan and demanded an explanation, finally asking the question that had been nagging at her for a long time. She asked why Oliver was so afraid of him, but the hero brushed off the girl's question, giving a vague answer. He explained that some people were stubborn and only started behaving correctly after a good slap in the face. Sarah rolled her eyes and called him a show-off again, reminding him that with his background, it would be extremely difficult for him to fit into her family. However, Evan remained unperturbed and stated that her family's rules were nothing compared to his own. Their conversation was interrupted when his phone vibrated. The hero's confident expression vanished, replaced by panic. He looked at the message from a contact named Claire. She said she had already arrived and he had 10 minutes to come. Soon they returned to his house. Noticing his condition, Sarah asked who could have scared him so much. The hero warned her that his older sister had arrived and asked Sarah not to say anything unnecessary, since there were many rules in his family. The girl was skeptical about this, but Evan only replied that she would soon find out everything herself and again asked her to be careful. When they entered the apartment, they saw a woman already waiting for them. She was sitting on the sofa and smoking a cigarette. Evan instantly put a happy smile on his face and greeted his older sister, saying that he missed her very much. However, Claire, his older sister, a woman with an iron fist, remained completely indifferent. She ignored his greeting and in a cold, commanding voice ordered him to kneel. To Sarah's complete shock, Evan dropped to his knees without hesitation. Then Claire turned her cold gaze to the girl and motioned for her to come over too. However, before Sarah could react, the hero intervened, explaining that Sarah was pregnant and could not kneel. Hearing this, the woman froze for a moment, calmly put out her cigarette, and looked at Sarah's hand. After feeling her pulse, she was convinced that she was indeed pregnant. Suddenly, her calm disappeared. She jumped up abruptly and delivered a powerful kick to the kneeling Evan, sending him flying. In a rage, she scolded him, saying that several years abroad had taught him many bad habits. Claire towered over him and declared that he had to be punished first before he would be allowed to speak. Seeing this, Sarah immediately rushed forward and stood between them, spreading her arms to protect Evan. The girl stated that although she did not know the rules of their family, it was wrong to hit him without understanding what he allegedly did wrong. Claire explained that firstly, he had shown disrespect by marrying without informing his elders. Secondly, he made a woman pregnant before marriage. And thirdly, he acted unwisely by choosing an unsuitable companion for himself. The last point infuriated Sarah, who demanded to know what kind of woman was even considered worthy of her brother. Then Claire began listing the women of the highest status that the family had chosen for him, all of whom he had rejected. Realizing that the situation was escalating, Evan intervened and began asking his sister to stop provoking Sarah, reminding her that she was pregnant. However, the girl no longer wanted to listen. She suddenly demanded that this performance be stopped. With a cynical grin, Sarah said that she could see right through their childish play. She claimed that Evan had staged the whole farce, inventing a powerful family just to make himself feel better. The girl said their behavior was too immature and said she did not want her child to grow up in such an environment. After this, she stated that she would contact him after the birth of the child and left the house, leaving Evan with his sister. When the hero tried to follow Sarah, his sister sharply ordered him not to chase after her. She then said that she had come to Jiangning on the instructions of the old man and took out a small object and explained that it was a token. Claire said that many years ago, the head of Kaofeng Valley lost his child in Jiangning City, and he had the same pearl. Evan was a dragon, and the lost girl was a phoenix, and that a marriage contract had been made between them even before birth. Evan reminded her that he had already been married, but Claire ignored him and said that he would not dare disobey the old man's direct order. Meanwhile, Sarah was at Sophie's, disappointed in Evan for making that stupid scene. And then her friend asked if he could just be pretending. Sarah found this impossible and questioned why such an important figure as the holy maiden of the Meow clan would be interested in the courier. However, Sophie guessed that if everything Evan's sister said was true, then his personality was far from simple. Sarah was surprised that her friend suddenly started defending Evan and asked why she did it. Sophie immediately began to deny it. However, the girl did not believe her and, grabbing her hand, began to jokingly demand that she confess what she was hiding. Then Sarah became serious again and asked Sophie to tell her how the meeting with the mysterious man was going. Sophie said her grandfather had been acting secretive lately, but she promised to find a way to get the man's contact information for Sarah. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the bedroom door. When Sophie opened the door, Peter was there, and the girl asked in surprise what he was doing in her house. And then the man said that he knew the very person they were talking about and offered to arrange an introduction. Sophie asked if he really knew the influential man who had invested $10 billion in the new district project. Peter confidently confirmed that his grandfather had introduced them and said that he could easily arrange a meeting. The next day, Evan stood on the balcony of his apartment, thinking about Sarah's stubbornness as she didn't answer his calls. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He hoped it was Sarah, but was disappointed to see that the message was not from her. The message came from Emily, the girl he saved, saying she had washed his jacket and asking for an address to return it. However, Evan curtly replied that there was no need for that and she could simply throw the clothes away. Having dealt with this, the hero took the golden pearl with the dragon in his hand and wondered where to begin his search for that girl. His thoughts were interrupted again by a call. It was his subordinate Mateo. He was saying that their comrade Ironhead had died. A shocked Evan demanded an explanation, and Mateo explained that he had drowned after exhausting himself while saving several people from the water. Meanwhile, in her room, Emily sat wrapped in a towel, looking sadly at her phone after Evan answered. She wondered if this meant she would never see her savior again. At that moment, her father Tyler entered the room and asked why she looked so upset. He said that the next day, young Master Jeffrey was throwing a birthday party and asked her to go there instead of him. He clarified that the celebration was held in honor of the young gentleman's new beginning after he was recently rescued from drowning. However, Emily refused to go, because the rescued man did not even thank his savior and, moreover, called him a scoundrel. Changing the subject, the father asked the girl if she had contacted the courier who had saved her life. Emily confirmed that she had contacted him, but added that the young man didn't even want to take his jacket back. Tyler was disappointed to hear this and noted that there didn't seem to be any special connection between them. The story then moved to the entrance of the luxurious Taishun Grand Hotel. The protagonist arrived there in a gray van, looking impeccable in his suit. He was immediately met by 4 men. They were the Ghost, the Blind Man, the Smiling Buddha, and the Young Master Day. They greeted the hero with respect. Then Evan said it was time to go inside, and his men followed him into the hotel. As soon as the young man's group entered, a white luxury car pulled up to the entrance. Emily stepped out of it, and at that moment she caught a glimpse of the hero's back and thought that he looked incredibly familiar. Her butler asked what had happened, but she quickly brushed it off, claiming she had just imagined it. Inside, the celebration was already underway. The man greeted the guests, thanking them for coming to his second birthday party. The man turned out to be Jeffrey, and he stated that he had survived the recent situation solely due to his luck. In honor of this event, a huge 9-tier cake was rolled out for the guests. However, a female reporter suddenly stepped forward and asked Jeffrey a question about the man who tragically died trying to save him. The question instantly enraged the man, who shouted at security, demanding to know who had let the reporter into his private party. He ordered his bodyguards to seize her, and his men immediately carried out the order. While his subordinates held her down, an enraged Jeffrey viciously kicked the reporter, shouting that he only survived because of his strength. At this time, Emily and her companion watched what was happening and were shocked by what they saw. She noted that Jeffrey's behavior was disgusting, but the man warned the girl not to interfere. Meanwhile, Jeffrey continued to bully the woman lying on the floor, stepping on her and saying he would teach her some manners. Enraged, he was about to strike another brutal blow and, in fact, was about to kill her. However, at that moment, another leg approached his face, appearing with incredible speed. A powerful blow sent a stunned Jeffrey flying across the room. He fell to the floor and rolled straight towards the stage. Then he looked up and saw the main character standing in front of him with his 4 subordinates. Emily realized with joy that this was indeed the same man who had saved her earlier. Meanwhile, Jeffrey, having risen with difficulty, looked angrily at the uninvited guests and ordered the remaining people to kill them. The bodyguards rushed forward, shouting that these scoundrels dared to cause trouble in the Joe family's territory. However, the hero's men moved with astonishing skill, easily dispatching their opponents with a series of powerful blows. The smiling Buddha knocked one of the guards away with his knee, and he flew off, losing consciousness. Young Master Lei also dealt with his opponent easily. The ghost kicked one of the guards in the face. Finally, the blind man attacked the last enemy. Soon, all of Jeffrey's subordinates were defeated, and Evan and his team stood calmly amidst the chaos. A frightened Jeffrey stuttered and asked who they were, and Evan pulled up a chair, finally revealing the motive for his actions. He explained that his brother was the same man nicknamed Ironhead who sacrificed his life to save Jeffrey. Then, taking a drag on his cigarette, he declared that he was extremely unhappy that Jeffrey had dared to call his heroic brother a piece of trash. And then Jeffrey screamed that his life was supposedly more valuable than others because he had power, and called for security again. At his signal, a new group of people in black suits with batons burst into the hall, but Evan remained unperturbed. He issued an ultimatum. If Jeffrey went to his brother's grave, bowed 3 times, and publicly apologized, he would let him go. However, Jeffrey furiously rejected the offer and ordered the new guards to kill the hero and his men. But before they could do anything, the protagonist moved towards them with incredible speed. He stood up, grabbed the chair, and declared that he had given up his chance. Then with great force, he brought the object down right into Jeffrey's face. The crushing blow sent the man flying into a huge cake. Covered in cream and spitting out blood, he sank to his knees, cursing in pain. Then Evan, standing over him, told him that his chance was lost. After this, he delivered another blow, completely knocking out his opponent. Looking at the unconscious man, the hero noted that he was a pathetic person who dared to behave so arrogantly. At that moment, 2 men entered the hall. One of them turned out to be Joseph. Jeffrey recognized him as his father and desperately asked him to save him. An enraged Joseph pointed at the protagonist and ordered his companion, Old Son, to kill them all, who agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, Emily's companion recognized the new opponent and warned the girl that Old Song was a high-level master. Meanwhile, Old Song rushed forward, calling his opponent a self-confident youth, and dealt a powerful blow. However, before the attack could reach its target, it was intercepted. Someone's hand firmly grabbed his fist, stopping the movement. Old Song was shocked at how easily he was stopped. The man turned out to be Smiling Buddha, and Evan allowed his man to play with the opponent for a bit. Then the Smiling Buddha dealt a crushing blow. He grabbed Old Son by the head. The next moment, he forcefully slammed his face into the floor of the hall. A shocked Joseph could only watch in horror as his strongest bodyguard was cut down in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, the battered old man Song recognized the technique that attacked him and declared that it was the diamond palm of the Gu clan from Gancheng. Joseph instantly smiled and suggested that since they were all from Gancheng, they should settle the conflict peacefully. However, the protagonist remained unperturbed. He reminded that he had already voiced his conditions, but his son rejected them. Joseph claimed to have learned that Ironhead was a car mechanic and offered 1 million yuan to settle the matter. This enraged Evan, who kicked the chair he was sitting on and declared that his brother's life was priceless. He approached Joseph and asked how much money the Zhou family had if they could behave so arrogantly. In response, Joseph laughed and stated that their family had more than enough money, and buying the life of some mechanic was a trifle. Evan then asked him if he would believe that he was capable of driving the entire Zhou family into bankruptcy right now. Lei, having contacted the necessary people, gave the order to immediately stop all the Zhou family's business in the city. However, Joseph still did not realize who he was facing and continued to laugh, believing that they were simply putting on a show in front of him. But suddenly his assistant ran into the room and announced that all their partners had broken off their cooperation, and the factories had received orders to stop. Moreover, he reported that the Lei clan from southern China, a family whose wealth could rival entire states, was behind this. Hearing this, Lei stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, winked and confirmed that he was the representative of this clan. Realizing whom he had offended, Joseph began to nervously apologize for not recognizing him. In an attempt to save himself, the man forced his son to his knees, but the hero was not interested in excuses. Then he confidently stepped on Jeffrey's back, and overcome with fear, he screamed, asking his father to save him. Then Joseph declared that his younger brother held a high position in the army, and that mutual destruction would not benefit anyone. However, Evan remained calm and turned to his subordinate, Blind Man, and told him to make the call. He immediately dialed the number and ordered an investigation into the Zhou family in the city. Evan then challenged the Zhou family to try and find him if they dared, before turning around and leaving. As he was being led away, Jeffrey desperately begged his father to contact his uncle, and his uncle promised to do so. A few moments later, Joseph's phone rang, and seeing that it was his brother calling, the man smirked smugly. He answered, but was immediately interrupted. His brother was furious and asked if he was seeking death. He then reported that Jeffrey had insulted a senior figure in the military, leading to his own suspension and investigation. Meanwhile, the story moves to the cemetery. The protagonist and his men stood in front of a tombstone with the name Iron Head. Then Evan ordered Jeffrey to kneel before the grave. He then walked up onto the stone platform and placed his foot on the man's head. Jeffrey tried to resist, but the hero ignored his words and pressed hard, forcing him to apologize to his brother. The impact sent Jeffrey's face crashing into the ground. After this, all the men lined up in a row, holding incense and cigarettes in their hands, and prayed silently. While the hero and his group were saying goodbye to their fallen brother, Sarah came to the cemetery to visit her late grandmother. She knelt before the tombstone and told about her life, admitting that she had gotten married and was pregnant. At the same time, she remembered her grandmother's words that men cannot be trusted. However, the girl then mentioned that she met a noble man who helped her get the project. Sarah placed a jar of fruit and cookies on the altar, adding that she brought her grandmother's favorite treats. Suddenly, it started to rain heavily, so Sarah apologized to her grandmother, saying that she had to leave because of the weather, but promised to return. Then the girl headed towards the road where a black car was already waiting for her. Peter called out to the lady, urging her to get in quickly. In the car, Sarah sat next to her friend Sophie, who began complaining about the rain and ordered Peter to drive faster. Suddenly, the car braked sharply as a huge motorcade blocked the road. An enraged Peter became indignant, asking who dared to block his way, and Sophie noticed the luxury cars. Meanwhile, a whole column of expensive black cars stopped outside. Bodyguards in suits quickly ran outside with umbrellas and headed towards Evan, who was walking in the rain. On the way, the hero ordered Lei to take care of one issue, since Ironhead left behind a daughter. Meanwhile, Peter looked out the window and wondered what kind of crime boss could have come to the cemetery on such a grand scale. Sarah recognized Evan, but she couldn't understand why her courier husband was surrounded by such influence and respect. At this time, Lei respectfully opened the car door for the hero right in the pouring rain. Sophie then brought Sarah's attention back to what was happening, effectively pointing out that this was the man who had opened the door for Evan. Peter was clearly shocked, noting that the man looked like Lei, the heir to a powerful clan from southern China. Already in his car, the protagonist ordered that they first head to Ironhead's house. Meanwhile, in another car, Sophie wondered why such an influential person could open the door for a mere courier. She suggested that Sarah call him, but she refused to do so, being sure that it could not be true. Sarah eventually decided that the heavy rain had distorted their perceptions and agreed to go back. Then Peter assured them that everything was arranged, that important person was already waiting to meet them. He promised that the day after tomorrow he would introduce Sarah to this influential man. The story then moved to a modest area of the city. An elderly man was sleeping on a bench when the hero's car stopped nearby. Evan and his 4 subordinates walked outside, confirming that they had arrived at the right address. The protagonist approached the sleeping man, woke him up and politely asked if Ironhead lived here. At first, the old man did not understand who was being talked about. Then the hero clarified that he was looking for a man named Chuck. Realizing who they meant, the elderly man pointed to apartment 326 on the third floor. When Evan's men entered the building, the old man sadly said that the deceased's house had already been taken over by his cousin and his wife. Meanwhile, the hero's group walked down the corridor and noticed a small child sitting alone on the floor. Lei realized that someone had dared to appropriate Ironhead's property, while Evan asked if it was Chuck's house. The girl, who had a bruise on her face, looked up timidly and said that her father was not at home and had gone to a faraway place. Then Lei realized that the person in front of them was Ironhead's daughter and was shocked. The hero stroked the child's head and asked why she wasn't inside, and she explained that her aunt and uncle didn't allow her to live in the apartment. She then pointed to a cardboard box in the hallway and said that her aunt told her to consider that box her new home. Hearing this, Lei became furious and outraged that his relatives had forced the child to live like a dog kennel. Enraged, he threw open the apartment door with force. Inside, there was a plump man and woman enjoying a sumptuous meal, and their sudden appearance shocked them. The fat man slammed his fist on the table and demanded to know who they were. Then the main character asked the question of when this house became their property. The man pointed at it and declared that the house was now his, then threatened to call the police if they did not leave. In response, the hero called him a monster and delivered a powerful knee blow to his stomach. The blow sent the man flying backwards, crashing into the dining table and scattering food. Meanwhile, Evan calmly held the girl's hand, protecting her, and ordered the smiling Buddha to teach them a lesson. Then the smiling Buddha and the ghost came forward with threatening smiles, flexing their fists. The first one dealt a powerful blow to the fat man, and he began to desperately beg for mercy. After the beating, the relatives began to ask for mercy. However, the hero ignored them and turned to the girl, asking her name. She looked up at him and replied that her name was Megan. Lei expressed concern, noting that the girl was in a pitiful situation and could die if left there. Then the main character leaned over to the child and invited her to move in with him and his uncles, and the girl agreed. Evan suggested that Lei be the one to raise her, but he panicked, saying that he didn't know how to take care of a child. At that moment, Megan tugged at the hero's jacket, looking at him with pleading eyes. Then Lei suggested that the girl call Evan her godfather. The girl immediately hugged the hero and happily called him godfather. Evan noted with a grin that he became a father just a few days after the wedding. The next day, the main character took Megan to his apartment. He made breakfast for the girl and told her to eat more because he was going to take her to school later. While they were eating, the hero took a photo of the food and sent it to Sarah with a message inviting her to come home for dinner. However, the girl replied that she would not eat. Then he offered to bring her food, but she again refused and added that he should not look for her. Evan sighed heavily, noting her character. Meanwhile, the girl announced that she had finished eating. Then the hero smiled and said that he would change his clothes and take her to school. Soon, they arrived at the prestigious educational institution. In the hallway, the hero explained to the girl that Lei had enrolled her in this school. It was the best place in the area, so he encouraged her to study hard. They then entered the office where the director greeted them, addressing the hero as Sir. He introduced himself as Principal Dan and pointed to the woman next to him, introducing her as Emily's teacher. The teacher turned around, and it turned out that it was Emily, the same girl whom the main character had previously saved. She looked shocked to see him. She was delighted and basically exclaimed that it was really him. Then the girl noticed a little girl next to him and asked if she was his daughter. Evan stroked Megan's head and confirmed that the girl was his daughter. Principal Dan suggested that since Evan and the teacher knew each other, she should take the child to class, and Emily agreed. Then the protagonist said that he left Megan under her supervision because he needed to work. As they walked down the hallway, he waved goodbye. The girl waved back and said goodbye, addressing him as her godfather. Then Evan turned around with a warm smile and promised to pick her up after school. When he left, Emily asked Megan if he was her biological father, and the girl explained that he was her godfather. Hearing this, the girl smiled. She told Megan to be smart and took her to class. Outside, the protagonist sat on his motorcycle and lit a cigarette, reflecting on how being a father wasn't as easy as it seemed. Suddenly his phone rang, and the woman on the other end of the line sharply called him a scoundrel and asked if he missed her. Evan was stunned and, addressing her as the eldest princess, asked how she got his number. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman, lighting a cigarette, declared that since he continued to be stubborn, she would have to come and soften him up. Evan tried to stop her, explaining that he was already married and his wife would be extremely unhappy with her appearance. Enraged, he began to say that she had threatened to interfere in his life, but before he could finish, the woman hung up. As a result, he didn't have time to say anything, as always. The next morning, the young man took his adopted daughter to school. As he was leaving, he decided to warn Sarah about the arrival of the eldest princess, not wanting to disturb the girl during her pregnancy. He wrote her a message warning her that if any woman came looking for him, she should be ignored. Evan lit a cigarette and noted with a sigh that women were difficult. After checking the schedule, he realized that one of the deliveries might be late and left in a hurry. By midday, his route had taken him to a wealthy area where he stopped in front of a huge mansion. After examining the impressive building, the young man noted to himself that it was truly a luxurious house. He rang the doorbell to announce food delivery. When the door opened, both froze in surprise. His wife, Sarah, stood before him. The hero smiled tensely and noted the coincidence. There was an event going on inside the house. Another woman asked Sarah who the person at the door was, and she replied that it was just a courier. Meanwhile, Evan handed the order to the woman. When she asked if they knew each other, he lied, saying that they were classmates. However, Helen was surprised since she also studied with Sarah but did not remember such a person. Then the hero invented the name John for himself and explained that he was an inconspicuous student, so they might not remember him. However, the man in the suit chuckled and noted that he too did not remember anyone with that name. He looked at the hero with disdain and wondered how their former classmate could turn out to be an ordinary courier. He then turned to Sarah, wondering why such an influential woman was communicating with the courier. He argued that the gap between the elite and the lower classes of society was too great, and that meeting such people only brought problems. To humiliate the hero, the man took out his wallet and handed him money as if he were a beggar. With a satisfied grin, he declared that couriers needed tips and that this amount would be more than enough for him. Evan held back his anger and accepted the bills, while the man asked why he hadn't left yet. Then the hero, smiling tensely, thanked him. At that moment, another girl asked if the pizza had arrived, and the man's face immediately changed. He addressed her as a goddess. However, the girl, who turned out to be Emily, ignored him and looked at the courier in surprise, exclaiming that it was really him. The main character greeted the teacher awkwardly. Then the girl enthusiastically explained to those present that she knew him and that he was her savior. She happily took his hand and invited him inside, but Evan tried to refuse, citing that he had other deliveries. However, the man intervened again and asked why they needed to detain the courier, which angered Emily, and she snapped back at him. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero apologized and left. Then the girl hurried after him, asking him to give her a ride, since she arrived without a car. The man immediately offered his Porsche, saying that the hero's motorcycle was too dangerous. Meanwhile, Sarah watched silently as her husband engaged in conversation with the beautiful teacher. The protagonist glanced at her, but the girl turned away and said that he could have given her a ride without asking her permission. Emily sat behind the hero on the motorcycle and said that she needed to get back to work. Soon after, they drove towards the school. After they left, the arrogant man smiled and invited Sarah to come inside and eat, but the girl abruptly refused. She stated that she had urgent business at the company and left immediately. Meanwhile, on the road, the main character was racing through the city and Emily was holding on to him. He asked if he had been driving too fast. The girl, blushing slightly and pressing herself against his back, replied that the speed was normal and she even liked it. However, the moment was cut short when a red sports car cut them off, forcing the hero to brake sharply. It was Sarah who rolled down the window and firmly demanded that Emily get into her car. Knowing he shouldn't provoke his pregnant wife, Evan immediately agreed, lying and claiming he had suddenly become busy. Before getting into the car, Emily asked if he was free this weekend so she could treat him to dinner. Evan became nervous and replied that he had to work. He said that they could arrange it later and then hurried away. The protagonist quickly rode away on his motorcycle while Emily waved goodbye to him and then stayed behind with the other girl. As Evan left, he thought that dealing with women was extremely difficult. Later that day, the hero walked with Megan through the courtyard of the apartment complex, holding the girl's hand. He asked if she was hungry, adding that he would cook food as soon as they got home. However, when they opened the door, the young man froze, and there was a pair of women's high-heeled shoes on the floor. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and a woman wrapped in only a white towel came out. It was the eldest princess, Madison. Evan panicked, covered Megan's eyes, and screamed, demanding that Madison get dressed immediately. Then the hero reminded her that there was a child in the house, and Madison finally noticed the girl and asked who she was. Evan replied that it was his daughter. He also reminded that he had previously told her about his marriage, but she did not believe her. After this, the girl stroked Megan's head and playfully invited her to call her mom. This completely infuriated the hero, and he indignantly asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. However, Madison remained calm. She leaned toward the girl and essentially explained that since this man was her father and she was his wife, that meant she was her mother. Realizing that arguing in front of the child was useless, Evan gave Megan her backpack and told her to go to her room and do her homework. When the girl left, the tension between them increased. While the hero was scolding the girl, she suddenly grabbed him and indignantly called him a scoundrel for marrying behind her back. Evan jumped back sharply, demanding to be more careful. Madison then tried to kick him in the head, asking if he missed her. Blushing with anger and embarrassment, the young man again demanded that she get dressed. She sat back down, crossing her legs, and said that he had dared to marry another woman, and that she would deal with him later. The hero covered his face with his hands, then handed her his jacket, begging her to stop and reminding her that he was married. Madison knew that he married Sarah because she was pregnant, and added that if she had known about it earlier, she could have given birth to his child herself. Trying to change the subject, Evan asked how long she planned to stay in town. The girl replied that she had two goals: to find him and to discuss a business deal with Lucas. Hearing this, the hero calmed down a little, because he realized that she was not looking for Sarah. Otherwise, his wife could have caused a scandal. He noted that he knew the woman she wanted to meet. However, Madison continued to tease him. She pinned him against the closet and asked him why he behaved like a monk with her, although he could not control himself with other women. The girl approached again, and Evan flinched, asking what she was going to do. She continued to stroke his face, but at that moment they were interrupted by Megan, who came running and said that she was hungry. But seeing this scene, the girl immediately turned away and closed her eyes. The hero took the opportunity to escape the awkward situation and suggested stopping the argument and having something to eat. He then changed into a suit, took Megan's hand, and informed Madison that if she didn't come with them, they would leave without her. Left alone, the girl blushed slightly and quietly noted that this man would sooner or later become hers. After this, the story moved to an elite commercial center. The three walked through the hall, accompanied by a waiter. Megan thanked Aunt Madison for the treat, but Aunt Madison stopped her and said she should have called her godmother. Soon they entered the VIP room. Madison mockingly mentioned her role as a godmother, which caused the hero to reprimand her for using inappropriate language in front of the child. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the waiter greeted new guests, among them Joshua, Sarah's brother, who was talking to Oliver. Joshua said he was never able to find out who took the project away from their family, other than it had something to do with Lucas. The conversation then turned to Sarah, Joshua noting that she was now the one in control of the project and did not allow them to interfere. Oliver then came up with a plan. Since Sarah was married to a courier, they could use the media to ruin her reputation. Joshua approved of the idea, and then Oliver noticed a man walking past their door. He noted that he looked like the man who had outbid him at the auction. Joshua saw that it was the same courier, Sarah's husband. Not understanding what he was doing here, the man decided to look into their room. He peered cautiously into Evan's room and saw him sitting at a table with a beautiful woman and a child. From the outside, they looked like a happy family, with the hero and Madison feeding Megan chicken legs. Joshua hid and thought with a grin that he had found the perfect piece of dirt on Sarah. Later that evening, Madison asked Megan how she liked it, and the girl thanked her godmother. Meanwhile, Sarah waited quietly near the hero's apartment, believing that he was not at home. However, the elevator opened, and Evan, along with Madison and Megan, walked down the corridor, while the hero reminded the girl to do her homework. And then he and Sarah bumped into each other. The girl froze, shocked to see her husband next to another woman. Then Madison stepped forward and addressed Sarah directly, confidently asking if she was the same girl. Realizing that the situation could get out of control, Evan quickly intervened and explained that Madison was his aunt's daughter. However, Sarah did not believe him and, feeling betrayed, said that she was just passing by and had other things to do. After this, the girl turned around and walked away, leaving the young man and his companion behind. Desperate to stop her, the hero offered to at least stay and eat before leaving. However, Madison only added fuel to the fire by asking why, if they were husband and wife, they didn't live together. And then Sarah stopped and, having gathered herself, ordered the hero to open the door, saying that she decided to stay for dinner. Finding himself between the two women, Evan noted that being in the same place with them felt like a battlefield. When they got inside, he tried to escape the tense atmosphere and announced that he was going to the kitchen to cook. Then Sarah turned to Madison, who was comfortably settled on the sofa, and asked since when the hero knew how to cook. The girl then recalled how he had once promised to cook for her, and Madison stated that she also wanted to try his dishes. From the kitchen, the main character shouted that she had already eaten a lot and could not be hungry. However, Madison immediately changed her tone to a flirtatious one and, with a feigned complaint, said that she was hungry again. An irritated Evan raised his voice, demanding that she behave normally. Then Sarah offered her a bottle of water, calling her the hero's cousin and adding that she was probably thirsty. There was tension between the two girls. Sarah said that, judging by Madison's appearance, she should have called her big sister. Madison then returned to her playful behavior and called out to the hero, asking when the food would be ready. Soon, the protagonist emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of freshly cooked noodles and announced that dinner was ready. He placed the hot dish in front of Sarah, and she looked at him and noticeably softened, clearly impressed by his actions and the appearance of the food. Noticing this, Madison asked him to make some noodles for her too, but an irritated Evan sharply told her to shut up. Meanwhile, Sarah ignored their squabble and began to eat. After the first bite, she was satisfied and noted that the taste was very good, and the hero's cooking skills improved. Then, unexpectedly, the girl told him to prepare a portion for Madison too, but first to bring her something sour. At that moment, Megan entered the room. The girl announced that she had finished her homework and asked if she could read a story. Suddenly, Madison called her over, inviting her to come over to her mother and promising to read to her. Megan walked up and thanked her, calling her aunt, but the girl immediately corrected her, insisting that she call her mom. Stroking the child on the head, she even promised to buy her sweets if she agreed, but the girl again called her aunt. Then Sarah calmly intervened and asked her rival not to make the child's life difficult. Then she called Megan to her. She gently asked to be called Mom. The girl was confused and fell silent, not understanding what to do. Instinctively, she looked at the hero, and Evan nodded slightly, giving her permission. Having received approval, Megan turned to Sarah and called her Mom. Sarah praised the girl and said that she would take her to her room to read her a story. As she left, she said goodbye to Madison, telling her to finish her noodles in peace. When Sarah and Megan left, only the hero and Madison remained at the table. Evan placed a bowl of noodles in front of her and offered her to eat. While she was eating, the young man lit a cigarette and asked if she was going to sleep, considering that it was already late. And then suddenly Madison asked why she and Sarah didn't sleep together if they were supposedly married. An irritated Evan said she was talking too much and then suggested she finish up and go to bed. At that moment, Sarah came out of the room and told the hero to go to bed. He obeyed without hesitation. Madison watched this with disbelief and noted that she had never seen him so obedient. Soon the next morning arrived. On the balcony, the protagonist was doing an intense workout, doing one-arm push-ups. Sarah came outside and watched him, and when she finished her approach, Evan noticed that she was awake and informed her that breakfast was on the table. However, the girl refused, explaining that she urgently needed to go to the office to prepare the project. The young man offered to drive her, but she refused, saying he should have focused on getting Megan to school. He tried to insist and asked if he could pick her up in the evening, but she again refused, without even looking at him, and left. Watching her go, the hero smiled and thought that his wife had quite a strong character. Soon, Sarah received bad news. Someone paid dirty media to smear her, and her project was stopped by the authorities. Shocked, the girl asked how the project could have been stopped, and her interlocutor advised her to check the news link. The headline claimed that a member of the Sue family was allegedly in a relationship with a courier. Enraged, Sarah began to wonder who could be behind such a malicious attack. Meanwhile, Madison had already seen the news on her phone and told the hero that his wife was in trouble. Evan initially told her not to talk nonsense, but Madison added that if he didn't believe it, he could see for himself. The protagonist snatched up the phone, and the moment he saw the article and the photos, his expression changed dramatically. Without a second's hesitation, he immediately made a call and told Vincent that he needed help. Meanwhile, Joshua was lying in bed with a woman, and she asked him why he was so happy. In response, the young man smugly declared that the news was excellent and he felt great. Leaning toward her, he explained that since Sarah was about to lose control of the company, they should celebrate. However, at that moment, the door swung open with a powerful blow, and Joshua flinched in surprise. Vincent entered the room with two subordinates. Joshua's smugness instantly vanished, replaced by fear when he recognized the new leader of the Black Dragon Society. Vincent ordered him to get dressed, saying that someone wanted to see him, and Joshua tried to find out who could have called him urgently. However, Vincent's patience ran out and he rudely ordered him to stop asking stupid questions and get dressed immediately. Outside, a hero with a cold expression was already waiting for them. Vincent reported that the man had been delivered. Joshua looked at the man behind his kidnapping and was shocked to recognize him as his son-in-law. Having come to his senses, he replaced fear with rage and began to shout, insulting the hero and demanding to explain what he was doing here instead of working. He also wondered what he was doing in his room, but the protagonist did not answer with words. He immediately jumped into action, grabbed the vase and smashed it hard against Joshua's face. The shards shattered and the man staggered back, blood streaming down his face, shocked and angry, wondering if the hero had been looking for death. But before he could recover, Evan gave him a powerful slap. The blow sent him flying back and falling to the floor, but the beating didn't end there. The hero approached the wounded man, grabbed him, and angrily demanded to know whether he had treated his own sister in this way. In response, Joshua said with a grin that Sarah did not deserve to be called his sister. These words caused a real fit of anger in the protagonist. He called his enemy an inhuman creature. He then delivered a crushing blow that nearly knocked Joshua unconscious. And then he fell to his knees, but turned not to the hero but to Vincent, offering to pay him twice as much if only he would kill Evan. This enraged Vincent, who shouted at him for daring to disrespect his boss and kicked him brutally in the face. He then asked what to do with him next, and the hero stated that Joshua should have contacted the media and forced them to remove the false articles. Then Vincent grabbed the trembling man by the hair and warned him that he had heard the order and was obliged to carry it out exactly. However, even in this state, Joshua did not give up and again began to beg to kill the hero. Losing patience, Vincent hit him again and said he didn't want to hear another word. Eventually, Joshua began to beg for the beating to stop, promising to force the media to publish a retraction. Satisfied, Vincent smiled mockingly and noted that everything would have been much easier if he had been so obedient from the start. The story then moved to the Sioux Group headquarters, where Sarah received bad news from her assistant. She reported that the media would only agree to remove articles for $800,000, and the girl was outraged, calling this blatant extortion. At that moment, the door swung open and her father Sam and grandfather Albert entered the office, declaring that she had brought shame on the family. Sarah tried to justify herself, insisting that everything was not as it seemed. But no one listened to her. Albert called her a homewrecker outright, and Sam added that he had already contacted Chairman Stella, who was on her way there. Then the girl jumped up and said that she knew perfectly well that someone had set her up, but her grandfather ignored her words. Sam stated that there was a way to resolve the scandal. They could work it out, but on the condition that she give up her powers. Sarah immediately understood that this was their goal all along, and Sam added that the project was supposed to be theirs from the start. Despite the pressure, the girl said they could forget about taking power from her because she had a clear conscience. Then her grandfather said that she was too naive if she thought that Stella would entrust such an important project to a man with a ruined reputation. He issued an ultimatum, saying that the honor of the Sioux family was at stake, and she had no choice but to hand over her powers. At that moment, Stella, the hero's assistant, entered the office. Upon seeing her, Sarah and her father immediately changed their tone and began to behave respectfully, greeting the chairman. Taking advantage of the moment, Sam began to apologize vigorously, and Sarah promised that she would find a way to quickly resolve the situation. However, her grandfather responded mockingly, saying she would have to pay millions to silence the media. Then Stella handed her the tablet and informed her that all the negative articles in the media had already been dealt with. The girl took the device, completely confused, wondering how the problem could have disappeared so quickly. Her father and grandfather were also shocked when they checked their phones to find that the posts had indeed been deleted. However, the grandfather refused to give in and turned to Stella, arguing that despite everything, Sarah had already proven that she was a problem. However, Stella abruptly interrupted him and said that her boss came to the Sioux family solely for the sake of cooperating with Sarah. Sarah, still trying to process how quickly everything had happened, called out to her and asked her to wait. Intrigued by the mysterious, powerful man who had helped her, Sarah asked if it was possible to meet her boss. Stella, with a mysterious smile, explained that she could not make such a decision because her boss's character was unpredictable. Then she cleared her throat and left, leaving her alone with her depressed father and grandfather, who, in turn, also headed for the exit. As he left, her father warned Sarah not to relax, and Albert added that the family business was falling apart in her hands. After they left, Sarah sat down and continued to ponder who could have resolved the media issue so quickly. And then her face changed from shock. The news reported that the courier involved in the scandal had been fired from his job. Meanwhile, the story moves to a food delivery center. The hero rode there on his red motorcycle, unaware of what was happening. He greeted his colleagues and asked his overweight friend to borrow his power bank because his phone was dead. However, his comrade looked at him with amazement and said that he had made the news. Evan dismissed it as boring rumors, but his colleague stated outright that he had been fired. Confident, he grinned and wondered who had dared to fire him. At that moment, a man in a suit appeared, whom the couriers greeted as their boss. Approaching the hero, he reported that due to the negative impact of the scandal on the company, a decision had been made to fire him. The protagonist objected, stating that the news was false and the media had already published a refutation. The boss tried to soften the situation by explaining that he had no authority to overturn the decision made by the parent company. As a gesture of goodwill, he offered to help him find a new job, mentioning that his brother was a manager at a security firm. The man then gave him advice that although it was common for men to be attracted to women, they should rely only on themselves. When the hero left, his colleagues said they would miss him, but couldn't resist making jokes, advising him to be more modest at his new job. The protagonist just smiled, thanked them, and offered them cigarettes. At that moment, a female voice was heard asking if there was someone named Evan there, which surprised those around. Suddenly, Emily appeared behind the couriers, clearly pleased to have found Evan. The hero was surprised to see the teacher here. She explained that she couldn't reach him because his phone was switched off, so she asked a friend to find out where he worked. The young man asked if she needed anything, while his colleagues watched what was happening with great interest. Emily said that her father wanted to see him, and since the place was not suitable for conversation, she suggested going somewhere else. Since the hero was about to leave anyway, he agreed. When they left, Evan's former colleagues began to speculate that such a girl might be looking for him to become her kept man. However, their conversation was interrupted when the boss suddenly kicked the overweight man from behind and yelled at them to get back to work. Soon their attention was drawn to a black car that had pulled up. The couriers were surprised, wondering why so many luxury cars had been arriving at their modest company recently. Madison got out of the car and asked where she could find Evan. The two men were literally captivated by her beauty and, embarrassed, asked who she was to him. The girl claimed that she was his wife and had come to take him home. This statement shocked the couriers, and they could not believe that Evan had another beautiful wife. Having come to his senses, the plump man said that the hero had just left with another girl and pointed out the direction. Madison crossed her arms and said with irritation that this scoundrel really knew how to run away quickly. Meanwhile, the hero was driving through the city, and Emily was sitting behind him and showing him the way, asking him to turn left soon. They soon arrived at the White Tiger Martial Arts School. Evan noted that the hall was quite large. When they entered the yard, the girl reported that her father was upstairs. Inside, they were met by a muscular man, Henry, who was surprised to see Emily. She explained that she had brought Evan to her father, and the man looked at the hero and assumed that he was a new student. However, Emily quickly clarified that the young man was not a student, but a new instructor her father had just hired. Hearing this, Henry smirked contemptuously. Looking at the hero, he began to mock his thin physique. Emily immediately admonished the man, telling him to watch his behavior, and stated that they were going up to see her father. However, Henry tried to block their way. He tried to charm the girl by offering her 2 tickets to the concert. However, Emily declined, saying that she already had plans for the weekend with Evan. The girl then led the young man to the stairs, leaving Henry standing behind with a gloomy and furious expression on his face. As they walked up the stairs, they held each other's hands. Left alone, Henry clenched his fist in rage and promised to destroy the man who tried to take the girl away from him. Already on the 2nd floor, Emily announced her arrival to her father, who at that moment was sitting at the tea table with another man. Tyler immediately stood up and greeted them, while jokingly reproaching his daughter for not warning her about such an important guest. Then the man turned to the hero, shook his hand, and invited him to sit down. The moment they shook hands, Tyler felt a powerful energy coming from Evan, which confirmed the level of his skills. Impressed, he remarked on his considerable strength, and the protagonist humbly accepted the praise. After this, the owner introduced the hero to his interlocutor, Leo, explaining that it was this young man who saved his daughter's life. Getting down to business, Tyler offered Evan a job as an instructor at their school and added that he would give him 5% of the company's shares in a year. Emily tried to intervene, but Evan explained that he needed the money because he had just lost his job. Then Tyler offered him a monthly salary of $50,000. In the end, the hero agreed to the proposal, which clearly pleased the girl. Leo also congratulated his friend on finding such an excellent instructor. After this, Tyler offered to show the new employee the hall, and the hero agreed. Now the story moves to a spacious modern training hall. Tyler called all the students to gather. Standing before them, he proudly introduced Evan as the new instructor and invited him to say a few words. However, the students were not impressed and began to whisper, noting that his physique did not look like that of the master. Then Henry stepped forward as their representative and asked what fighting styles Evan had studied. The young man confidently replied that he knew a little bit of different styles, including Hong Kwan, Tai Chi, and Wing Chun. This irritated Henry, who stated that he was a jack of all trades, but a true expert in none. The other students supported Henry. They demanded that he stop talking and show something in action. Emily tried to intervene, but he stated that since Evan had come to teach, there could not be a weakling in that place. The students enthusiastically supported him and began to encourage him to fight the hero to test his strength. Sensing the tension, Tyler suggested that Evan demonstrate his skills, and the hero calmly agreed. Stepping forward, Henry grinned and warned that he had dealt heavy blows, but assured him that he would not kill him. Flexing his fists, Evan coolly replied that coincidentally he had hit pretty hard too. Then Henry proposed a bet. He said that if he won, he would take Emily to a concert that weekend. However, Evan noticed that everything depended on Emily agreeing, and then she asked what would happen if the hero lost. A confident Henry laughed and declared that if he lost, they could make any demand they wanted. Taking advantage of this, Emily outlined the conditions. If he lost, he would have to give up the tickets, and she would go to the concert with Evan. Henry then turned to his master and asked what to do if the new instructor was seriously injured. Before starting, he warned the hero once again that he would not hold back, but Evan calmly suggested that he begin when he was ready. These words irritated the man. With a loud cry, Henry rushed forward, intending to test the hero's abilities. However, the hero intercepted the attack with astonishing speed. He then delivered a precise blow with the edge of his palm to the opponent's throat, stopping him in his tracks. Without giving him time to come to his senses, Evan grabbed him by the neck from behind. Immediately after that, he delivered a powerful knee to his stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. The hero noticed that Henry's speed was good, but he lacked strength, and advised him to return to training. As Henry writhed in pain, Emily remarked with obvious admiration on how amazing he was. Leo watched from the sidelines and noticed that the hero was using only about 30% of his power. Humiliated by such a quick defeat, Henry lay on the floor muttering something angrily. Unwilling to admit defeat, he suddenly jumped up and attacked from behind, while Emily, in horror, tried to warn the hero of the danger. He managed to grab Evan from behind, and shouting that he should have died, he shocked the girl. He then abruptly threw the hero over his shoulder and threw him hard onto the training mat. Emily indignantly scolded Henry for deciding to carry out a sneak attack despite the hero's already achieved victory. However, Henry himself only grinned and stated that, in his opinion, showing mercy to the enemy means being cruel to oneself. He then raised his leg arrogantly and declared that in battle, the winner is the king. Henry brought it down with force, intending to crush the hero lying on the ground. However, the next moment Evan easily jumped to the side and the blow missed its target. The surprise on the opponent's face quickly turned to mockery, and he asked if he really only knew how to run away and dodge. After that, Henry rushed forward again, striking. However, Evan calmly dodged and noticed that the attack was too slow and decided to teach him a lesson. He explained that in combat there is an important principle. Speed is the only indestructible factor. And then, unable to bear it any longer, Henry demanded that they stop talking and attacked him with a series of blows. However, Evan dodged every blow. After another attack, the hero mockingly asked if that was all, again emphasizing the enemy's slowness. Driven to his limit, Henry screamed in rage at how dare he behave so arrogantly, after which he vowed to take his life. Leo immediately recognized this move as a deadly technique. And then Emily turned pale and screamed out the hero's name in fear. However, the main character himself remained absolutely calm. He easily jumped over the attack. Then he, flying over the enemy, reminded him that he was still too slow. Without giving him time to recover, Evan delivered one powerful knee strike that sent Henry to the floor unconscious. After this, silence reigned in the hall. The students watched in horror as their strongest comrade was defeated with just one blow. Meanwhile, Emily, on the contrary, was delighted and rushed to Evan, admiringly declaring that he was incredible. Leo noted that with such strength, the young man had probably already reached the level of a minor master. After this, Evan, maintaining politeness, approached Tyler and apologized, explaining that he could not control himself and injured his student. However, the mentor only laughed and said that there was no need to worry, since his arrogant student deserved it. When Evan went outside and checked the time, he saw that it was already 11 a.m. and remembered that he was supposed to bring lunch to his wife. Then his attention was drawn to a message from Sarah, who said that she had learned about his dismissal and was offering to get him a new job. The hero replied that he had already found a job with a salary of $50,000 a month, but Sarah asked if he could be more honest at least once. Annoyed that they didn't believe him, Evan took out the contract, took a photo, and sent it as proof. Then the hero offered to bring her lunch, but she refused, explaining that she had a meeting with a very important person. Sarah explained that she was going to meet with the very same influential person who gave her the project to thank him personally. Without wasting a second, the hero jumped on his motorcycle and called Madison, demanding to know Sarah's current location. At first, she jokingly refused, but after hearing his serious tone, she agreed to check. A moment later, the girl reported disturbing news. His wife was currently with another man and drinking. She then added that this man was far from good, and he had already put something in Sarah's drink. This news caused the hero to burst into rage. He swore, his face contorted with anger, and starting the engine, he took off. Evan swore that he would kill whoever dared to harm his wife. Meanwhile, the story shifted to a luxury hotel. In one of the rooms, Sarah was lying unconscious on the bed, and one of her shoes was lying on the floor. Peter stood nearby, smiling smugly, and announced that since the girl had refused alcohol, he had mixed something into the water. Rubbing his hands, the man said that now she would not be able to leave him. He then took out his phone, intending to film it all, thinking that despite her pride, she still ended up in his bed. He intended to use the recording for blackmail, imagining how her courier husband would die of anger upon seeing it. However, at that very moment, there was a deafening roar, and the door of the room was knocked down by the main character. Enraged, Peter shouted, wondering who was there, and indignantly asked if the newcomer hadn't seen the Do Not Disturb sign. The man then turned around and saw Evan standing in the doorway, his gaze riveted on what was happening. However, seeing his wife unconscious on the bed, the hero became filled with rage and called the man standing in front of him a beast. Without saying a word, the young man rushed forward. He delivered a powerful slap to Peter. He flew across the room and crashed hard into the wall. Despite his dizziness, Peter tried to resist. Then he delivered a clumsy blow, but Evan easily dodged the attack. The hero then responded with an elbow strike to the opponent's back. Peter fell to the floor from the blow. Lying on the floor, he mentioned his family's name and begged the hero to stop, offering money and saying that his grandfather Lucas would kill Evan. However, despite the beatings, the man's arrogance did not disappear. Spitting blood, he threatened to destroy Evan's entire family. However, the hero remained unperturbed. He put his foot on Peter's head and said that he should worry about himself. Peter then began to beg even more desperately, offering any amount and promising $1,000,000, but Evan only increased the pressure. At this point, Sarah began to come to her senses on the bed and complained that she was very hot. Seeing his wife's condition, the hero delivered another furious kick to Peter's face. After this, the hero approached his wife, helped her sit up and tried to calm her down. Meanwhile, Peter, leaning against the wall, called his grandfather in desperation, asking him to save him from the man who was trying to kill him. However, as he pleaded into the phone, a large shadow loomed over him. The man looked up and was horrified to see Evan, who immediately kicked the phone out of his hand. Soon they moved to another hotel room, where the hero was sitting calmly in a chair, and the beaten Peter was kneeling. A moment later, Lucas entered the room, approaching Evan with the utmost respect and addressing him as a young master. Taking a drag on his cigarette, the hero asked if this man was his grandson. Then Peter pointed at Evan with a trembling hand and demanded that his grandfather order the man's death. Clinging to the old man's leg, the beaten man said in disbelief that he couldn't believe he had come alone. However, Lucas became furious and shouted, asking if his grandson really wanted to kill him, and hit him with his cane. When Peter continued to scream, still blaming the courier, his grandfather hit him again and ordered him to shut up. After this, the old man turned to Evan and asked what he wanted to do with this bastard. Hearing his grandfather call the man young master, Peter finally realized the seriousness of the situation and was horrified. Meanwhile, Evan took a final drag on his cigarette and reminded Lucas that he knew the rules of their organization very well. Then the old man pronounced the law: whoever defiles women must be punished by castration. After this, the hero gave the final order, ordering him to carry out the punishment himself. Trembling, Lucas lifted the heavy cane. Despite the young man's desperate cry, he brought it down with all his might, fulfilling the sentence. A painful scream echoed throughout the hotel and woke Sarah up. The girl sat up, not understanding how she ended up there. At that moment, the door swung open and her best friend, Sophie, ran into the room. She explained that she had previously asked her grandfather about the meeting and found out that Peter had lied and did not know any important person at all. Realizing that Peter had not had time to do anything, she suggested that they leave immediately, and Sarah agreed. As they began to rise, the friend noticed a small dark bead with a gold pattern on the sheet and asked what it was. Sarah picked it up, and then the girls realized that the object looked familiar and suggested that it might have been left by whoever saved her. Clutching a mysterious dragon bead, Sarah asked her friend to help her find out who her savior was. Sophie agreed to help her and said that she would deal with Peter later. Evan soon discovered that the two girls were gone and decided that they must have been very scared. The hero then straightened his jacket and switched to other duties, reminding himself of the task assigned by his grandfather. However, suddenly it dawned on him. He began frantically feeling his pockets and realized with alarm that the precious dragon bead had disappeared. Meanwhile, at the Sue family's house, Albert interrogated the beaten Joshua, trying to understand how he could lose to an ordinary courier. The young man explained that Evan was not as simple as he seemed and revealed his connection with the Black Dragon group. At this point, Oliver, with a dismissive grin, declared that this group meant nothing. Albert asked him if there was a plan, and Oliver said that if Sarah died, control of the project would naturally return to them. A shocked Joshua asked for clarification, and Oliver said that anyone who stood in the way of the Ching family must die. Joshua then revealed that he knew Sarah was returning home at 8 p.m. and suggested sending an assassin to kill her. Obsessed with revenge, Oliver added that it was also necessary to get rid of the courier and as quickly as possible. Joshua then declared that he would organize the assassination attempt that very night, since he could not wait another day for his revenge. Later that day, Evan brought his adopted daughter Megan to the apartment. Madison was already waiting for them inside, so the main character told the girl to do her homework while he prepared dinner. With a warm smile, Madison offered to help the child with her homework, introducing herself as her godmother. While the girl was busy, Evan worried about Sarah, believing that she was probably very frightened by the events of the day. He then texted her, saying he had cooked her favorite dishes and could bring them over, but Sarah said she would eat at home. At that moment, his phone rang, and when Evan answered, he was surprised to find that it was Sarah's brother, Joshua, on the other end of the line. He admitted that he had done wrong and invited the hero to a family dinner that evening to settle their differences. The man then asked if Evan could come before 8 in the evening, and he agreed. But Evan found it strange that Joshua had become so reasonable, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. A little later, he was already racing through the city on his red motorcycle, thinking that he would make it on time. Having approached the intersection, he stopped at the pedestrian crossing. Suddenly, he noticed a woman with her little son crossing the road. Suddenly, a black car rushed towards them at high speed. And then Evan saw that a police car was chasing this car. Annoyed by the reckless driving, the hero thought that the driver must be looking for death. However, the car did not stop. It swerved sharply and screeched to a halt right behind the mother and child. The door suddenly swung open and a large bald man came out. Suddenly, he grabbed the frightened boy, who screamed for his mother. The woman screamed in horror, demanding to know what he was doing. The kidnapper forced the child into the car, while the mother desperately pleaded for help and asked for her son to be released. Evan watched the scene unfold, trying to comprehend that a child had just been kidnapped right in front of him. However, then the black car suddenly took off. Then the hero came to the conclusion that the kidnappers were unlucky to encounter him and rushed in pursuit. The motorcycle roared as the young man raced after the black van. When he drew level with them, he heard the driver say irritably that he was looking for death. Ignoring him, Evan responded by kicking the car's body. However, the kidnapper told his partner to ignore him, reminding him that the police were already catching up and the main thing was to escape. The driver finally promised to deal with him later and increased his speed. However, the hero was not going to let them go. Evan thought they were being stupid by actually challenging him. He maneuvered masterfully, pulled ahead and forced the driver to make a sharp turn. He swore and soon lost control. As a result, the car crashed straight into the wall. When the van stopped and began to smoke, Evan parked the motorcycle and calmly walked up to it. He mockingly told the man that he would hardly be able to escape now. The enraged driver got out of the car with a knife and rushed to attack. However, the main character easily dodged the attack. Then he instantly appeared behind him and delivered a precise blow to the neck. The kidnapper lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. After this, Evan stood at the open door of the van where the frightened boy was and told the child that his mother would be there soon. At that moment, the second bald kidnapper got out of the wrecked car and tried to escape. Evan watched him go, wondering if he really thought he could leave. Soon the hero drove the criminal into a narrow alley where he found himself trapped. The chase continued. The kidnapper broke into a residential building and Evan followed him. They ran up the stairs and down the corridor. And then suddenly the criminal disappeared into the room at the end. The protagonist followed him in, but found the room empty, so he said that he had apparently decided to play hide and seek. At that moment, his gaze fell on the naked legs of the woman lying on the bed. With a seductive smile, she motioned him closer, holding a whip in her hand and saying that she was ready to take care of him. Meanwhile, the bald kidnapper, hiding behind the door, tried to slip away unnoticed. At the same time, the girl got out of bed, approached Evan and said that she did not understand why he was not happy with her proposal. She tried to block his way with her foot, offering her services at a discount. However, irritated, the hero pushed her away and said that he had not come for this, ordering her to move away. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open and a policewoman burst into the room. She pointed her gun and ordered everyone to freeze and raise their hands, and the girl on the floor immediately recognized Officer Naomi. Evan tried to explain the situation, but the police officer ignored him and told the woman to put her hands on her head. Suddenly, the officer heard a sound behind the closed door. She turned sharply, pointed her gun, and demanded to be seen, while Evan raised his hands. She then cautiously approached the door and said that the building was surrounded, warning anyone inside not to resist. When the woman reached for the handle, the hero noticed that something was wrong. At the very moment the door opened, the bald kidnapper jumped out and swung a heavy object at the officer. However, at the last moment, Evan pushed Officer Naomi aside, taking her out of harm's way. Confused, Officer Naomi didn't immediately understand what had happened, but then realized she had just been attacked. She instantly came to her senses and, acting with professional precision, knocked down the bald kidnapper, quickly incapacitating him. Watching her decisive actions, Evan began to sweat nervously, thinking that this girl was really very strong. Meanwhile, the officer held the criminal and reported over the radio that she had 2 suspects under her control. Evan then rushed to explain, saying that it was he who helped apprehend the criminal and that he was a model citizen. However, Naomi was skeptical of his words and noted that everyone who is found in such places calls themselves decent. She then pulled out a pair of handcuffs, noting that it was a good thing she had a spare pair, and ordered him to hold out his hands. Evan tried to object, but the girl ignored him, saying that he could explain everything at the station. Later that night, they were already at the police station. Evan, still handcuffed, asked the officer for water. In response, Naomi sarcastically asked if he considered the plot his home. At that moment, a senior officer entered the room and praised the girl for a job well done. He then looked at Evan and asked who he was, and the girl stated that the man was a client of a prostitute. However, another officer said that the man's name was Evan and he was definitely not a criminal, and the rest of the staff were shocked. The leader then ordered Naomi to immediately remove his handcuffs, and the embarrassed girl complied and freed him. Evan rubbed his wrists and looked at the officer, noticing that he was telling the truth. Then he quietly said that she only had strength, but lacked intelligence. Hearing this, the girl flared up with anger and demanded that what was said be repeated. However, the hero ignored her, checked his phone and panicked. Realizing that he was late, the young man hastily left the station. When he disappeared, the girl promised that she would get even with him. Once in the taxi, Evan began to rush the driver, explaining that he was in a hurry, but the driver replied that you can't drive faster in the city. Then the main character took out an impressive wad of money and offered 1,000 yuan for speeding up. It worked. The driver stepped on the gas hard and told him to hold on tight. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, A huge fire was raging, and a large house was engulfed in flames. Evan's taxi arrived there soon after. As he walked out, he froze when he saw the burning building and realized that it was the Sue family's house where he was supposed to go for dinner. At this moment, an excited woman from the crowd said that Madame Sue was almost certainly in the house. The realization that his wife might be inside filled the hero with horror. Then he quickly turned to the woman, asking if he had understood correctly that Sarah was still in the villa. Without a second's hesitation, the young man threw off his jacket and threw himself straight into the fire, shocking those around him. The fireman shouted at him not to act so recklessly, and the woman begged him to come back because he had no protective gear. The woman folded her hands and began to pray, lamenting what had happened. Meanwhile, Sarah arrived on the scene. Getting out of the car, the girl asked the same woman what had happened, and she was surprised to see her. Then the woman panicked. She thought that Sarah was inside, and because of her, that guy had just run into the fire in vain. Confused, Sarah asked which young man they were talking about and if there was anyone else left inside. The woman quickly explained that the tall man, hearing that she was supposedly inside, took off his jacket and threw himself into the fire. Realizing that they were talking about Evan, Sarah tried to throw herself into the flames, but the woman and the firefighter grabbed her and held her back. The woman standing nearby continued to pray and gloomily noted that the fire was so strong that not even bones would remain. While firefighters were battling the fire, grief-stricken Sarah collapsed to the ground. She kept calling for her husband, wondering how he could leave her, and suddenly a figure jumped out of the second-floor window of the burning house. It was Evan. He landed with his clothes still smoldering, and firefighters rushed to him with fire extinguishers and quickly put out the fire. The hero cursed and complained about how hot it was inside. Seeing that he was alive, Sarah screamed his name in relief and rushed towards him. The girl hugged him tightly, calling him a fool and saying that he seemed to be seeking death. Clinging to him and crying, she asked what she and their child would do if he died. Evan hugged her, stroking her hair and trying to calm her down, telling her that he was okay. However, Sarah pulled away, still upset, and lightly hit him in the chest, saying that she didn't understand whether it was worth risking her life. The girl then examined him, trying to find injuries, while a woman standing nearby suggested that he go to the hospital. Afterwards, they watched together as firefighters put out the flames, and Evan wondered how the fire could have started so suddenly. His expression turned cold, and he soon came to the conclusion that Joshua was behind what happened. Deciding that there was no point in delaying, he told Sarah that he would take her home, and she agreed, carefully throwing a shawl over his shoulders. Later that night, Evan asked if her brother Joshua had really invited her to that dinner. Sarah confirmed this and explained that unforeseen circumstances had arisen along the way which had delayed her. She said that she had installed surveillance cameras in the house, and if the recording confirmed his guilt, she would personally send him to prison. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Sarah gritted her teeth and promised to make her brother pay. Evan tried to calm her down, reminding her that she was a mother, and suggested they eat first, promising that they would deal with it tomorrow. However, the girl, still seething with anger, clenched her chopsticks and said that she would not forgive them. The next morning, Evan rode his motorcycle to the White Tiger Martial Arts School for his new job. As he was about to park, a small red sports car suddenly braked sharply right in front of him. A young girl with short brown hair looked out of the window and apologized with a smile, explaining that she was new to driving. However, her smile instantly disappeared, replaced by shock when she recognized him. It was Officer Naomi. Evan greeted her, remarking on what a coincidence it was and saying that it was as if she had run into him again on purpose. Then the girl got out of the car and asked what he was doing there. The hero replied that he worked there. Looking at him suspiciously, she noted that she was a student at this school and came here every week, but she had never seen him. Evan then explained that he had only started working yesterday, and when they walked inside, the two students respectfully greeted him as a master. Upon hearing this, Officer Naomi looked at him with disbelief, saying that she did not understand how he could be a master at all. The girl said indignantly that she could not believe that the man she had arrested so easily could be a master. As Evan turned to leave, she challenged him to a fight, stating that she didn't believe in his title and wanted to test it. Coming closer, the girl warned him not to look at her like that, but the hero calmly replied that he did not fight with women. Ignoring the refusal, Naomi rushed to attack, but he easily dodged. Then Evan said that he would fight with one hand behind his back, but if she lost, she would have to run in front of him naked. The enraged girl called him a pervert and delivered a powerful kick to his head. However, the hero easily blocked the blow with one hand. With a slight grin on his face, he mockingly said that this was not enough. After that, he pushed her leg away and she retreated, again taking a fighting stance. A look of determination lit up Naomi's eyes. She went on the attack again, throwing a high kick, but Evan easily dodged it, ducking. He mockingly asked if that was the limit of her capabilities, and said that perhaps she only became a police officer thanks to her connections. Insulted by his words, Naomi ordered him to shut up. She dealt him another powerful blow. However, Evan easily jumped back and warned that if she didn't have any serious moves, he would start to fight back. However, the girl did not back down, and telling him not to get cocky, she rushed into the attack again. Naomi even managed to land her fist on his chin. However, the hero immediately counterattacked. He grabbed her hand. Then he pulled it towards himself and turned it around. Evan locked her in a hold, pinning her arms behind her back and holding her body close to his. Completely immobilized and embarrassed, Naomi called him a pervert and began to struggle, demanding that he let her go. Then Evan let go of her and she staggered forward, a look of shock and humiliation on her face, barely holding back tears. Then the hero calmly asked her if she admitted defeat, and the girl admitted that his skills were superior. Then Evan reminded her of their bet with a sly smile, and to his surprise, she agreed to the terms, saying it was just a jog. Panicking, the young man hastened to declare that he was joking and should not be taken seriously. However, Officer Naomi firmly stated that a martial artist is obliged to keep his word. She grabbed the zipper of her jacket and unzipped it, saying that she would show him everything. Completely at a loss, Evan closed his eyes and exclaimed that he was a married man. After this, the hero quickly ran up the stairs, saying that he had other things to do. Watching him run away, Officer Naomi buttoned her jacket back up with a smug smile, deciding he was nothing but a coward. Meanwhile, in the upper room of the martial arts hall, Emily was playing the piano. Henry stood next to her, admiring her performance. However, the girl stopped, clearly irritated by his flattery, and said that she doubted whether he understood classical music. At that moment, Evan came in and started applauding, noting that he had not expected the teacher to play at such a high level. Henry said he doubted Evan was capable of understanding the piece, but the hero calmly replied that Emily was performing the nocturne. Emily asked Evan if he liked the piece, and he replied that it was a really good piece. Blushing slightly, the girl shyly asked if he knew how to play and would like to try. However, before the young man could answer, Henry chuckled and declared that such a man could not possibly be able to play the piano. Ignoring Gary's words, Emily took the hero by the hand and enthusiastically invited him to play. When the hero began to play, he closed his eyes, concentrating, and soon the room was filled with beautiful music. Emily listened with an admiring and happy expression on her face, noting how wonderful it sounded. Meanwhile, Henry watched grimly, forced to admit that this man really could play. When Evan finished, the girl hurried up to him and began to admiringly praise his performance. However, the hero modestly replied that her own game was also good, but she needed to correct a few minor flaws. These words made Henry furious. He accused him of arrogance. He dared to criticize Emily just because he knew how to play a little. Their argument was interrupted when a woman in a formal suit entered the room, approached Emily and asked if she had played the nocturne. The woman then praised her, saying she was surprised at how much her skills had improved. Seeing a chance to get rid of his rival, Henry informed Evan that Emily's teacher, Giselle, had arrived and hinted that he should leave. Then the hero agreed and headed for the exit. But at that moment, Emily clarified that it was actually Evan who was playing. As the young man approached the door, Giselle looked after him thoughtfully. She called out to him and asked if he was Professor Evan, but the hero said that she had confused him with someone else. Emily watched the whole thing with bewilderment, while Henry dismissed the idea, saying that he couldn't be a professor. However, the woman ignored his words and introduced herself as Giselle, explaining that she had once studied with him at the Berklee College of Music. Upon recognizing her, Evan confirmed that he did indeed remember her, but then apologized, saying that he had to go home to cook. After he left, Giselle explained that Evan was a professor emeritus at Berklee and that whenever he lectured, the room was packed. This news left Henry in complete shock. He began to stutter, unable to believe what he had heard. However, the mentor firmly stated that she could not be mistaken, since she would never forget his unique musical style. She then turned to Emily and asked why she needed another teacher when she had such an outstanding person nearby. Meanwhile, Sarah was having lunch when Evan came in with food. She asked him why he had come, reminding him that she had asked him not to bring her lunch. The girl then asked how his new job at the martial arts gym was going, and he replied that everything was going well. Suddenly his phone rang. Seeing that it was his grandfather calling, the main character went to the window to answer. The old man scolded him for taking a job at a martial arts gym when he was supposed to keep a low profile. Then his grandfather threatened to send his older sister to deal with him, and Evan, frightened, rushed to justify himself. However, the old man ignored his words and ordered him to find a stable job that didn't involve fighting, and the hero reluctantly agreed. Then his grandfather gave him a new task. A group of thieves known as Qianren stole a Buddha head from the museum, and Evan's task was to retrieve the artifact. The old man added that Qianren is an extremely dangerous and unpredictable organization. He also reminded Evan that he must continue searching for the girl with the same phoenix bead his sister gave him. After the conversation, the hero thought that he had to find this bead as soon as possible, otherwise he would have serious problems with his grandfather. Noticing his serious expression, Sarah asked if everything was okay, but Evan simply said that he had an appointment that afternoon. She asked him to be careful when he was about to leave, and he agreed, after which he left the office. That same day, Evan rode his motorcycle to an elite residential complex for his new job as a security guard. There he met the manager and introduced himself as a man recommended by his former boss. While the hero was waiting, a guard approached him, recognizing him as the courier from the news related to the Su family case. Evan tried to deny it, but the man was sure of his own. Soon other guards gathered around and began questioning him. One of them continued to insist that he was that very man. He offered the hero a cigarette and began to persuade him to tell the details. Evan then said that he was married to the daughter of the Su family, but her relatives did not approve of him because he was poor and were trying to smear him through the media. However, the guards did not believe him, wondering why he was working as a security guard if he was married to such a rich woman. Then the head security guard told him to stop bragging and said that Sarah had bought an apartment in the complex and was currently renovating it. This information shocked Evan. The others began to mock him, noting that if he really were Sarah's husband, he would have known about the purchase of the apartment. At that moment, Sarah's red sports car drove up right to them, and the head security guard immediately greeted her. Annoyed that Evan was just standing there, he told him to go to President Su. Then Sarah got out of the car and asked why he wasn't at the martial arts gym. The young man explained that circumstances had arisen due to which he had to quit his job, and then the girl told him to go with her. As Evan followed Sarah, the guard watched them with a smirk and said that he expected an interesting sight. However, before leaving, the hero discreetly showed him the middle finger. Sarah asked how long he planned to deceive her, and Evan explained that he had recently found out about the apartment and asked why she had moved out. In response, the girl irritably said that some unknown woman had appeared at his house, which made it impossible for her to stay there. Sarah then said he should quit. Evan tried to object, but she offered him the position of personal driver. Besides, he lost his previous job because of her, so Sarah felt responsible and told him to get ready in the morning. In response, the hero only wondered if it was possible that he was now being supported by his own wife. The next day, Evan took Sarah to the Sioux Group headquarters. He drove up to the entrance and opened the door for her. The girl said that she had arranged a small office for him upstairs. As they walked towards the building, two guards saluted President Su. One of them, watching them, thought with a grin that their relationship was clearly not ordinary. Meanwhile, in one of the offices, the manager mentioned layoffs and said that Lily's life would be difficult if she lost her job. The girl admitted that she really needed the job but refused to fulfill his request. The man then mentioned her mother's hospital bills and offered to pay her $30,000 a month if she would stay with him. In response, the girl declared that she would not sell her body, and he, enraged, rushed towards her, accusing her of pretense. The man cornered an employee named Lily as she begged him to let her go. At the same time, Evan, walking down the corridor, heard screams from the next office. He stopped at the door, hearing Lily screaming and the man yelling at her and insulting her. Looking inside, the hero saw President Song's son ripping the girl's blouse. Frightened, she screamed for help, but to silence her, the man hit her. At that moment, Evan calmly walked in, asking if they were busy. Stunned, President Song demanded to know who he was. Then the fat man shouted at him to get out. However, without further ado, the protagonist responded with a powerful kick, sending him flying across the room. Finding himself on the floor, the man hit his head hard. Evan then said that Sun dared to commit violence in the workplace. However, The president threatened to call the police and put him in jail. He then turned to Lily and falsely accused her of trying to seduce him, but she denied it. President Song, however, was confident that the police would believe him. However, Evan took out his phone and showed that he had recorded everything that was happening, at which point the man's confidence was replaced by fear. Desperate to destroy the evidence, he rushed to the telephone. However, the hero easily dodged and dealt him another strong slap. Standing over him, the young man said that he should not think that he was not capable of killing him. The man began to beg him to stop, promising not to call the police, and a frightened Lily also asked him to stop. Then Evan picked up the phone and said that he would leave a recording as a guarantee, warning him not to cause any more problems. After this, the hero suggested that Lily leave, and the girl gratefully followed him, leaving the beaten president lying on the floor. The girl then introduced herself and asked what department he worked in. Evan explained that he worked as President Sue's driver. Lily offered to treat him to lunch when he had time, but the hero politely declined, saying that he liked helping people. He then added that if President Song bothered her again, she should contact him, after which he announced that he was leaving. Outside the building, a young man lit a cigarette, muttering quietly that the atmosphere in the company was toxic. He then approached the guard to ask for a lighter, who looked at him with interest and then his eyes widened. He cheerfully asked if he was the man he thought he was and introduced himself as Nolan. Evan also recognized him. He was happy and said that he missed him very much, after which he asked where he had been all this time. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nolan hugged the hero and told him that many years ago his grandmother told him that Evan had a great future ahead of him. However, their meeting was interrupted by another guard, who rudely shouted at Nolan, calling him a fool, and ordered him to go buy cigarettes. Nolan turned to Evan and asked him to wait a bit. He then approached a man named Hank and tried to explain that Evan was his old friend and asked for a little respect. However, Hank mockingly wondered why such a man deserved respect at all, after which he again ordered to buy cigarettes. In an effort to avoid conflict, Nolan offered him 50 yuan, asking him to take it for cigarettes and not make a scene. Then Hank laughed condescendingly, but still took the money, noting that he was at least a sensible fool. However, before Hank could leave, Evan put his hand on his shoulder and demanded his money back. Enraged, Hank demanded to know who he was and ordered him to be released. But the hero did not say anything unnecessary and delivered a powerful blow, sending him to the ground. Standing over his fallen enemy, Evan said that Nolan was his brother, and if he dared to oppress him again, he would personally kill him. Stunned and angry, Hank jumped up and ran away, shouting threats and demanding that Evan not go anywhere. Nolan said that they shouldn't have gotten into a fight because Hank is a dangerous person, but the hero replied that such people only understand strength. The situation soon escalated. Hank returned with other guards, pointed at Evan and demanded that he stop. Seeing his friend being surrounded, Nolan stood in front of Evan, defending him, apologizing to them and offering to take the punishment himself. However, Hank vehemently rejected this offer and instead threatened to beat up Nolan too. However, before the situation could get out of control, Captain Lawrence intervened, surprising Hank, who pushed him aside sharply. He then turned to Evan, handed him a pack of cigarettes and apologized for his subordinate, asking him to forgive the newcomer. A stunned Hank tried to understand what was happening. However, the captain immediately turned his anger on him, hitting him and scolding him for causing problems. Then Evan calmly stated that Nolan was his brother and he did not intend to tolerate being bullied. The captain immediately agreed, adding that now Evan's brother was his brother too. At that moment, Lily came out of the building. She had already changed into normal clothes and was walking with a drink in her hands. The other guards immediately admired her beauty, talking enthusiastically among themselves. Evan reacted to their stares with mockery, but one of the guards explained that she had had a hard life. Her gambling-addicted husband died, leaving her with huge debts, and her mother is seriously ill, leaving Lily to care for the child alone. As she passed by, Lily smiled politely at the guards, which made them even more delighted. However, to their complete surprise, the girl headed straight towards Evan. She handed him a cup of coffee, explaining that she had bought it for him, and advised him to smoke less. A little surprised, the hero accepted the drink and thanked her, after which Lily turned around and left. The remaining guards were amazed and began to talk among themselves in admiration, saying that they considered Evan a real god. The captain asked what the coffee tasted like, and after taking a sip, the young man calmly replied that it was ordinary and a little bitter. The captain didn't believe it and said that a drink from such a girl should be sweet. Nolan proudly declared that Evan had always been popular with women, and the captain jokingly offered to accept him as an apprentice. However, their conversation was interrupted when an expensive black car stopped abruptly in front of them. A beautiful woman with long purple hair, Rose, came out of it, but there was annoyance on her face. The guards initially thought it was another girl who had come to see Evan, but they were wrong. She looked sternly at the group and called out loudly for Nolan, saying that she had finally found him. The other guards whispered in amazement, not believing that Nolan knew such a wealthy woman. Rose leaned over to him, covered her nose in disgust, and said that he stank, asking when he had last washed. She said their former class president, Charlotte, was getting married the next day and she was calling all her classmates. The girl then turned her attention to Evan, noting that he seemed familiar to her, and Nolan introduced him as his good friend. After a moment, Rose remembered that she knew him from school, as he was often reprimanded at the all-school assemblies on Mondays. However, Evan was not embarrassed, and after taking a sip of coffee, noted ironically that he does not dwell on his past achievements. Noticing his expensive suit, Rose asked where he worked, and Evan replied that he worked on small projects. With a straight face, Evan stated his job title, Highly Intelligent Biokinetic Transportation. Impressed, Rose leaned closer and asked what it meant, and the hero explained that he was actually a driver. Captain Lawrence, standing nearby, could hardly contain his laughter. Rose then asked if he would come to the wedding. She noted that it was a good opportunity for him to make an impression. Evan agreed, and the girl said that the wedding would take place tomorrow at the Taifeng Hotel. She told him not to be late, after which she got into the car and drove away. Nolan then asked if Evan could get him an Audi A6 for the wedding, explaining that he wanted to impress his classmates. Then the hero advised him to think more broadly and promised to arrange a truly luxurious car for him. After this, Evan noted that the break was over and it was time to return. Later, Evan returned to his apartment. Madison was already there. She asked why he came so early, and he asked why she was taking a shower just before he returned. Smiling, she began to flirt, asking if he was upset that she didn't wait so they could shower together. Ignoring her hints, Evan told her to stop being silly and asked if he could borrow her car the next day. However, the girl continued to flirt, settling down on the sofa. She provocatively said that he did not need to wait until tomorrow. Then the hero began to get angry and reminded her that he was married. Demanding that she not do something like that, he threw her clothes and ordered her to get dressed. However, Madison did not back down. She stated that she understood his relationship with Sarah and suggested that he divorce his wife and marry her. Then the girl raised herself up, remaining in her underwear, and looked at him seductively. She walked up to Evan and hugged him, declaring that she intended to win him over and that she would confront Sarah at the right moment. However, the hero abruptly pushed her away and reminded her to stop causing problems, emphasizing that his wife was pregnant. Madison pretended to give up, but then said there was a problem with her car and it wouldn't be ready until the next day. Hearing this, Evan irritably noted that this option was not suitable for him since he needed the car in the morning. In the end, the hero decided to figure it out himself and called Lucas, asking the old man to prepare a Rolls-Royce Phantom for him by the morning. Later, walking down the office hallway with a slipper in his hand, Evan reflected on how boring his life had become since switching to an office job. However, his peaceful walk was interrupted by someone's crying. Around the corner, he saw a boy who was bullying a crying girl. The boy mockingly stated that she had no father and called her fatherless. When Evan saw that the boy was about to hit the girl, he grabbed the child by the wrist and asked why he was fighting. Evan then warned him to stop, but the boy stubbornly resisted, demanding to be let go, and even spat at him. Losing his patience, the young man hit him on the head with the slipper he was holding in his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. The noise attracted the boy's mother, who burst in and demanded to know who had brought her son to tears. The woman became furious, clenched her fists, and began demanding an explanation as to why he dared to hit her son. Then the hero explained that her son was poorly brought up and he only taught him a lesson, so there was no need to thank him. These words angered the woman even more. She began to justify her son, stating that the girl really was fatherless since he had died. The noise attracted Lily, who ran out and ran to her crying daughter, asking worriedly if she was okay. She sat down next to him, and then the girl, pointing to the boy, tearfully told him that he had said that she had no father and had spat at her. Meanwhile, the offender's mother, Sally, claimed that Lily's daughter was too spoiled and that her son was just playing with her. This blatant lie angered Evan, but Lily tried to smooth over the conflict. She began to apologize to Sally for both herself and the hero. But she, glaring at Evan, demanded to know his department, and he replied that he was President Sue's personal driver. The woman sneered and haughtily declared that she could fire him that same day. After that, she left, and Lily began to persuade Evan to apologize, explaining that this woman was an influential financial manager. However, the hero remained completely calm. He said that she could complain to President Sue. He was even interested in how she would react. Despite his confidence, Lily looked extremely worried, convinced that she had gotten him into serious trouble. Meanwhile, in Sarah's office, Sally was loudly complaining, accusing Evan, claiming that he was beating children and was dangerous. It was at this moment that Evan entered the office. He declared that Sally's son was poorly behaved, and he was only helping to teach him a lesson. Outraged by his behavior, Sally turned to Sarah, insisting that he was behaving like a shameless street thug, not like a co-worker. However, Sarah remained calm. She said that she had sorted out the situation and that the manager could go. The woman was taken aback and tried to continue the conversation, but Sarah sharply repeated that their conversation was over. Defeated, Sally said she would leave her to work and headed for the exit. When they were alone, Evan approached his wife's desk and chided her for wearing high heels while pregnant. He then knelt down in front of her, removing her shoe and replacing it with a pair of soft slippers. This gesture confused Sarah. She thought about how this man could be so annoying at one moment and so caring at another. Noticing that her leg was swollen, the hero suggested giving her a massage. An embarrassed Sarah tried to refuse, but Evan insisted, asking her to remain still as he began to massage her foot and ankle. During the process, the girl felt different emotions, because she could not even imagine that he was capable of such tenderness. However, this moment was interrupted when Sarah's assistant entered the office and announced the arrival of a delegation from France. But seeing what was happening, she immediately became embarrassed, blushed, and closed her eyes, apologizing for the intrusion. Sarah, pulling herself together, asked what was going on. The girl reported that the French delegation had already arrived, but the translator was stuck in traffic. The girl explained that all the other translators work with English, while the guests speak only French. Sarah suggested using a translation device, but her assistant explained that it couldn't handle a lot of the technical jargon. While the girl was wondering what to do, Evan stepped forward and suggested that she try it herself. Sarah asked if he spoke French, and the hero noted that he had lived in France for some time and knew a little of the language. Then Sarah, still doubting, asked if he could really handle it, warning him that he had no right to make a mistake. With a slight smile, Evan confidently replied that he could handle it. Having no other choice, Sarah agreed and told Evan to come with her. In the conference room, the girl professionally shook hands with the head of the delegation, greeting Mr. Chatham. The hero standing nearby translated her greeting into impeccable French. When Mr. Chatham answered in French, the young man immediately translated for Sarah, saying that he was very pleased to meet her. The girl looked at her husband with surprise and admiration, thinking that he really was not as simple as he seemed. Negotiations continued, and the assistant reported that Mr. Chatham would like to connect 2 more experts via video link. A moment later, 2 men appeared on the screen, and one of them began speaking in Japanese, introducing himself. This made Sarah nervous, and she turned to her assistant and asked why no one had reported the Japanese specialists. However, Evan translated their speech. He explained that the man's name was Yamamoto Ichiro, and that he headed the company's East Asian division. Seeing the shock on the girls' faces, the hero only explained that he learned the language during his travels abroad. Deciding to test him, Sarah asked him to translate the description of their project, and Evan immediately began speaking fluent Japanese. Admiring him, Sarah looked at him with admiration, wondering if this talented man was really a courier. 2 hours later, the meeting ended. The assistant reported that the Chatham team was very satisfied and they were already escorted to the hotel. When she and the hero were alone, Sarah turned to Evan and sincerely thanked him for his invaluable help. In response, the hero smiled warmly and said that it was a trifle and she should not be so formal with him. Then the young man sat down opposite her and jokingly asked what reward she was going to give him. A little embarrassed, the girl asked him to be more serious, reminding him that they were in an office. Then Evan changed the subject and asked if he could take the next day off since he was going to a classmate's wedding. Surprised by such a modest desire, Sarah asked if this was all he wanted, after which she agreed without hesitation. The hero got up to leave, but asked what she would like for dinner, but the girl replied that they would discuss it later. When he left, Sarah thought he was a real simpleton for not asking for a more personal reward. The next day, at the Sue group building, Evan met his friend Nolan, who was dressed in a new suit for the wedding. He asked his friend's opinion about the suit, and Evan said that it looked so good that it could rival famous actors. Then the hero, wanting to give him confidence, handed him an expensive watch and offered to put it on. While he was fastening the strap, Nolan asked if it was a real Rolex or a good fake. Evan assured him that the watch was genuine. Still in disbelief, Nolan jokingly remarked that if the watch was real, it must be worth millions. At that moment, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to them, and Nolan froze in amazement. Overwhelmed with emotion, he gushed about how incredible Evan was, even jokingly calling him a monster. He then noted that renting such a car for a day would cost half his monthly salary and promised to return the money from his paycheck. However, he told him to stop behaving like that, after which he ordered him to get into the car. On the way, Nolan's nervousness returned, and he admitted that he doubted that their classmate Charlotte would even notice him. Soon, Evan and Nolan arrived at the hotel. Getting out of the car, Nolan was shocked to see a wedding photo at the entrance. Their classmate was marrying an older man. Evan thought that he heard that she was marrying a senior employee of the Sue family's company and wondered who it could be. At that moment, a female voice called out to Nolan, asking why they were so late. It was their former classmate, Rose. She complimented Nolan's appearance, which made him embarrassed, and he awkwardly asked her not to reveal his true financial situation. The girl agreed and hurried them inside, explaining that many of their classmates had already gathered upstairs. Soon, all three boys entered the hotel. In the banquet hall, a man greeted an elderly man, calling him Teacher Philip. He recognized his former student Axel, noting that the two who impressed him most were Nolan and Evan. At that moment, Evan, Nolan, and Rose entered the hall, surprising everyone present. Teacher Philip immediately recognized the girl and greeted her warmly. Meanwhile, Evan politely invited Boss Han to sit down, and an embarrassed Nolan thanked him and sat down. Axel asked Rose who this distinguished man was, and she again introduced him as Han Nolan, much to the teacher's shock. Nolan confirmed that it was him, and the teacher greeted him politely and asked what he was doing now. Then Evan explained that Boss Han now runs a media company. Impressed, the teacher asked the hero what he himself had become. Evan replied that he worked as a driver for Han's boss, and at that moment the teacher recognized him. However, both he and Axel expressed disappointment, saying that they felt Evan had not been successful since he became Nolan's driver. Philip added that he had placed great hopes on him and that of all of them, he seemed to be in the worst position. Nolan, trying to ease the tension, pointed out that they were all former classmates, so there was no need to compare professions. However, Rose interrupted him and, changing the subject, asked if anyone knew why their other classmate, Christy, had not arrived yet. Axel then explained that the girl was stuck in traffic, adding that she was now the wife of a rich man whose husband earned millions. Teacher Philip was impressed and remarked that their class had indeed produced many outstanding people. Then Axel added hintingly that there were drivers among them, but the main character only smiled calmly. At that moment, a woman in a pink dress, Christy, approached them and apologized for being late. Philip praised her. He always knew she would succeed, and Christy thanked him and then asked about the fool Nolan. The teacher corrected her, explaining that he was now a boss and owned his own company. This news surprised the girl. She stated that in fact he was just a security guard in her husband's company. This caused confusion among everyone, and Axel reminded that Evan had previously claimed that Nolan was a businessman and that he was his driver. Then Christy said that everyone knew about Nolan's feelings for his fiancée, but there was no need to invent a false identity for himself. The embarrassed young man tried to stop her, but the girl said that such a fool did not deserve any respect. Evan, who had remained silent until this point, finally intervened. The hero suggested that she find a more secluded place where she could laugh as much as she wanted. Angered, Christy asked who he thought he was to talk to her in that tone and began bragging about her husband. Before the conflict could escalate, their classmates stood up and proposed a toast to Philip's teacher, marking their meeting. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them with each other. However, when Nolan took a sip, something vulgar was not right. He suddenly began to cough. He ended up spitting red wine all over Christy, much to her horror. Nolan tried to apologize, insisting it was an accident, but she claimed her expensive dress was ruined. Christy said he had to pay for it, and Nolan was stunned by such an excessive demand. He tried to explain that it was just a small stain and offered to wash the dress, but Christy refused and demanded $38,000. Axel then noted that this amount was almost equal to Nolan's annual income. And then Evan declared that such an amount was no problem for Han's boss. after which he took out his phone and asked Christy for the account number. This prompted a chuckle from Axel, who sarcastically asked how much a driver could possibly earn. A moment later, a notification about the receipt of $38,000 appeared on Christy's phone, which surprised her. However, she remained dissatisfied and ordered Evan to stop pretending and threatened to get Nolan fired. Then she waved her hand to the side and called her husband. A stocky bald man, Harry, approached the desk, but explained that he had a slight problem with parking. Harry explained that while parking, he accidentally scratched the car near the flower bed, and Evan calmly asked for the car's license plate number. The protagonist confirmed that the car belonged to Boss Han. Christy dismissively stated that there was nothing to worry about since it was just a scratch on a poor man's car. However, her husband corrected her, explaining that he had already checked the cost of the repairs, which was no less than $700,000. Then Evan, with a slight grin, named the make of the car, Rolls-Royce Phantom. This surprised both Axel and Philip's teacher, and they asked if the luxury car at the entrance really belonged to them. In response, the young man simply picked up the key, but Christy stated that they had rented the car for show. Evan then stated that Nolan had bought the car the day before, and now Harry was the one who had to pay for the damages. Christy said they wouldn't be able to afford such a car, and Axel used his connections to find the real owner. Christy agreed, adding that she also needed to contact the owner. And then Nolan panicked, admitting that he had rented a car and had done wrong by lying. After some time, the man reported that he could not find the owner's name, and the only contact was a phone number. Christy then demanded the number, declaring that she would personally call the owner, apologize, and pay for the damages, no matter the amount. At that moment, Evan's phone, which was lying on the table, rang loudly, surprising everyone present. The hero calmly picked up the phone and turned on speakerphone. Christy, hearing her own voice echoing from the phone, was as confused as Nolan. She turned to her classmate and asked if he had written down the number correctly, to which he confirmed that the information was correct. Then the truth finally dawned on everyone. The car belonged to Evan, and the realization of this fact horrified the girl. Evan said that he had already contacted the dealership and that they would soon be told the final cost of the repairs, and he expected them to pay for it. Evan explained that Boss Han wanted to act like a normal person, but they tried to humiliate them, so the show was over. After this, the hero declared that Nolan was the son-in-law of a wealthy magnate, a statement that left the entire table stunned. However, their tense moment was interrupted by the appearance of the bride and groom. Charlotte approached the guests and greeted her former classmates, expressing her gratitude for their presence. In response, the guests raised their glasses to make a toast. The bride then looked at Evan and Nolan and admitted that she didn't seem to remember them, so Rose introduced them again. After this, Charlotte's memory cleared up, and the girl greeted them warmly, asking where they were now working. However, before they could answer, Rose began to tell them about their professions, starting with the fact that Evan was a driver. At this moment, the celebration was interrupted by the appearance of Vincent and his men. He approached the newlyweds and addressed the groom as Boss Jim, hinting that he had married a beautiful woman again. Vincent became increasingly insolent. He hugged the awkwardly standing couple and again began to talk about the groom's luck. Then the groom tried to gently hint that the guest might have had too much to drink, but Vincent, angry, sharply pushed him away. He then grabbed Charlotte roughly and said that he would like to try her too, and Jim could only beg him not to touch his wife. Unable to bear it any longer, Nolan jumped up from his seat and pointed at Vincent, demanding that he let the girl go. The bride herself tried to smooth over the situation. She asked Vincent to calm down and at the same time told Nolan to sit down. Charlotte then tried to apologize to Vincent, but at that moment, Evan, who had been sitting quietly until then, intervened. As soon as Vincent heard Evan's voice and recognized it, his aggression instantly disappeared, replaced by shock. His demeanor changed abruptly. He stood before the hero and greeted him with the utmost respect. This sudden turn of events completely stunned everyone present. Following the hero's example, Vincent immediately turned to Nolan and respectfully greeted him as a brother. Evan then told Vincent that it was his classmate's wedding and he needed to act accordingly. He stated that he and his men would now leave. And before leaving, he turned to the bride and groom, apologizing for his rude behavior. After this, the groom, Jim, began to look at Nolan completely differently. He began to show obvious respect for him. Axel and Philip also began to praise Nolan, noting that you can't judge a person by their appearance and that they always knew he would succeed. Meanwhile, Evan, with a slight grin, noted that good words began to sound only after the situation changed. Teacher Philip could only laugh awkwardly in response, clearly embarrassed by how he had previously treated his student. Trying to smooth over the awkwardness, their classmate raised his glass for another toast. In the end, all the guests ignored the newlyweds and raised their glasses specifically to Nolan. After the wedding, the bride and groom stood on the stairs, calmly waving goodbye to their classmates. The story then smoothly shifted to the street, where the main character was helping a very drunk friend get to his car. Meanwhile, Nolan, continuing to play the role of an important person, announced that they urgently needed to go to an important meeting. At this point, Christy asked if it was really necessary to collect the money for the car repairs. In response, Evan said with utmost seriousness that they were going to get compensation for every scratch. Meanwhile, drunk Nolan was completely distraught over his failed love. He clearly couldn't control his emotions. At some point, Evan simply slammed the door of the car he had pushed his friend into. Then, while talking on the phone, he explained that he had to take his boss home. But almost immediately after that, another call came in. It became clear from it that plans had changed and the deal was being moved to a nightclub. In response, the young man calmly confirmed the new instructions and said that he was ready to proceed without further questions. The story then moves to the luxurious Shanghai nightclub. Evan intended to study the local leaders and assess the situation. However, the club's staff immediately perceived him as an insignificant figure and did not attach any importance to him. Evan had already received a dossier on his target, one of the 12 martial arts masters. Meanwhile, inside the club, there was a real chaos of light, sound, and movement. Looking around, Evan tried to find the right person among the crowd. He then headed to the bar, where he ordered a martini, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, the place was filled with the energy of the crowd. People were moving, talking, and completely immersed in the atmosphere. Soon, the bartender served him a freshly prepared drink. However, at that very moment, the situation changed dramatically. A girl with cat ears unexpectedly crashed into him. At first, the hero did not attach much importance to this, but then he realized with surprise that this was a familiar face. Officer Naomi was clearly taken aback by what was happening and asked what he was doing there. Almost immediately after that, she called him a pervert and pushed him away sharply. In response, the guy asked her the same question. Evan remained calm, however, claiming that he was a decent person and had simply come to have a drink. At this moment, the protagonist received a signal on his phone. From the message, it became clear that the deal had already begun. Afterwards, he warned Naomi that she had better leave before serious problems started. Then the young man headed towards the VIP room. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance. Then he lit a cigarette and once again made sure that he had come to the right place. One of the guards tried to stop him by telling him to scan the QR code, but Evan refused to do so. The very next moment, the situation changed dramatically and the men immediately rushed at him. The protagonist acted quickly, throwing a cigarette in the face of one of the guards. He easily dodged the first blow. He then delivered a powerful elbow strike to his second opponent. After this, with a final movement, he threw the first guard back. Everything happened in literally seconds. After examining the fallen guards, the young man concluded that he had no other choice but to use force. After that, he calmly walked inside the room, where there was a group of people in suits. They were just busy making a deal. One of the bodyguards immediately pointed a gun at him. However, Evan did not show the slightest worry. He calmly stated that their meeting was canceled. At this point, another person tried to intervene, clearly trying to prevent the conflict from escalating. However, this only angered the boss, who then ordered his men to attack. Immediately after this, 2 attackers rushed forward with clubs, but the hero acted without delay. He tore a decorative panel from the wall and used it to instantly disable the first enemy. It happened so quickly that those present didn't even have time to react. As a result, everyone present, including the boss, froze in shock. Then one of the men in the suit looked closely at him and realized that in front of him was a representative of the 10 Elders Society. However, he didn't know the hero's name, so Evan calmly introduced himself. Upon hearing his name, the interlocutor immediately changed his behavior. He called him the 9th young master and announced the completion of the deal. However, the boss was not going to put up with this. He took out his gun and declared that this was his territory. In response, Evan did not engage in long conversations. He simply rushed towards him with a metal vase in his hands. The blow was accurate. The weapon flew out of the boss's hands. After this, Evan told him to watch his words. Then he sat down calmly, lit a cigarette, and returned to business. He demanded that the head of Buddha be handed over to him. Another person tried to offer an alternative, but the young man immediately said that he only needed this item. Soon, the situation escalated again. The man in the suit asked if Evan had come alone, and the hero confirmed it. And then a gun was pointed in his direction. However, he remained completely unperturbed. He said that they could shoot. At some point, a shot rang out. However, the bullet only hit the wall behind the main character. He himself remained unharmed. The man then warned him of the serious consequences, making it clear to him that this step could lead to dangerous consequences. However, Evan did not change his mind. He simply held out the bag and demanded that the item be handed over. Then the boss ordered his subordinates to carry out the order, but one of them clearly hesitated. Then, to speed up the process, the boss fired a warning shot into his ear. After this, the frightened man hurried to pack the figurine into a bag. Having received what he wanted, Evan listened to the final warning. He was informed that after this there would be no turning back. However, he did not attach any importance to this. He calmly turned around and left the room, leaving the others to deal with the consequences of what had happened. Meanwhile, the remaining people gradually began to realize what had happened. They understood that this man was a serious figure. The beaten boss demanded an explanation. He wanted to know where Evan was. He then grabbed one of the men in the suit, demanding answers, in response to which he was told that his allies had long since left the place. Finally, he recommended that the boss first figure out who the 10 elders were before taking any action. These words shocked the man. He obviously knew their reputation. At that moment, he put the facts together. He realized that in front of him was the same person who had previously defeated Bald Liu. Meanwhile, on his way to the elevator, Evan suddenly ran into a group of people who were dragging a girl he knew, Naomi. She was in an inadequate state, while the men made clear hints about what they were going to do to her. The young man immediately recognized her and noted that she had gotten into trouble during the mission. After that, he decided to intervene. He followed them without attracting unnecessary attention. The elevator delivered him into a brightly lit corridor, the space decorated in rich pinks and reds. Loud music was coming from somewhere. It caught his attention, so he decided to look inside one of the rooms. There he saw a girl chained to a counter, surrounded by shirtless men. The situation looked extremely strange. The hero didn't even think that everything would be so bad. Meanwhile, Naomi continued to complain of fever, clearly unaware of what was happening around her. At this moment, one of those present noticed a stranger and demanded that he leave immediately. Almost immediately after that, he tried to strike. However, Evan easily blocked the attack and then kneed him in the chest. Then the second attacker intervened in the situation. He tried to attack the hero, but Evan quickly reacted. After this, the third man tried to intimidate him. He asked Evan if he knew who he was. However, in response, he also received a blow, after which all threats were eliminated. Then the young man turned his attention back to the girl, who continued to complain of a fever. At some point, she began to try to take off her clothes. She did this completely unaware of what was happening around her. Evan grabbed a bottle of water, deciding that a cold shower would be best in this situation. He then helped Naomi take a few sips of water, trying to bring her back to her senses. After this, the young man lifted her to her feet, while noting with displeasure that all this was causing too much trouble. Then he took the shower head and explained that it was best to douse himself with cold water. Soon, the cold water began to work. The girl felt better, and she gradually began to come to her senses. About 15 minutes later, Evan stood calmly to the side and smoked, while the attackers still lay unconscious. Naomi had already come to her senses. She was wrapped in a towel and looked embarrassed. At first, she quietly thanked him for his help. However, as soon as Evan pretended that nothing special had happened, she walked up to the lying men and kicked them. After this, the girl accused him of allegedly seeing too much. In response, the guy stated that, on the contrary, he himself suffered. However, such words only increased her embarrassment. Then, heading towards the exit, Evan told her to get dressed. In response, the girl warned him to keep everything a secret. However, already at the door, Naomi stopped him. Her attention was drawn to the bag in his hands, and she began to suspect that there was something important in it. Evan tried to explain that it was a routine errand, but the girl insisted on seeing the contents. The next moment, she pulled the bag towards herself sharply, causing it to open and revealing a damaged Buddha head inside. The girl immediately accused him of stealing. In response, the young man began to justify himself. He stated that he was simply returning the item. However, the situation had already gotten out of control, so he decided not to continue the conversation and quickly headed for the exit. In response, the girl shouted after him. She warned that she would find him if the item was not returned by tomorrow. As Evan went downstairs, he again encountered the same people he had easily defeated earlier. However, now their boss acted much calmer. He even bowed, calling him the ninth master. Moreover, he offered him complete control over the place, but Evan took it calmly and stated that it was just a misunderstanding. After that, he only asked for a ride home. In response, the boss immediately gave orders to organize transportation. At this point, Evan received a call. He confirmed that he had the required item, but he was asked to keep it for a while. Almost immediately, Evan realized the consequences. Now Officer Naomi would be actively searching for him. Later, he returned to his apartment, where he again met with a half-naked Madison and asked her to get dressed. However, the girl only smiled and said that she didn't see the need for it. Then Evan threw her a jacket, warning her that Megan would be home soon. In response, the girl asked where his wife Sarah was, to which the guy sharply replied that it was none of her business. After that, he picked up his phone and texted his girlfriend to order a light meal. Later that day, Madison followed him outside. She declared that during the day he belonged to her. In response, Evan asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. She then threatened that he could pay off the debt with his own body. But Evan did not attach any importance to this. Continuing to walk with her, he suddenly noticed a group of people. They squeezed Lily between themselves, not allowing her to pass. And then one of them grabbed her and began making unambiguous demands for the evening. At that moment, the woman suddenly recognized Evan, which immediately attracted the attention of the attackers. Then Evan tried to explain that he simply lived nearby, but this only made the situation worse, and one of the men began to insult him. Then Evan intervened. He demanded that they stop this and not make a scene. In response, the man pulled out a contract and stated that he was simply doing his job to collect the debt. According to him, Lily only paid the principal amount but not the interest. After that, Evan stood in front of her and asked her the total amount of the debt. The man gave a clearly inflated figure, saying that taking into account the debt and interest, she owed him $300,000. Lily tried to protect the hero. She asked not to drag him into this matter. However, this gave the attacker a new idea. He offered to waive the interest in exchange for payment with her body. However, before anyone could react, Madison intervened, delivering a swift kick to his head. As a result, the attacker ended up on the ground. After this, she declared that she was his wife. These words completely caught the hero and Lily off guard. He tried to explain that she was just his acquaintance. Meanwhile, the enemy stood up and ordered his men to seize both women. Two of his subordinates immediately rushed forward. However, the girl acted faster. She struck in a jump, instantly incapacitating one of them. The second one received a strong elbow, while she called them pathetic. Within seconds, all three were on the ground, completely incapacitated. Madison continued to stand over them, clearly not intending to stop. Evan approached Lily, saying that he was going to go to the company, but she expressed concern, not wanting to leave them alone. In response, he calmly assured her that everything would be fine, while the defeated men began to beg them for mercy. After this, the hero went to the company where his wife Sarah worked. Evan brought the girl lunch, but she immediately expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he was late. In response, he explained that there was a delay. She then suddenly remarked that his cooking skills had improved, but their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. On the other end, her father was begging the girl to help save him, as he had lost a large sum of money and was once again in captivity. However, Sarah, clearly tired of such situations, immediately interrupted the conversation. She told the man never to call her again. When Evan asked what happened, she replied that it was her father's usual scheme to get money. However, almost immediately, her phone beeped again and she received a message with a video. It showed her father, beaten, kneeling and begging Sarah to help him, saying that otherwise he would be beaten to death. Then she demanded to know the conditions. In response, she was told the amount, $3 million in cash, which she needed to bring to the club. Evan offered to go with her, but she refused, saying he couldn't handle the situation. Then he offered to at least take her, but the girl insisted on her own. She believed that his participation would only complicate everything. Later, a red sports car pulled up to the club. Sarah came out with a suitcase containing money and immediately demanded to call the boss. Meanwhile, Evan also arrived at the club on his motorcycle. The name seemed familiar to him. Inside, the girl saw her father Sam kneeling in front of his boss and looking beaten. He begged for mercy, but the local boss, Kevin, wearing a bright shirt, calmly ate a watermelon. He stated that he was ready to release the man in exchange for money. However, after carefully examining the girl, he changed the conditions. He stated that her father had harmed his brother. After this, it became clear that his demands now went beyond money. Kevin leaned toward Sarah, remarking on how beautiful she was, and told her that she should figure out what he wanted. Sam, instead of protecting her, actually offered to sacrifice herself for him. But Sarah did not tolerate this and immediately slapped the man standing in front of her. This resulted in Kevin becoming furious, and he grabbed the bottle of wine and ordered his men to hold it back. His subordinates immediately carried out the order. They grabbed the girl and did not allow her to move. At one point, Kevin tried to put a bottle in her mouth, demanding that she drink and stop being so brazen. However, the girl did not lose her composure. She delivered a precise kick, hitting him in his most vulnerable spot. The blow was so strong that the man instantly doubled over in pain and screamed, unable to contain his emotions. In a fit of rage, he smashed a bottle and began threatening that Sarah had almost robbed him of his future. Meanwhile, her father, instead of intervening, again tried to save himself. He offered to give up his daughter just to avoid punishment. Then Kevin grabbed a broken bottle and threatened to disfigure the girl's face for her resistance. However, at that moment the situation changed dramatically. Evan burst into the room. His appearance was unexpected for everyone. Sam immediately tried to shift the blame onto him, calling him an ordinary courier trying to impress his daughter. These words only angered Kevin even more. He ordered his people to immediately get rid of the uninvited guest. His subordinates immediately rushed forward, loudly declaring that they were going to punish him. However, the young man acted calmly. He effortlessly stopped the attack, simply blocking the kick with his foot. He then delivered just one precise punch to the man's face. This was enough to render the second attacker unconscious. After that, Evan found himself next to the girl. He supported her, as she could barely stand on her feet. Meanwhile, Kevin watched the scene in complete shock, claiming that Evan had touched his woman. After that, he picked up the broken bottle again, intending to attack Evan. However, his attack was instantly stopped, the hero's hand squeezing his wrist with such force that he was unable to move. Then Evan calmly said that it would not be difficult for him to get rid of it. As a result, the enemy completely lost control of the situation. He couldn't even free his hand. Evan pointed his own hand with the broken bottle at the villain's face, and then he began to panic. After that, Evan just pushed him away. The man lost his balance and fell to the floor. At that moment, another man in a suit burst into the room and immediately demanded that this stop. Meanwhile, Kevin, on the floor, continued to point at the hero and demand reprisals. However, his ally reacted differently. He hit him, saying that he had crossed the line by allowing himself to touch the ninth master's girl. He then immediately began to bow and apologize to Evan, explaining that his subordinate had acted thoughtlessly. After that, he made Kevin get down on his knees and apologize. Meanwhile, Sarah was still barely able to stand, so Evan decided he would deal with it later. He picked her up and headed towards the exit, and at that moment her father began to act friendly and even tried to ingratiate himself. However, Evan stopped him abruptly, saying that he didn't know this man. Sam was left standing there completely confused. Later, they arrived at the protagonist's apartment. Evan helped the girl get to the apartment and carefully laid her on the bed. He then offered to prepare something to ease her condition. However, Sarah suddenly grabbed his hand and asked him not to leave her alone. Her grip was unexpectedly strong, forcing Evan to stay close and sit on the edge of the bed. An awkward atmosphere arose between them, and then the girl pulled him closer to her and again asked him to stay. At this point, Evan realized that the situation was becoming ambiguous. While she insisted, he did not want to take advantage of her condition. The next morning, Madison noticed he looked tired and had dark circles under his eyes. She hinted quite openly that she had heard everything that had happened during the night perfectly well, but Evan did not comment on this. Before leaving for the meeting, the hero reminded her to pick up Megan from school. However, Madison replied that she would only do so if she had time left. Left alone, the young man sat down on the sofa and sighed heavily, clearly feeling tired. At that moment, Sarah, having come to her senses, asked if he had undressed her. In response, Evan explained that she had done it herself. Then he gave her back her clothes so that she wouldn't be even more embarrassed. When she took the things, a small object fell out of her pocket. It turned out to be a bead. Seeing her, Evan's face changed dramatically. He realized that he had found what he was looking for. Sarah asked if it belonged to him. She understood that she had received it from the man who had helped her earlier. Then Evan confirmed that it was his thing. He pointed to the symbol that was inside. This became proof. At that moment, everything became clear to Sarah. She realized that he was the very person who had helped her earlier. Later, they arrived at the office building where she worked. At the entrance, security greeted her and his companion. Evan, in turn, allowed himself an informal gesture, as if he was used to being treated this way. Then he switched back to everyday matters. He reminded Sarah to choose lunch. When she entered her office, she saw that her friend from Sophie was already waiting for her there. She suggested that in the evening they go to an event to celebrate the 100th birthday of the son of the vice president of the Zhonggong Chamber of Commerce. Sophie also noticed that Sarah was in a good mood. In response, she said that Evan turned out to be her savior. This news greatly surprised her friend, since he did not look like a lifeguard at all. She then offered to help recover the deleted messages to find that important person. Meanwhile, Evan was outside, calmly smoking and watching what was happening. When he finished, he walked up to the guards to greet them again. At some point, he received a call. It turned out to be his fourth sister. She said that she had come to the city for a conference. However, she then added that she wanted to meet his fiancée. These words took the hero by surprise. He clearly did not understand what they were talking about. And then suddenly the connection was broken, leaving the protagonist confused. He realized that he was in trouble again. After that, he returned to Sarah's office. She asked why he had returned so early, since it was not even the middle of the working day. Evan bent down to straighten the girl's shoes, which made her suspicious. He then explained that his sister wanted to meet for dinner, but Sarah immediately declined. The girl asked how many sisters he had, and he then told her that he was the 9th of 9 adopted children. He also noted that his sister had achieved success in medicine. However, Sarah asked him to stop bragging and just send the meeting details, after which she sent him on his way. As he left, Evan said goodbye jokingly and headed off to prepare dinner. Left alone, the girl thought for a moment and involuntarily smiled. She was clearly interested in the new side of his personality. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Evan received another call. It was Officer Naomi. She was interested in the stolen Buddha head. At first, the hero tried to blame the poor connection, but it didn't help. He then promised to return the item within a week, thus buying himself some time. Before ending the conversation, Naomi asked one more question. She asked why he left the dojo. However, Evan gave her an evasive answer before saying goodbye and hanging up. Meanwhile, down below, Lily's sister was trying to find transport and looked quite worried. Suddenly, Evan noticed her from the car. Then, without further ado, he came out and offered to help her. The girl was surprised, but agreed. Once in the car, she explained the situation. Her mother was in critical condition and they needed to get to the hospital immediately. Evan then told her to buckle up, after which he sped up, heading towards his destination. They arrived at the hospital and went to the room where the girl's mother was lying unconscious on the bed. Her nephew stood next to her and informed her that one of the directors had just confirmed the need for urgent surgery. However, Lily was clearly confused, as another doctor had previously said the operation was pointless. She hesitated to approach Director David, knowing of his dubious intentions. However, her brother insisted, arguing that now it was their mother's life that was at stake and it did not matter what kind of person this was. At that moment, Director David himself appeared in the room, immediately saying that the woman could still be saved. Suddenly, Lily's brother began to turn the conversation to personal interests, hinting at the need for a lunch meeting between Lily and the director. He, in turn, began to claim that the invited expert was his teacher, thereby trying to persuade the girl to meet. After this, they asked the protagonist to return to the company, as if his presence was no longer required. As he left the ward, the young man sensed that something was wrong with the director, but at first he decided not to interfere. However, already in the corridor, he accidentally overheard a conversation that made him stop. It turned out that Lily's brother and David had been discussing a plan to use their mother's illness as a tool to put pressure on Lily. Moreover, her relative did not hesitate to call his own aunt a burden. Hearing this, Evan felt disgusted, realizing that he was dealing with extremely dangerous and unprincipled people. Without wasting any time, he immediately called his fourth sister and asked if she knew that very David. She confirmed that she knew him and agreed to help without further questions. After this, the hero calmly returned to the ward. He stood next to the bed where Lily's mother lay, preparing to change the men's terrible plan. After some time, Lily herself and her relative returned to the room. They were clearly surprised to see that he was still there. Then Evan said that the meeting could be cancelled, since all issues had already been resolved. These words caused an immediate reaction from Lily's brother, who began to mockingly belittle him, calling him an ordinary driver. At that moment, David came back, his face feigning politeness, and he was ready to take Lily to the meeting. Noticing the protagonist, he demanded an explanation. wondering what right an ordinary driver had to speak about his teacher. In response, the young man calmly hinted that, if necessary, he could voice their recent conversation out loud. These words put both interlocutors in an extremely awkward position. However, the director quickly took an aggressive tone, demanding that he leave the premises immediately. It was at this moment that a group of doctors entered the room, among whom was the chief physician of the institution himself. Lily was completely confused by this turn of events, not understanding what was happening. The manager then introduced a real medical expert, Dr. Nigel, who had arrived especially for her mother. Upon hearing this, Director David was shocked, as he clearly had not expected the appearance of a real specialist. The doctor immediately began examining the patient without wasting time on unnecessary conversations. Meanwhile, Lily's brother continued to try to please those around him, and Principal David tried to present himself as the expert student. However, Nigel soon announced that the operation would take place today and that it would be done free of charge thanks to Evan. These words completely stunned Lily, as she did not expect that he was the one who organized everything. However, the doctor confirmed this. Then Lily immediately began to look for the young man with her eyes. Noticing him near the car, she ran out to him. Meanwhile, Evan behaved calmly and even asked why she went out. However, the girl, overwhelmed with emotion, simply hugged him, expressing gratitude. He, in turn, tried to calm her down, but said that he could not stay as he had to deliver food to Sarah. They eventually agreed to meet later, after which he left. Getting into his car, he moved on, considering the task accomplished. On the way, he called to tell Sarah that dinner was on its way, and she suddenly asked him to act as a driver for dinner that evening. Later, he drove up to the luxurious building where the event was taking place. Sarah looked especially stunning as she prepared for the evening ahead. At the entrance, one of the guests immediately noticed their appearance. Then she warned Evan to behave calmly, and he agreed without objection. Inside, they were met by Sophie, who pointed out an important guest with whom they needed to establish contact. It turned out that we were talking about an elderly man, Charles, who had recently become a father. The girls congratulated him on the birth of his son, and he, in turn, asked how they were doing. However, Oliver suddenly began to openly discuss them, drawing attention to the fact that Sarah came with her husband. Things got awkward when Charles asked her exactly what Evan's relationship was, suggesting that he was a relative. However, Oliver clarified that it was her husband, adding that he works as a courier. These words quickly spread among those present, causing ridicule. Meanwhile, Evan himself remained calm and did not react to what was happening. Soon, Charles asked Sarah to come to the table so that she could introduce him. Evan immediately rose from his seat and politely greeted the assembled group. However, Chairman Charles paid little attention to him. Suddenly, another man, Lucas, approached him and greeted him warmly, which caused surprise among those around him. Oliver immediately began asking why such a respected man was greeting the courier. When asked about his occupation, Evan calmly replied that he works as a driver. This answer clearly left Charles disappointed. At this moment, the elder sister of the hero of the occasion announced the beginning of the entertainment part. She came on stage and said that she wanted to perform a dream wedding for the guests. After this, the girl sat down at the piano and began to play. Her performance was neat, but did not make much of an impression on Charles. Oliver began to actively praise her, calling her Master Giselle's student. However, Evan clearly did not share this opinion. He said that the girl played well but without feeling, and then Oliver decided to provoke him by offering to perform himself. Suddenly, Giselle interrupted their argument and stopped the performance. The girl performing the piece expressed dissatisfaction, wondering what right he had to criticize her. Despite Sarah's warnings, Evan said he wasn't afraid and stated that he was comfortable going out and playing on his own. Then he walked up to the instrument and sat down at it. He said that he dedicated the performance of this piece to his wife, Sarah. At first, everyone around Evan doubted that he would succeed. However, from the very first notes, it became clear that his level was much higher. The atmosphere in the hall changed, and the listeners were completely absorbed in the music. Even the girl whose performance he interrupted was impressed. After his speech was completed, applause rang out throughout the hall. The attempt to embarrass him failed, and Oliver asked the teacher for an honest review of his performance. However, Giselle said she could not judge his level. This completely baffled those who tried to ridicule him. Even Charles was forced to publicly acknowledge his talent. Later, already in the car, Sarah began asking the hero questions. She wanted to understand who he really was and how he was connected to influential people. Evan explained that he had once tutored the son of the man in question. a statement that immediately raised a lot of questions in Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Sophie couldn't help but remark that he looked very confident and even attractive at the piano. However, the young man himself only calmly accepted this remark, without attaching any particular importance to it. However, his mood changed dramatically when he noticed in the rearview mirror a car that was clearly following them. Almost immediately, he stepped on the gas, causing both girls to panic and start complaining, saying he was at risk of losing his driver's license. However, in response, Evan calmly noted that he didn't have any anyway, which caused even more shock. The situation quickly got out of control when two motorcycles appeared on the road. Suddenly, they started to press their car from different sides. One of the pursuers suddenly pulled out a weapon and opened fire on the protagonist's car. At this point, Sarah, showing composure, ordered her friend to duck. At the same time, Evan was fully focused on management. He abruptly turned the steering wheel and drove the car straight into one of the attackers, knocking the motorcycle over and knocking the enemy out of action. He then shouted at them to hold on tight as he was going on the offensive. The first pursuer was eliminated, but the second continued the pursuit without reducing speed. The young man ordered the female passengers to keep their heads down while trying to escape pursuit. At that moment, another car joined them, from which a man with an eye patch and a large weapon emerged. Almost immediately, shots rang out and the car's windshield shattered, and Evan covered Sarah with his hand, protecting her from the shrapnel. The pursuit continued, and bullets continued to hit the car, creating an increasingly dangerous situation. When Evan tried to turn sharply, it became clear that one of the wheels was damaged. The hero realized that the car was losing control. Despite this, the young man managed to stop the car, controlling the skid. Sophie immediately realized that she was the target of the attack and ordered everyone to run, warning that they were shooting with the intent to kill her. However, the hero told her not to talk nonsense and instead to get out of the car. They then headed towards the nearest park, hoping to escape their pursuers there. However, as soon as they got out of the car, people in suits, armed with weapons with silencers, came out to them. At that moment, Evan ordered the girls to duck and covered them with his body as the shooting started. Then he suddenly picked up a stone from the ground. He threw it with precision at one of the shooters. As a result, the stone hit the shooter directly in the eye and disabled him. The girls were amazed that Evan had such skills, but he did not comment on it. Meanwhile, the attackers continued to approach, and the situation became increasingly tense. The young man then took the girls behind a tree, using it as a temporary shelter. At one point, he was grazed by a bullet, but he only calmly stated that they would pay for daring to threaten his wife. With these words, he came out of hiding again and began to act even more actively. He dodged the shots and continued to use the objects at hand, throwing stones with amazing accuracy. One of these throws hit the enemy directly in the head, instantly neutralizing him, and soon all the attackers were incapacitated. After this, Evan noted that they were representatives of a group known as the Seven Fallen Angels. Sophie immediately demanded an explanation, since she did not understand what he was talking about. He then pointed to a 6-pointed star tattoo on the neck of one of the attackers, explaining that it was the symbol of the Abyss organization. He then added that Sophie possessed something that could alter genetics and extend life, meaning that such attacks were inevitable. Upon hearing this, Sarah was impressed by his knowledge and skills, but he only said that this was far from all he was capable of. Meanwhile, Soft contacted her relative to pick them up. At the same time, Evan advised them to strengthen security and repair the car. The girl was still under stress and stayed close to her friend, trying to come to her senses. Later, the young man accidentally met Lily from the hospital. At that moment, she tripped and dropped a box of things, among which were her personal belongings. Evan immediately rushed to help, asking why she was carrying boxes alone. But while picking up the things, he accidentally saw her underwear, which made him noticeably embarrassed. However, the girl did not pay attention to this and asked about his wound. And yet, she soon noticed what it was Evan was holding in his hands. Then he calmly replied that everything was fine and said that her mother's operation was successful, after which he tried to leave. However, Lily reminded him of the previously promised dinner, but Evan carefully postponed this meeting, trying to remain calm. As he left, the young man reflected on what had happened, noting to himself how unpredictable such situations could be. He later returned home to find Madison lounging on the couch, looking rather revealing. The hero immediately asked her to get dressed, since there was a child at home. After that, he got down to business, talking about life-extending drugs, which surprised her, as she didn't expect him to know about it. Evan then explained the situation with the Abyss organization and the recent attack. In response, Madison warned that the organization was extremely dangerous and did not tolerate interference. She then began to hint at possible solutions to the problem. Getting too close to him, however, Evan said he preferred to keep his distance. Despite this, she continued to try to persuade him to cooperate, claiming that he could resolve the issue with just one word. At one point, she even tried to sit on him, but the hero stopped her, declaring that he did not intend to participate in such games. Nevertheless, he agreed to contact the organization's leader, warning her to be careful. After this, she offered him to take herself as a reward by standing in a seductive pose. However, their conversation was interrupted by Megan's unexpected appearance. She entered the room and called her father. Madison tried to quickly come up with an explanation for her appearance, while Evan just calmly watched what was happening. The girl gave him tickets to the amusement park, reminding him of his promise to spend time with her. Evan realized that with all the fuss, he had almost forgotten that he had promised Megan to take her out on the weekend. In the end, he agreed, after which he sent her off to rest. After this, he asked Madison to behave decently in the presence of the child, but she stated that she still intended to take the mother's place. Then she said that she was leaving the day after tomorrow, and the hero asked if she really wouldn't stay for a couple of days. The girl immediately took this as an invitation to stay with him longer. However, the hero still asked her to leave the house as quickly as possible, which irritated her. Meanwhile, in another location, at the Lin family mansion, 2 guards were on duty. And then suddenly a knife flew out of the darkness towards them, hitting one of them right in the head. The attacker acted quickly and accurately, eliminating them without making any unnecessary noise. However, strange sounds woke up Sarah and Sophie, who were in the house. Suddenly, an unknown woman with a long braid appeared at the door of their balcony, asking the girls to voice their last words. She said that she even felt a little sorry for killing them. However, Sophie showed no fear. She stood up and declared that she was the target, demanding that Sarah be left alone. The attacker ignored her and was already about to act, but suddenly someone called her, saying that the mission was canceled. The man told her that it was a direct order from his personal superior. Eventually, the girl turned back, reporting that the mission had been canceled by order of senior management. She warned them that they were lucky, and then left the place, disappearing as quickly as she had appeared. A few seconds later, security guards burst into the house, but it was too late. Then Sophie's uncle appeared and began to find out if everything was okay. The girls hastened to assure him that they were fine, but the killer had managed to escape. After examining the bodies of the guards, he noted the high level of her skills, since she killed them with literally one blow. Sophie then confirmed that the attacker belonged to the Abyss organization and had a higher rank, judging by her tattoos. This news stunned the elderly man. He immediately realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed. Meanwhile, Sarah explained that the attacker had received a call from a man called Han Huang, and it was he who had canceled the mission. Upon hearing this name, her uncle frowned, as he had never heard of it before, and firmly stated that he intended to find out who was behind this nickname. In turn, Sophie only thanked him for his help. Meanwhile, Lily, standing near the hospital, tried unsuccessfully to hail a taxi. At that moment, Evan suddenly stopped next to her on a motorcycle and offered her a ride. The girl agreed without hesitation, after which she sat behind him, and he calmly told her to hold on tight. During the trip, she cautiously inquired about Megan's mother. In response, the young man explained that her parents were no longer alive. Lily was visibly upset by this news, feeling sympathy for the poor girl. Meanwhile, at the company where Sarah worked, employees reported that she took the day off due to feeling unwell. When Evan showed up there, he was clearly unhappy that she hadn't warned him. In the end, he decided to sort out the situation himself and got back on his motorcycle. His first thought, however, was to check on Megan, so he headed home to meet her after school. Entering the house, he began calling Sarah, asking how she was feeling. However, he immediately noticed that the bedroom door was ajar, which seemed strange to him. He peered inside cautiously and immediately realized that the situation was far from normal. There was a red-haired girl in the room, and she looked as if she was preparing for a completely different meeting with him. She immediately began to behave provocatively and tried to persuade him to get intimate, hinting at something more personal. However, Evan showed no interest, pretending not to understand her intentions. However, the girl continued to act. She approached him and asked him to turn around, promising a surprise. Placing her hands on his back, she confidently declared that she would show him how to have a good time. However, instead, she suddenly pulled out a knife and tried to attack. She was counting on a quick victory, but everything went differently. The young man easily dodged the blow and immediately intercepted her hand. He then effortlessly stopped the next attack, completely depriving the girl of the ability to act. Evan then demanded an explanation, trying to find out who she was. In response, the girl continued to play the role, stating that she was his wife. However, the hero noted that his real wife behaves differently. Then he completely immobilized his opponent. Realizing that there was no point in hiding any longer, the girl tried to escape by jumping over furniture. However, she had a backup plan. She took out a gun and pointed it straight at him. But even this did not change the situation. He remained completely calm, and the shot missed him. Then, already on the bed, the girl demanded that they give her the Buddha's head, threatening to kill her. However, Evan again evaded and stated that the item was not in his possession. Despite this, she did not believe his words and continued shooting, claiming that she had received accurate information. Then he suddenly pulled out his black card. The hero threw it with such accuracy that it knocked the weapon out of her hands. After this, he pinned her to the bed and again demanded an explanation. But the girl continued to adhere to her previous line of behavior. Then his attention was drawn to her clothes. He noticed a small pendant and asked if she was the daughter of the master from Kaifeng Valley. The hero's confusion gave her the opportunity to escape. She pushed him away and headed for the window, but before leaving, she noted with surprise that he knew about her origin. At that moment, Evan began to suspect that the woman in front of him might be his longtime fiancée, who, at the same time, looked very similar to Sarah. Before disappearing, the girl warned him about the Buddha's head, after which she jumped out the window. Once she was outside, Evan shouted that she still had to give him an answer about the bead. As a result, he was left alone in the apartment, trying to understand what exactly had happened. Almost immediately, he called Lucas and asked if Sarah had a twin sister. Then he learned that she was adopted, and the only clue to her past was an item that her adoptive father had once sold. This made the hero think about her possible connection with that very girl. Later, he began to carefully ask Sarah about her childhood. The girl didn't understand why he was interested in such questions. However, at that moment, her adoptive father appeared at the door and immediately began demanding a large sum of money, playing on her pity. But Sarah no longer responded to such behavior and made it clear that she did not intend to help him again. Despite this, the man continued to insist, but the girl interrupted the conversation and took him away, leaving her father alone. Left without attention, he began to behave extremely irritably, complaining about his daughter's ingratitude. Then he noticed the jacket left by the hero and decided to check the pockets. Sam was very angry because even an ordinary courier now had more money than he did. There he found money and that very bead, and Sam began to wonder how an ordinary person could possess such a thing. He soon realized its significance and decided to use it to his advantage. When Sarah returned, he had already prepared a new story. He stated that she was not his biological daughter. As evidence, Sam cited a past incident involving a blood transfusion. However, the girl did not want to listen to him. Then he took out a bead and said that it would help find her real parents, but he demanded money for it. Sam demanded that she give him $500,000 at once, and then he would do everything. Sarah was only willing to give him $100,000, and after much debate, they settled on $300,000. In the end, the girl agreed to transfer this amount to him. Having received the money, Sam left the bead and hurried out of the office, citing urgent matters. Left alone, the girl looked at the object, feeling a strange connection with it. Meanwhile, Evan returned to the office, trying to find something important. He started to take off his jacket and suddenly noticed something strange. At some point, he realized that the bead was missing. The hero immediately suspected the recent stranger of disappearance. At that moment, Sarah entered the office and confirmed that her father had indeed been to see her. Trying not to show her excitement, she offered to go with her to the hospital, and the hero immediately agreed. He immediately asked what had happened to her, but Sarah said it was just a routine checkup. During the trip, the girl asked to keep the visit a secret, and Evan confidently promised that he would not tell anyone. However, they were suddenly cut off by another car. Evan immediately cursed at the driver as he tried to steady the car after it jolted them. It was at that moment that the girl noticed the bead hanging around his neck. Then Sarah demanded an explanation from him as to where he got her. Evan tried to explain it through his friends, but she didn't believe him. Then he began to tell a convoluted story about family agreements and personal obligations. He even hinted that Sarah was jealous of him, but the girl immediately refuted his assumption. Later, already in the office, the girl was waiting for the test results. She looked at the bead and began to think more and more that all this might not be a coincidence, but part of a more complex story. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted when her assistant announced a visitor. It turned out that Madison had come to see Sarah. She entered with such confidence, as if she were the mistress of this place. The girl immediately recognized her as her cousin and realized that she clearly had not come for a friendly conversation. She, without wasting any time, put a bank card with a sum of 100 million on the table, offering to buy Evan out. Sarah just chuckled at the banality of it all and assumed it was Evan's idea. She stated that she was married, pregnant, and remained true to her choice. Madison, however, pushed the card forward again, insisting that the girl think about the money. In response, Sarah wondered with a hint of mockery whether Evan really considered himself so valuable. When the uninvited guest left, the girl was left alone in the office and tried to comprehend what had happened. However, almost immediately Sophie arrived, beaming with joy and reporting good news. She was quite familiar, talking enthusiastically about collaborating on a research drug. She said that her partner was a medical genius, Ellie, and Sophie insisted that they needed to meet this famous doctor. Sarah latched onto the familiar name Ellie, trying to remember where she had heard it. As soon as they left, Joshua made his way into the empty office. He quickly noticed the bank card left on the table. Joshua was clearly pleased to find that the password was written right on it. Meanwhile, Evan contacted the fourth sister by phone. She told him in detail about Sarah, describing her as a good girl from a poor family with a healthy child. Soon after, Evan was already preparing Sarah for a meeting with his fourth sister, assuring her that she was very calm and easy to talk to. However, when they entered the house, they were immediately greeted by an unexpected picture. The hero's sister and Madison were already in the kitchen and acting like they were at home. Moreover, it turned out that his sister Ellie was the very medical genius that Sarah had just heard about. The whole group was already assembled, including Megan, and Sarah was trying to make sense of what was happening. Her thoughts were confused, and she couldn't help but wonder if her courier husband was hiding his true origins. Ellie, meanwhile, invited her brother and his wife to the table, introducing herself as Evan's fourth sister. At the table, Evan tried to act casual and treated everyone to his sister's signature fish dish. However, soon Ellie unexpectedly said that she was going to sleep with Sarah to take care of her, and told Evan to go to the couch. Madison added a snide remark about his new sleeping place, but Evan cut her off abruptly, telling her to just eat quietly. Night fell soon after. Evan, already banished to the couch, continued to try to track down Sarah's killer double on the phone. He received a message at night, and the young man checked it with curiosity. However, what he saw shocked him. The text message was from Sophie and was accompanied by a thank you photo of a clearly inappropriate nature. Evan just tiredly covered his face with his hand, finally convinced that this girl had no boundaries. The next day, Evan went for a walk with Megan when he was called out to by the girl's teacher, Emily. In the end, without thinking twice, they decided to spend the day together. Soon, the three of them headed towards the carousel. However, Evan suddenly stopped, feeling like he was being watched. As it turned out, Henry was watching them, but then suddenly someone's hand fell on his shoulder. When the man turned around, he realized it was none other than Evan. Henry immediately began flirting with Emily, to which she accused him of stalking her. The girl threatened to tell her father about it, but the man was worried that she was spending time with a man who already had a child. When Evan left with the girl and the child, Henry remarked that if he didn't have her, no one else would. Despite this, they tried to continue the day calmly, and Evan even suggested going out for burgers. However, suddenly there were cries for help. Someone fell into the water. Seeing the man in the water, Evan immediately rushed to the water. Emily wanted to help too, but suddenly someone stopped her, claiming that it was too dangerous. As it turned out, it was Henry. He did not allow the girl to move, fearing that something would happen to her. While they were arguing, Evan had already dived into the water. He moved with such speed that those around him mistook him for a professional athlete. He ended up saving one person, but was told there was another victim, someone entangled in the seaweed at the bottom. After that, he went underwater again. Meanwhile, Megan and her teacher watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The girl remembered that her father had died under similar circumstances while trying to save another person, so she was very nervous. And then suddenly Henry said that Evan might not return, which caused a sharp reaction from everyone standing nearby. Emily was shocked by his behavior and slapped him, calling him selfish, and was about to jump into the water herself. Henry was still trying to stop her, not understanding why she cared about the driver's death. At that moment, there was movement in the water, and everyone immediately paid attention to it. Evan soon emerged with the second rescued man, looking exhausted but still swimming to shore. The arriving paramedics immediately rushed to the scene. Megan immediately rushed to him, hugging him and calling the hero father. However, the second rescued person remained unconscious, which baffled doctors. Then Evan, ignoring his condition, said that he would check it himself. Evan began checking his condition, which surprised those around him, and eventually came to an unexpected conclusion. He had a cycle failure. This statement immediately brought the man to consciousness, and it turned out that it was a girl. She explained that she survived only because the hero breathed air into her mouth while she was underwater. Emily was surprised by this news, but Evan himself took it calmly, as if nothing unusual had happened. The rescued girl introduced herself as Melanie. She thanked Evan and insisted that she had to treat him to dinner. However, a jealous Megan cleverly turned it into a group meeting by saying that she, too, wouldn't mind eating right now. When they left, Henry was still watching them from the side, unhappy that Evan was still alive. Since Melanie's phone was wet, she asked to borrow Evan's device to make a call. At this moment, the girl received unpleasant news. She was told that the deal was in jeopardy because someone was trying to buy her research for only $150,000. Melanie ended up having to cancel the dinner on short notice due to a business issue. Then the girl asked him to call her a taxi, but Evan himself offered to give her a ride to the right place. Soon, they were already racing through the city to the place of negotiations. On the way, Melanie explained to the hero that her project was deliberately underpriced. In a relatively short time, they had already arrived at the right place. Upon arrival at the office building, she was informed that a potential buyer was already waiting. Melanie walked in and introduced herself as the head of the development team. Then the man immediately offered to buy out the entire project for the same amount, $150,000. However, the girl categorically refused, explaining that they needed an investor. However, one of her colleagues had already succumbed to the temptation of money and suggested that the girl reconsider her decision. The fat man noticed their weak link and immediately lured him over to his side, offering him a job. Another employee followed him out, leaving Melanie in a state of shock at the betrayal. The businessman himself merely shrugged his shoulders indifferently, saying that he saw nothing wrong with it. However, at that moment, Evan intervened, holding a project proposal in his hands. The young man sharply criticized the older man for trying to deceive the student, effectively exposing his intentions. The man, trying to save face, began to threaten, but Evan only treated it with mockery, not taking his words seriously. As the negotiators left the room, Melanie thanked Evan for his help, but her remaining partner was in a panic. She noted that it was now impossible for them to compete with the stolen software. In response, Evan, remaining completely calm, asked only for the account number for the transfer of funds. Just a moment later, a notification about the transfer of $5 million arrived on the girl's phone, and everyone present literally froze in shock. Evan then reintroduced himself by shaking hands with his new partner, Melanie. After this, he immediately got down to business and ordered that discussion of the project begin. Melanie began to explain in detail the features of their software. However, she soon admitted that they urgently needed legal and financial support, and they had no connections. Then Evan made just one call and soon promised that a top-notch team of lawyers would join them. Having settled this issue, he advised focusing exclusively on the technical part, taking financial matters upon himself. Later, when Evan was driving Megan and Emily home, the girl was still under the impression of the events of the past day. At some point, Megan noticed that a car had been following them for some time. It soon became obvious to the hero that this was a real chase. Then Evan dropped the girl off at the house, telling her to go straight inside. As soon as she was safe, the young man turned his attention to the pursuer. The man in the cap hid in the bushes extremely ineptly. Evan came up behind him and grabbed him, and he immediately began to make excuses, claiming that his boss just wanted to talk. But Evan, without showing much interest, ordered that he be taken to this man. Soon they approached a car where an elderly man and woman were waiting for them. The man introduced himself as Daryl, a master criminal. But this statement did not make any impression on Evan. He explained that he had seen a recent water rescue and wanted to hire a hero for underwater work, offering $6 million. His companion doubted the need for such a sum, but Daryl insisted, specifying that he would pay only after the task was completed. Evan was skeptical of this condition and demanded an advance payment of $2 million. Before agreeing, he paused and stated that he needed to make a call. At that moment, he received a message in which his old man urged him to agree. Then, returning to the conversation, Evan agreed to the deal. The woman then handed him a prepaid card, along with a threat of consequences if he cheated. After this, Daryl clarified that the mission was to retrieve bodies from a place called Long Huitan. Hearing this, Evan became wary because of the ominous name. However, Daryl only reminded that the money had already been received, which meant that the contract was considered concluded. After this, his new employers left, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts. Almost immediately, he contacted his old man to get more information. He told him that the message he sent was true. Evan needed to go to that place. He said that the target of the mission was not the bodies, but a golden statue with an object inside. The old man explained the backstory in detail. It was about a monument to a monk, inside which a valuable artifact was hidden. Evan tried to clarify why this was so important, but received an evasive answer asking not to ask unnecessary questions. Eventually, Evan agreed to follow the instructions. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Sarah was looking through important documents. When Evan returned earlier than usual, the girl was clearly surprised. He noticed that she was holding the evaluation report in her hands. However, Sarah immediately took it back, declaring that it was her business alone. She then changed the subject and asked about the bead he was wearing, and eventually came to the question of his real identity. In response, Evan gave a rather frivolous explanation about being an ancient heir, which did not make any impression on the girl. But the young man just shrugged and offered to cook food for her. The next morning, Sarah drove up to a large office building where she was met by security guards. However, Madison was already waiting for her in the office, reminding her that she had accepted the money and was now obliged to fulfill the conditions. She detailed her position, stating that her relationship with Evan had been unbreakable for 12 years. She also said that Evan still had 6 bullets in his body because of her, and that she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. After that, she tried to persuade Sarah to make the right decision, but the girl refused to sign any documents. Madison gave her a deadline of 8.5 hours to change her mind. As she was leaving the office, she ran into another woman, Sophie. Then the girl, entering her friend's office, asked who this influential guest was. At that moment, Sarah had a memory. She had already seen this woman next to Evan's sister, which aroused her suspicions. Sophie confirmed that the Zhang family had enormous influence and could easily buy out their business. This caused Sarah to quickly look through the documents on her desk. Soon she discovered something and in a panic called her assistant. The girl asked if any suspicious people had appeared in her office. The assistant then mentioned a certain Joshua, which immediately caused her alarm. At that moment, Sarah's phone rang. She picked up the phone and demanded that Joshua return her bank card, but he pretended not to understand what she was talking about. Sarah then threatened him, citing evidence of his past crimes. After this, she calmly turned to her friend and asked her to cancel their plans. Sarah tried to act as if nothing had happened, although inside she was under great tension. After that, she said goodbye to her friend, remaining alone in the office for a while. After some time, Joshua came to her and returned the card, claiming that he had spent very little. However, Sarah, not believing him, slapped him and demanded that he name the exact amount. It turned out that he had spent more than 10 million, and then the girl, in a rage, ordered him to leave immediately. When Joshua stormed out of the office, she realized that Madison had given her the 100 million just to get her to give up Evan. Meanwhile, the story moves to the company's headquarters. There, Evan chatted calmly with the guards, telling stories about pirates. At that moment, he heard Sarah's voice calling him. He greeted her formally as the CEO, causing her to momentarily think he was about to leave. Instead, however, Evan suddenly announced that he would like to cook her fish stew for dinner. Watching him leave, Sarah pulled out her phone and a plan began to form in her head. She called someone and tried to urgently sell her new house and car. They tried to dissuade her. Sarah said that she urgently needed money and that she was ready to even take a loss. At that moment, a call from Madison interrupted all of Sarah's thoughts. The woman again offered to buy Evan for any amount. However, Sarah calmly stated that she would return the 10 million, and that would be the end of their financial relationship. She added that her interlocutor could take her card back at any time, completely ignoring her offer. As for Evan, Sarah emphasized that his future depended only on himself, and she did not intend to interfere with this choice. Meanwhile, outside, Evan continued to calmly communicate with the guards, completely unaware of what was happening. At that moment, a luxury car pulled up to them, and those around them decided that it was intended for him. Madison got out of the car and called Evan to talk. She said she was planning to leave that night, and Evan, a little surprised, asked why she was in such a hurry. Suddenly, the girl spread her arms and with obvious excitement demanded that the hero hug her. Evan didn't resist and responded to her with unexpected gentleness. He suddenly noticed that the girl was crying, but Madison said that it was nonsense, that she just had a speck of dust in her eye. Then the young man tried to calm her down, hinting that they would have time to talk later. However, in response, he received a sharp blow from the knee between the legs. Then Evan, bent over in pain, asked her to at least maintain decency in a public place. After this, the girl, without further ado, got into the car and, as she drove away, declared that she would always love him. Evan remained standing there in complete bewilderment, trying to comprehend what had happened. He did not understand how such drastic changes in emotions could be combined in one person. Meanwhile, at the office, Sarah received a message from Madison. It said that she was leaving for good and leaving a card with $100 million to the girl. This news hit Sarah hard, and she was now even more determined to understand who Evan really was. Without wasting any time, the girl contacted an acquaintance and instructed him to conduct a full background check on the young man. However, the report turned out to be extremely strange. It only mentioned an orphanage and military service, after which the trail completely disappeared. Despite this, Sarah decided to continue the investigation and asked to check his supposed sisters. At the same time, Evan himself received a call from his informant about Sarah's double. He said that they managed to detain one of the woman's accomplices, but he was unconscious. The meeting place was a villa in Dragon Bay. Then Evan immediately announced that he was heading there. Having mounted his motorcycle, the young man raced rapidly through the city streets. Soon he arrived at Longwang Villa. Evan walked confidently inside and called for his man, old Lucas. He pointed to a man lying unconscious on the sofa. Without wasting any time, Evan ordered that he be brought back to his senses. The next moment, water was poured on the red-haired stranger's face. When the man woke up, he looked scared, while Evan remained calm. Evan showed him a photo of Sarah's double and demanded to know her location. However, he only grinned and hinted that he knew about the Buddha's head that Evan had. For such words, he immediately received a strong blow. Even after this, he continued to behave defiantly. However, Evan just looked at him, saying that he was not going to tolerate such behavior. After a short but very convincing jab of his finger into the sore spot, the man quickly changed his tone and began to speak. He said the woman they were looking for was named Daphne and that she was going to kill Evan. She belonged to the G family, one of the clans that made up the so-called 8 Dark Gates, which united the clans of assassins. The informant warned that becoming a target of such an organization meant almost certain death. However, Evan merely treated this information with disdain, not considering the threat serious, and ordered the interrogated person to be taken away. However, despite his confidence, he immediately ordered protection to be organized for Sarah, clearly concerned for her safety. Even though he wasn't afraid of these people, his pregnant wife could be in danger. At that moment, Sophie appeared on the stairs, surprised by his presence. She was amazed that her grandfather addressed Evan as young master. Lucas explained that it was Evan who won the Ching family's important project. Realizing this, the girl was shocked and suddenly remembered some photographs which she immediately regretted. The old man didn't understand what they were talking about, while Evan began to criticize the photographs, which completely threw the girl off balance. She ran upstairs in panic, shouting that now she would not be able to wash away this shame. After she left, the old man instructed Evan to follow the informant and find information about this girl Daphne. While Evan was processing what he had heard, his phone rang. As it turned out, it was Melanie. The girl panicked and reported that their competitor had already released similar software. However, Evan calmly replied that he was heading to the company immediately. Meanwhile, Sophie returned and began asking her grandfather where Evan had gone, which left Lucas puzzled. She was in a depressed state, still unaware of Evan's true situation. Lucas warned her not to reveal his identity to anyone for Sarah's safety. Meanwhile, in Melanie's office, the situation was rapidly deteriorating. She met Evan and told him that competitors had already spent $2 million on advertising. Evan then asked why the $5 million he had allocated had not been used, but Melanie said she had been hesitant to act. Once he was sure the software was ready, Evan gave the order to invest the entire $5 million into promotion. The girl was shocked by the amount, but Evan said that it was only a minor expense. Meanwhile, the competitors were in good spirits. They had achieved 300,000 downloads thanks to the $2 million they had invested. Their director felt confident and was even about to celebrate the victory with his secretary. He was already planning to send a mocking gift in honor of his victory. However, he was soon informed that Melanie's team had also begun active promotion. This caused panic among the employees, as it was unclear where they got the funds from. A technical specialist confirmed that the competitors invested $5 million in advertising. The irritated director decided not to give in and ordered that the same amount be allocated in order to maintain the advantage. In response, Evan's team soon took first place in the metrics, although Evan himself remained unperturbed. At that moment, Melanie received a notification on her phone about a new transfer of another $5 million. Surprised, she asked why the hero did this, to which Evan calmly replied that their enemy would not stop so easily. As expected, competition intensified, and the team proposed investing additional funds to maintain its position. Evan agreed and ordered that the pressure be kept up, not giving the opponents a chance to recover. The competitors' companies were thrown into chaos when they saw the new investments. Their director was furious. Having already spent a significant amount, he was not going to give in. In desperation, he contacted Old Man Juan and proposed a new plan. He decided that if he couldn't win financially, he had to resort to a cyber attack. The director instructed his technical specialist to grant full access to the system to a certain third-party contractor. Soon, a strange logo with a black goat appeared on the screen, which seemed vaguely familiar to the employees. Suddenly, one of the employees recognized the symbol that appeared on the screen and said the name out loud: Baphomet. He was one of the world's top hackers, a member of the Black Goat Group, known for extorting hundreds of millions. The CEO just chuckled, deciding that destroying a competitor was much easier than competing with him fairly. Meanwhile, an attack began in Evan's office, and the same Black Goat logo appeared on employees' screens. The team panicked, immediately recognizing the attack as Baphomet's signature. Melanie quickly apologized for any losses, but Evan calmly pointed out that it was just foul play. Moreover, he added that, in fact, everyone knew hackers, which sounded extremely unexpected to those around him. Evan then began making calls, switching between languages, including German, Korean, and Russian. The staff just watched in silence, amazed at how fluently he spoke several languages. At this time, the director of the competing company was already celebrating victory, confident that he had finally destroyed his rivals. However, suddenly his technician's computer started acting strangely. The goat logo suddenly changed to an image of a dancing model in a bikini, which looked like a blatant mockery. Panic broke out in the office as it became clear that they themselves were under attack. The specialist reported that the second, fourth, sixth, and even first-ranked hackers in the world were all acting against them. Meanwhile, back at the office, Evan's team was already celebrating their success, and the hero himself explained that he had simply contacted old acquaintances. However, he was not going to stop there and stated that the next step would be to attract celebrities for promotion. After this, the young man got on his motorcycle and went to the bar. Once inside, Evan approached the bartender, a woman named Molly. She asked him in surprise what brought him here, while Evan himself noted that the establishment looked too empty. The woman offered him money if he needed help, but he explained that he had come with a different request. He needed her old connections in the entertainment industry to find famous people to collaborate with, and Molly agreed to help. Then Evan asked if she really was going to sell the bar, and the woman explained that her friend didn't have enough money to buy it. When he clarified the amount and heard that $9 million was required, he immediately declared that he would pay it himself. Such an easy solution to the financial issue stunned the girl. However, suddenly several bandits burst into the bar demanding money from Molly. Their leader noticed Evan and, upon closer inspection, recognized him as the courier, which only increased his disdainful attitude. Molly tried to intervene, telling them not to touch her friends, but the man responded by slapping her and rudely pushing the woman away, after which he demanded $5 million from her. She responded by claiming the bar had already been sold, which enraged the attacker. He grabbed her by the throat and demanded to name the buyer. At that moment, the main character hit him on the head with a bottle. Evan asked why he was attacking women. In a rage, the blonde shouted, ordering his subordinates to deal with the pathetic courier. Two of his men immediately rushed to attack, but Evan easily repelled their attack. He sent one flying with a kick. Out of the corner of his eye, the hero noticed another person approaching him from the side. However, he also neutralized him by kicking him straight in the chest. Everything happened very quickly, and soon the entire group of villains found themselves on the floor. Molly, worried about what was happening, asked him to stop, warning him that the attackers belonged to the Brotherhood. But Evan was indifferent to this, as if the name had no meaning to him. The woman was afraid of the consequences and asked him to leave. However, Evan instead took out his phone and decided to make a call. The bandit leader looked at the situation with mockery, but at that moment his phone suddenly rang. But a second later, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that the call was meant specifically for him. Having answered, the man began to listen to the instructions and noticeably turned pale, looking more and more frightened with every second of the conversation. This short conversation had an immediate effect on him, and when he finished, he knelt down in front of Evan without hesitation, apologizing. However, the main character remained indifferent to what was happening and said that he should have apologized not to him, but to his sister Molly. Then the bandit immediately turned to the woman and repeated the same words, but now sounding much less confident. Molly was clearly confused, and Evan, not wanting to continue this scene, simply gestured for the entire group to leave and not appear again. After they left, Molly sincerely thanked the hero for his help, feeling both relief and surprise. As evening fell, the hero drove to a quiet residential complex. Evan brought his daughter Megan here so that she could spend time with a friend. At the same time, he discussed the previously offered job with the girl's mother, Lily, and she happily agreed. The children asked permission to do their homework together, and the hero did not object. The moment was unexpectedly calm for Evan, a stark contrast to recent events. Leaving his daughter, he headed home, and finding himself in an empty apartment, Evan felt an unusual silence and a slight feeling of loneliness. Then he decided to write to Sarah. In response, the girl said that she was at the bar and was spending time drinking. This disappointed the hero a little, and he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to spend the evening alone. However, a message from Daryl soon arrived inviting him to a meeting the next day, which immediately turned his attention to business. Meanwhile, Sarah was at the bar with Molly and Sophie. The girl tried to hide who she was texting, which did not go unnoticed. Sarah advised her not to abuse alcohol, but Molly quickly changed the subject, saying that the bar had already been sold. Then she said that she wanted to meet Sarah's courier husband to form her own opinion of him. In response, the girl sided with Evan, claiming that he was a good person and did not look like a courier at all. At the same time, a woman appeared in the apartment, completely wet and practically indistinguishable in appearance from Sarah. Evan was surprised by her appearance, but she explained that she had returned out of concern for him. The hero noticed her condition, pointing out that she was soaking wet, but her short answer sounded tense. When he offered to help her, the girl responded with a cold and wary look. The next moment, she suddenly went on the attack, taking out a knife, and then the hero realized that it was not Sarah in front of him, but Daphne. However, Evan, without the slightest hesitation, knocked the knife out of her hands with his elbow. The girl was amazed that he knew who she was. At this moment, she was already trying to twist his arm. However, Evan was not going to give up so easily. With a powerful movement, the hero knocked her down and pinned her to the floor, demanding to know the purpose of her mission. Then Daphne screamed, demanding the return of the beads and the Buddha's head. Evan just watched her calmly, not paying attention to the threats. Despite desperate attempts to break free, the girl could not free herself. Then she suddenly spat a sharp needle at him. She flew past Evan's head, narrowly missing him. Daphne continued to shout threats, but the hero still held her wrist, completely in control of the situation. Moreover, he easily parried her next kick, at which point Evan finally realized that in front of him was an exact copy of Sarah. The situation took an unexpected turn when the girl asked if he wanted to become her relative. Daphne said that since he was her son-in-law, he had to obey her and give her the Buddha's head. Evan grabbed her leg effortlessly and stated that he had no idea what she was talking about. Then, unexpectedly for the hero, she sharply increased the pressure and managed to break free from his grip. At that moment, she suddenly heard her phone ringing. Her interlocutor said something to her, and then Daphne was forced to obey and agree. As a result, the mercenary gave Evan a harsh ultimatum, giving her a limited time to hand over the required items. After that, she quickly left the apartment. Almost immediately after her disappearance, Sarah stepped out of the elevator and headed towards the apartment, unsuspecting. Approaching the door with the key in her hand, the girl was about to go inside, not imagining what had happened just a few minutes ago. At this time, Evan heard the sound of the lock opening and decided that his opponent had returned. As soon as the door opened, Sarah looked down at the floor and was surprised to see water spilled everywhere. Evan reacted instantly and grabbed the girl who entered, addressing her as his wife's sister and demanding an explanation. However, a moment later he checked her pulse and was surprised to realize that he had made a serious mistake. It was the real Sarah in front of him. Realizing this, the hero immediately changed his tone and asked why she had returned. The girl replied that she had forgotten an important document. She then noticed the condition of the apartment and asked why the floor was covered in water. Coming closer, Sarah looked at Evan carefully and suspiciously tried to catch any foreign smells on his clothes. When she asked if there was another woman there, the hero hastily declared that a man who looked exactly like her had just left. These words sounded so strange that the girl perceived them as an extremely unconvincing excuse. Sarah turned away and headed for the exit, not wanting to continue the conversation, but the hero continued to insist that she was wrong. In the end, the girl left, slamming the door, leaving him alone to deal with the consequences and look for a way to explain this incredible truth. The next morning, Evan received a message that transport for the meeting was already waiting for him. At the entrance, he was met by a woman named Lucy, who informed him that he had been expected for a long time. Having got into the car, the hero immediately asked a question about Daryl. However, the girl avoided a direct answer, explaining that he should address him as the sixth master. She then took out a blindfold, explaining that it was necessary for safety. About an hour later, the car arrived at a building that looked like a factory. Lucy had to wake Evan up to remove the bandage. Once outside, the hero stretched after the ride, after which he was met by Daryl's men. He introduced him to Mr. Hamasaki, emphasizing his outstanding swimming skills. The Japanese, unaware that he was being understood, quietly expressed the idea of the need to eliminate Evan after completing the mission. However, Daryl translated his words as a sign of trust and high expectations. However, Evan immediately exposed their deception, claiming that he understood perfectly what was said, but the conversation quickly returned to business. The group headed to the beach to carry out an underwater operation. Their guide was an elderly fisherman named Stanley, who was also involved in recovering bodies from the water. And then suddenly Lucy said that they had received a message that another young master was also heading to this place. Daryl immediately ordered one of his men to stay and detain the competitor. Meanwhile, Stanley reported that the current was changing and there was little time left, so it was necessary to start now. Without using any equipment, the elderly guide dove into the river without hesitation, as if it were the most ordinary thing for him. Lucy and Evan followed him into the water, wearing full diving gear. Once underwater, the old man led them deeper, directing them to a hidden grotto. Along the way, Lucy pointed to a certain metal landmark and made it clear that it was the iron bull that was supposed to show the way. The hero gestured to her that he understood everything. However, instead of the expected landmark, they saw huge creatures chained together and resembling sea serpents. The hero swam closer to examine them, and soon noticed that this creature looked more like a giant centipede than a snake. Stanley immediately stopped him, gesturing not to touch anything. He then pointed towards a powerful whirlpool, which he said served as a safe entrance to the cave. Soon, the entire group was pulled inside by a rapid flow of water. Once in the grotto, the participants in the operation barely had time to get their bearings. Stanley immediately tried to renegotiate the payment terms, which seemed highly inappropriate in the situation. Meanwhile, Evan ignored his words and began to examine the cave with a flashlight. He soon discovered his target, a golden statue stuck high in the wall. An elderly man tried to get it by breaking off a stalactite and using it as a tool. However, his attempt was unsuccessful. Then the hero decided to intervene and help him. Having confidently approached the right place, he delivered one precise blow, breaking the stone. This result clearly impressed Stanley. Inside, they found a mummified monk, after which Evan asked about the final payment amount. However, it was at this moment that Stanley suddenly attacked him, throwing a sharp stone in his direction. It hit the protagonist right in the face, leaving a deep wound. Without wasting any time, the old man grabbed the mummy and hurried away, promising only to perform a ritual in his honor. Evan, left in the cave, bleeding, was overcome with rage and at the same time with the realization that he had been betrayed. However, he didn't have time to think. Two brightly glowing eyes suddenly appeared from the darkness nearby. Almost immediately, a huge snake-like creature appeared in front of him, and at that moment, Evan finally realized that he was trapped. The creature rushed forward, clearly intending to attack him. However, he managed to react by pushing himself to the side. The hero was even able to strike right between the enemy's eyes. In response, the creature released a cloud of poisonous gas, forcing the man to cling to its head to avoid its effects. Then, seizing the moment, Evan pushed off sharply and flew to the side, narrowly avoiding contact with the toxic fumes. Evan then wasted no time in taking out his blades from his suit, preparing to continue the fight. A series of rapid blows swept across the snake-like creature's body, leaving visible wounds on its thick skin. However, despite the damage received, The enemy was clearly not defeated. Nevertheless, there was no point in prolonging the battle. So Evan made the decision to retreat and focus on completing the mission. Then he dove into the water again, leaving the enraged creature behind. Meanwhile, bubbles began to rise on the surface. Stanley soon emerged from the water, which brought noticeable relief to Daryl. However, the old man immediately demanded additional payment, claiming that the diver had allegedly been trapped and that the treasure had been safely hidden. These words made the men angry, and the Japanese man, unable to restrain himself, hit him with the handle of his pistol, demanding an explanation. Despite the threat, the old man continued to insist on his own and even offered to sell the information to the highest bidder. This finally got Daryl's men angry, and one of them hit Stanley. Then the others joined in the beating, but even under pressure, he refused to tell the truth. At that moment, Evan emerged from the water with a powerful splash. Seeing what was happening, he immediately understood what was happening and decided that the traitor was receiving the punishment he deserved. The hero emerged from the water with the find and declared that the statue was a fake. Moreover, he knew that the real object was already in his possession. Without further ado, Evan decided they had to deal with the consequences themselves and swam off in the other direction. Later on the beach, Evan was changing clothes when his phone rang again. His old man asked if he had managed to obtain the necessary items, and the hero confirmed the successful completion of the task. However, the old man gave him a new order, to gain the trust of those around him and find out who was really behind the whole operation. The hero agreed without further ado, accepting the new task. Meanwhile, on the shore, Hamasaki continued to extract information from the guide using force. The old man, despite what was happening, again stated that he was ready to sell the information to the highest bidder. Then Daryl, finally losing his patience, ordered Lucy to go look for Evan. At this point, Stanley, with obvious glee, declared that the young man had probably already been swallowed by the sea monster. However, almost immediately Lucy noticed a figure in the water signaling. It turned out to be Evan, and the whole group rushed to pull him to shore. Once on dry land, the hero immediately began looking for a guide, clearly intending to see the matter through to the end. The old man was shocked to see him alive, and Evan responded by saying that he had no intention of leaving the betrayal unanswered. He rushed towards him, but Daryl's men stopped him as they still needed the information. Stanley then tried to use the situation to his advantage by declaring that he would only speak with Daryl himself. Not wanting to continue this conversation, Evan was about to strike, but a sudden shot stopped him. The bullet narrowly missed his shoulder, and the shooter turned out to be Hamasaki. However, this did not bring the expected result. The hero managed to avoid the bullet without receiving any harm. Moreover, he immediately launched a counterattack. In a second, Evan disarmed his opponent, removing the magazine from the weapon. Now the situation had completely changed. The gun was pointed at Hamasaki himself. Evan explained to Daryl that his partner had just attempted to eliminate him, thereby calling into question their partnership. To increase the pressure, he showed him a magazine of cartridges, threatening to stab the Japanese with it if they planned anything. Daryl, realizing the seriousness of the situation, hastened to smooth over the conflict, calling what had happened a misunderstanding and offering compensation. He promised to transfer money in exchange for Hamasaki's release. Once the transfer was received, Evan pushed the opponent away, completing the deal. He then handed back the unloaded weapon to him. Hamasaki was clearly humiliated and did not hide his anger, but he could not change anything. But the hero decided that he got off too easily, and so he shot him in the ear. Evan, looking at him, warned him not to take any rash actions, while he promised to take revenge on him. After the tension had eased a bit, Daryl suggested discussing the hero's next steps. But in response, Evan came up with a new proposal. He said that he could help eliminate everyone who was hindering Daryl's advancement. And then the old man realized that this guy had just opened up new opportunities for cooperation for them.